Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Nomu Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kurogyri always enjoyed taking walks. He knew it didn't make sense since he could teleport everywhere, but maybe that was the reason. It was nice to take some time to get somewhere slowly and enjoy the journey. He wanted to take advantage of this while he still could, because once the League made their debut he would have to stay in the bar when not on mission. As he strolled through town he saw some blonde-haired middle schooler push a green-haired kid to the ground. The blonde-haired kid releases small explosions from his hand and the child on the ground flinches in fear. Kurogyri smiles and thinks to himself that this is how all things should be, the strong standing over the weak. That kid seems to understand what we're trying to prove, it doesn't matter who's right, only who's strong. That exploding kid would make a fine villain when he grows up. As the blonde kid starts to walk away, he turns around and screams at the smaller one getting off the ground, "Stay out of my way you fing quirkless Deku." Kurogyri pauses at this. Quirkless? Wasn't their master looking for some quirkless test subjects for their new project? The mission to capture some hadn't been planned yet, but Kurogyri wasn't one to pass up on a golden opportunity such as this. As the child started to stand up and wipe tears from his face, Kurogyri waited until there wasn't anyone else on the street before easily warping away the distracted middle schooler. All for one smirked and laughed as Kurogyri explained the situation. "You've really outdone yourself this time, Kurogyri. It was going to be a hassle to find someone who was quirkless but still young and healthy, they aren't nearly as common as they used to be. I suppose we should get started then." All for one reached forward and grabbed the terrified child who had been watching the conversation. As his yellow backpack fell to the ground something interesting fell out. Kurogyri picked up the notebook labeled Hero Analysis Number 13 and flipped through the pages and spoke to himself. This child seems to have quite the skill in analysis and an obsession with heroes. Kurogyri was both impressed and disgusted by how much time this child clearly spent watching those fools in spandex. All for one glanced through the notebook and smiled as maliciously as one can without a face. He looked down on the cowering child. "Well, little one, I think I have the perfect role for you to play." It had been a week since her little boy hadn't come home one day. He seemed to have just disappeared off the face of the earth. One moment he was with his friend Katsuki, the next he was just gone. She spoke with the detective that was on his case as often as she could, trying to get every piece of news that she could. She knew they wouldn't have any answers, but she had to know what happened to her baby. Inko had been heartbroken when one of the first questions the detective asked was what her son's quirk was. She swore she could see the interest leave the man when she admitted that Izuku was quirkless. It broke her heart to see that almost no one really cared about a quirkless kid going missing. Everyone she spoke to suggested that he had run away, but she knew what they were thinking and what they kept hinting at. Quirkless people were far more likely to commit suicide. How could they assume a 14-year-old boy would do such a thing? Just the thought of it would send her into a spiral of sobbing and hoping that her baby was safe, wherever he was. Months passed and there was no change. Inko had put up flyers all over town hoping that someone, anyone, had seen her baby. But she had to admit she was losing hope that he was safe somewhere. Something bad had clearly happened, but no one would or could figure out what. It seemed like he was walking home one day and then just vanished into thin air. At this point the police had stopped looking and weren't going to put more resources into finding a quirkless child that had gone missing months ago. She hated that no one was looking. His disappearance didn't make the news, there was no effort on anyone's part to find her boy. It was like they just expected him to be dead as soon as they heard the word, quirkless. How come this Nomu is so much smaller than the others? Are you sure it's actually useful? Shigaraki stated while pointing at a Nomu that was hunched over with a pale white skin that seemed to be made of something like bone with short spikes covering its body except for its chest, much like an odd porcupine greyhound of sorts with how lean it was. It was crouched on the ground and its muscle and bone structure had been warped so it could only walk on all fours, so the already small Nomu barely came up to Shigaraki's hip. The Nomu looked up at Shigaraki when it was pointed at. It had a long bony snout with no lips to cover its teeth, and a typical exposed brain. The only thing that still looked human about it were those piercing green eyes that seemed to take in everything around it. All for one spoke slowly and softly. Now, size isn't everything, it's important to have multiple tools in one's toolbox. Pointing at the massive Nomu built to battle All Might, think of this Nomu like a sledgehammer. It's powerful, destructive and easy to use. Yes. Shigaraki exclaimed, the perfect weapon. All for one raised a hand silencing the young villain, then pointed at the small spiked Nomu. This one is like a scalpel, fast, precise, and just as deadly in the right hands. Shigaraki scratched his neck and kicked at the weird Nomu, getting frustrated. Well, what makes this little runt so special? What can this tiny little thing do that the other monsters can't? All for One looked to be in thought for a moment, then moved over to a control panel before responding. I see, perhaps a demonstration is needed. I believe this will be an important lesson for you, so pay attention, and remember that all of your minions have their uses. He then released one of the failed Nomus from its pod. The Nomu that stepped out seemed half-made. One leg looked powerful and shaped like that of a bull, while on the other side 4 spider legs jutted out, making it walk awkwardly. Its body seemed contorted, one arm seemed crab-like that was so long it nearly touched the ground, and the other was human arm that seemed out of place on this monstrosity. This Nomu was our experiment to see what happens when you give a Nomu multiple incompatible full-body mutation quirks. As you can see, it is no use to us now going forward, so it will serve as a good example. All for One turned to the small Nomu and pointed at the failed experiment. Analyze and terminate. The small creature's body was completely still and its entire focus was on the beast in front of it. Those green eyes seemed to bore into the target, then spoke in a monotone voice without looking away. 3 quirk, part bull, part crab, part spider. Strength bull. Shoots web. Extended eye stalks. Weakness, unbalanced. Limit on web amount. Shell not over heart. Then, without warning, he extended the spikes on his body to about 2 feet as both the Nomu and its clothes became invisible. Shigaraki looked around for a moment to see where the odd Nomu went before he realized that the experiment was already dead, with a now bloody claw where its heart used to be. All for One smiles. This Nomu has been quite the fun project for me, much more nuanced than the usual brutes we've created. I've given it invisibility, quirk identification, enhanced speed, and a mutation that gives it a bone exoskeleton with extendable spikes. I think it was called porcupine or something foolish like that. Shigaraki decided not to mention he also thought it looked like a porcupine. Shigaraki's mouth grew into a terrifying grin. So this will be our rogue to cut apart the heroes. Then he paused for a moment. But why does he walk like that? Is it from the quirk or something? Well, you see, when turning a person into a Nomu, their biology is quite pliable. I'm sure you've noticed the irregular forms of the other Nomu as well, such as the claws and teeth on our Anti-All Might Nomu. I chose that shape for 2 reasons. Firstly, it is far faster when given a body suitable for running on all 4s. Secondly, you always said you wanted a pet dog. Shigaraki's grin returned in full force. Thank you, sensei. It had been nearly a year since her baby boy had gone missing, and even Inko had to admit that she doubted he'd ever come back. The last 10 months were the hardest of Inko's entire life. Everything reminded her of her son. It was hard to carry any conversation without being filled with sorrow about her boy. Her best friend told Inko that her son Katsuki got into UA, but all that Inko could think about was how badly her son wanted to go there. She wanted to be happy for them, but all she could feel was regret that it wasn't her child there. She had gotten to the point where her only remaining hope was that her son ran away and was just living somewhere else. Everything else was too hard to consider, so she just kept telling herself he was happy in some other city and would come home one day, even though she knew in her heart that wouldn't happen. Just how little hope she had left was symbolized by a stone with her son's name carved into it. A grave that told the world that they had truly given up on waiting for his return and instead were mourning his assumed death. The funeral had been a small thing, and it felt terrible to admit she had given up on him coming home. The day was finally here, the big day when they would show the world that the League of Villains is to be feared. Today was the day All Might would die. Shigaraki smiled as he saw the fear in the eyes of the students and pros, but then frowned underneath his hand mask when he realized that All Might wasn't there. Well, even without him there, he could still have fun ridding the world of a few heroes and some hero wannabes until the number 1 hero arrived. He said his little speech and signaled for the pawns behind him to charge forward through the swirling portal as Eraserhead began fighting the thugs that had signed up for this attack. On his left stood the hulking black Nomu built specifically to kill All Might, and on his right the currently invisible Nomu that crouched low to the ground. The smaller Nomu was whispering into the collar that they had designed to record everything that the Nomu said and what it was looking at. That way they had notes on all the quirks of the students and pros that were seen during the attack. Shigaraki was still upset that All Might didn't show up, but felt that it was going well enough as he watched the students get warped all over the massive building. He taunted Eraserhead and listened to the beautiful sound of fighting that seemed to come from all around them. Kurogyri reappeared next to him as he watched the large Nomu toss Eraserhead around like a ragdoll. Shigaraki was filled with rage at the news of an escaped student and seriously considered killing him for his mistake before thinking it over. A few students started coming in from the different areas, most ran away to the exit, but a few started to run to the hero lying broken on the ground. Suddenly everyone's attention was drawn to the doors as they exploded open and All Might stepped in, giving his typical stupid lines, and Shigaraki felt himself grow excited with the chance to end this man's life. It was a thing of beauty to watch his immense Nomu face off with the number one hero as they matched each other blow for blow. It seemed the tide of the battle had shifted when, with the help of a warp gate, Nomu was able to get a hold on All Might's weak point, tearing into his flesh. Then one of the escaped children started to freeze his Nomu. Getting frustrated with them interfering, he looked at where the invisible Nomu was and spoke quietly to it, "Get rid of the students," and pointed towards the 3 students that were getting in the way. He smiled as he watched a blonde-haired kid with grenades around his wrist screamed out as spikes were jammed through his hands. Then, just moments later, a student with white and red hair was slammed into by their invisible attacker and thrown into the water zone. But the third boy stood strong against this attack by taking a defensive position and hardening his entire body. The fight between the Nomu and All Might ended as the monster was launched through the ceiling. Shigaraki charged him in one final attempt to end All Might before getting shot in the hand. It was so frustrating. All Might was clearly on the verge of defeat. He seemed to be barely even standing after that intense exchange with the beast made to kill him. In a final act of desperation and rage, Shigaraki pointed at All Might and shouted out, "Kill him," as he stepped through the portal. The last thing he saw before leaving was the number one hero collapsing as his body was filled with puncture wounds and his invisible pet outlined in the hero's blood. Kirishima looked on in terror as All Might, his hero and teacher, was thrown to the ground by this invisible enemy, and his body shrunk down as it was pierced by something. The blood that sprayed out revealed the general shape of the attacker. A surprisingly small spiked creature. The hero began spitting up too much blood as the pro-heroes began rushing in from the entrance, and Kirishima rushed to All Might's side. The invisible beast stepped away and became both visible and docile now that its task was complete. All Might reached up and tried to say something, but nothing came out but sputtering blood. Kirishima leaned in to hear what he was trying to say when All Might shoved a bloody finger into his mouth and closed his eyes with one final smile. Kirishima had never felt more things at once in his life. He was filled with sadness at the death of the most manly hero. He was filled with anger at the monster that had killed him. He was scared about whatever came next. He was very confused as to why All Might's final action was to shove a bloody finger into his mouth. Kirishima couldn't move himself away from the fallen hero as he watched the pros round up the last of the villains and restrain the now calm beast, who showed no resistance but continued to mutter into its collar whenever it looked at a pro. Recovery Girl stood over All Might's body and did everything she could to hold herself together. Kirishima begged her to save his life, but they both knew that it was too late for that. But she paused when she saw blood on the boy's lips, but no wound. "Is that All Might's blood?" she asked softly. The boy looked up confused with tears rolling down his face. "Yeah. I don't know why, but right before he shoved a finger covered in blood in my mouth and tried to say something, but I couldn't hear him." "Does that mean something to you?" She sighed deeply and gently placed a hand on his back. "Thank you for telling me, young man, but that's a conversation for another day." A few days had passed since the incident occurred, and Detective Tsukachi sat in Principal Nizu's office with a somber look that hasn't left him since he got the news about his old friend. Nizu walked up to him, seeming to remain positive no matter how bleak things became. "Did you finally find out what those Nomu were?" "Yeah, we finally got the blood work back, but I'm not sure you'll like the answer. They're people, or at least they were." Nizu looked at the detective with horror in his eyes. "What happened to them?" "It seems they were experimented on and given multiple quicks, which caused them to go mostly brain dead and look the way they are now. But that's not the worst of it." He sat down and placed a file on Nizu's desk. "The one that killed Toshinori was just a child. Some kid that was kidnapped about 11 months ago. We'll be notifying his family later today. The real question is how aware he was of what he was doing, and if he can recover." The detective knew that experimentation was a sore spot for Nizu, which was honestly why he brought this up to him first. This Izuku Midoriya kid needed someone in his corner, and if anyone could understand him it would be Nizu. The small mouse rat bear person walked into the facility where they were holding Izuku and spoke to the guard on duty. "Hello, I'm here to meet with Izuku Midoriya, also known as Nomu. Is there anything I should know about that sets him off?" The guard laughed a little. "I'll be impressed if you can set him off. The thing doesn't respond to anything. The only time we got a reaction was when we took his collar. The thing nearly ripped my face off when we did that, but calmed down when we put a new one on him." Nizu most certainly did not like that the guard called the boy a thing, but decided now wasn't the time to fight that battle. Nizu approached the spike-covered child who was handcuffed to a bench that he was laying on and wearing a quirk-suppressing collar. Nizu felt rage at whoever would do this to a child as he looked at the person in front of him with an exposed brain and a blank expression, then backed down as the picture of Izuku before he was taken. The small mouse-like man spoke softly to the boy, laying across the bench on the other side of the interrogation table. "Izuku Midoriya? Can you hear me?" The only response he got was the boy starting to quietly list the attributes of his quirk in very broken sentences. Nizu sighed and tried again. "Midoriya, I think I can get you out of this sticky situation, but you'll need to talk to me." No response. "Well, if you don't respond to Midoriya, let's try this." Nizu sighed again, already disliking this strategy. He stood on the table and spoke with as much of a commanding voice he could muster. "Nomu. Answer me." Izuku immediately looked up, staring directly into Nizu's eyes. "Shigaraki has left me in charge of you, now tell me what your name is." He remained silent but kept looking around, as if waiting for someone to confirm this. Progress, at least he acknowledged Nizu. So he tried a second time, feeling disgusted with himself but knowing that it was necessary. He didn't want to imagine what would happen to the boy if they couldn't get him to communicate. "Tell me your name or I'll have to tell Shigaraki you're not obeying me." The boy seemed to curl in on himself at that statement. "Nomu." His voice was raspy and slightly distorted from his very non-humanoid mouth. "You are Izuku Midoriya now, that is your name." He pointed at himself with a bony claw. "Nomu?" He sounded very confused this time. "No, you're not Nomu, you're Izuku." "Izuku Nomu?" Nizu felt a pang of sadness at the extent of damage this boy's mind must have sustained. At least he could speak though, the other captured Nomu couldn't even do that much. "Well, that's progress at least, Izuku. Now, can you tell me where Shigaraki is?" Izuku looked and felt very confused, shaking his head. Then paused, realizing that he didn't have the answer to a direct question, get trouble, as he unconsciously moved a hand over the many scars that his master had given him. "Oh, you're not in trouble, just the opposite, you've done a great job already." Izuku instinctively flinched when Nizu raised his voice. Nizu felt his heart drop and spoke much softer. "I won't hurt you, Izuku, you're safe here. I won't let anyone else ever hurt you again." Inko Midoriya slammed the door open as a guard tried to stop her. "Miss, you can't go in there dash. Where's my baby?" Izuku looked terrified by the yelling and slamming of the door and did everything he could to run away but was still handcuffed down. The collar started to shock him as he tried to become invisible. So all he could do was raise his hands to protect his head as he whimpered from the pain of the collar, expecting to be attacked. Inko had a look of terror in her eyes as she fell to her knees. "No, no, no. What did they do to my baby? Are you telling me that is my innocent little Izuku?" Izuku looked up a little at the mention of his new name but seemed scared of the tone it was said with, and pointed at himself with a quiet, "Izuku." Inko began sobbing as walked over to her son. "Why yes, you're my little Izuku." The guard stopped her as got within arm's reach of Izuku. "I'm sorry ma'am, but you really can't get that close, we don't know the extent of his conditioning, we don't know how dangerous he is." Inko wanted to protest, but she saw how scared Izuku was of being in a new place with new people. "Okay. Just promise me you'll take care of my boy." Nizu spoke up. "Miss Midoriya, I will do everything in my power to make sure your son is safe and taken care of." Then there were little difficulties that arose fairly immediately, like trying to eat and drink. Izuku's hands weren't built for silverware and he clearly didn't know how he was supposed to use them. So he simply leaned forward and ate the food directly off the plate. Additionally, because he didn't have any lips, drinking water normally became a clear issue. Trying to use a glass made a mess and trying to use a straw wouldn't work at all since he couldn't make the needed suction. Izuku had a very hard time figuring out these new methods of drinking water and seemed confused every time they brought out a different kind of cup for him to try using. Inko felt terrible about it, but the only way they found he could easily drink water was to put a bowl of it on the ground. While Izuku had seemed surprised when given cups and straws, this method was clearly familiar to him as he immediately shot forward to quench his thirst. It broke his mother's heart every time he seemed unsure about eating at a table or given even the slightest amount of respect. It became hard not to realize the role that Izuku had played while with the villains, an odd combination of assassin and pet. The next day Inko, Nizu, and a few doctors looked over the brain scans they took of Izuku. The head doctor spoke up explaining what they were looking at for Inko's sake. "So, this is not exactly what we were expecting. We had thought that there would be very little brain activity from what we have seen so far, but it's the exact opposite. It's like his brain never stops analyzing and memorizing the world around him. But here's the issue, the part of his brain that handles communication is barely functioning, it's like he has a supercomputer in there but can't tell anyone. That must be quite frustrating for him. I had a similar issue prior to learning Japanese." Nizu stated quietly. Inko didn't know what to say. She couldn't imagine living in such a way. It sounded like torture to be so full of thoughts but no way to share it, no way to connect to people. The more worrying part is his emotions. It seems like pretty much all of them were dulled, except for one dash. Fear. Inko cut in, you can see it in his eyes. Yes miss, we're assuming that's how they controlled him without completely wiping away his conscious thoughts like they did with the other person. Nizu calmly asked, what of his memories? He hasn't seemed to have much of a reaction to just about anyone. It appears that all conscious memories before being captured have been wiped, most likely from a quirk, but he shouldn't have any issues going forward. Inko fell backwards into a chair, clutching her chest. So, you're telling me the only thing my boy remembers is being tortured for months? He will still have any subconscious memories, such as how he feels about certain things, language, or any sorts of associations, but no, he won't have any actual memories from before then. Inko had given up hope that her son would return, and even if she was given a glimmer of it, it was doused by the knowledge that her little boy would never remember her raising him. All those memories together were gone. Izuku was a clean slate, which raised the philosophical question of whether or not he was the same Izuku that she lost. But she did her best not to dwell on it. For the next few weeks Izuku spent most of his time in speech therapy and counseling once it became clear that he was always transported by warp and had no useful information. After a few sessions with a counselor he was put on anti-anxiety meds to help with his frequent feelings of panic. He started to speak a little more clearly, but it was obviously still a struggle. Things also became easier once all charges were dropped since they could tell that he had only ever fought out of fear and conditioning. However, the public didn't necessarily feel the same way. Even if he had been brainwashed and controlled, he was still the monster that killed All Might to a lot of people. For this reason he hadn't been sent home yet even though he was cleared of his charges. Being in public was still dangerous for him, and the last thing anyone needed was him lashing out in fear because people provoked him. Luckily that was getting better over time. With frequent therapy and medication, his emotions began to regulate more normally and he seemed a lot less frightened whenever he was approached by a new person. However, he still couldn't break the habit of explaining someone's quirk whenever they approached him, and only felt comfortable when he wore some kind of collar. Inko would have thought he would want to be free of his old restraints, asking why he would still want to wear that. He seemed to be in deep thought for a moment, then slowly responded, collar was mine, everything else take, but always keep collar, as he slowly fiddled with his new neck piece. But what about your clothes? Wouldn't you always get to keep them like the collar? Izuku seemed to panic and his speech started to break down. No want answer. Inko looked shocked but tried to calm him by gently holding him. That's okay, you don't have to answer anything if you don't want to. A few days later Nizu visited the young boy with someone that Izuku didn't recognize. Out of instinct he immediately started talking when he saw the new figure, constant eye contact stop quirk. Weaknesses, hair float and blink more when use. Izuku looked embarrassed when he realized he did it again, and put a lot of effort into talking correctly. Each word coming out very planned and careful. I am sorry, I do not mean to be rude. Aizawa chuckled a little, weird but polite, I can work with that, you can call me Aizawa. Nizu was a familiar face though, and Izuku felt comfortable with him around and with the compliment he tried extra hard to speak well. What can help you today? He looked frustrated for a moment. Then tried again, what can help you with today? Nizu smiled at the progress the boy was making. We're here to talk to you about your future and what you would want that to look like. Future not like this? Nizu spoke gently as he sat with the young man, but was still chipper in tone. We've talked about this Izuku, you won't be in here forever, but where you go from here is entirely up to you. Want to help? Aizawa spoke up, why? Aizawa and Nizu both were able to respect the amount of effort he was willing to put into getting his point across well. They made me hurt people, am not them, I want to help not hurt. How about being a hero? Nizu chimed in. Izuku looked down at the floor. No one want monster for hero. Aizawa was furious at this. Izuku. You are not a monster. The monsters are people who did this to you. Not you. Do you understand me? Izuku looked up a little, but still not looking at either man, trying to figure out if he was in trouble or not. Sorry sir. Nizu placed a small and gently hand on Izuku's shoulder. You're not in trouble, we just don't want you to blame yourself for things you didn't do. Now, please answer the question. Nizu asked, would you want to be a hero? He looked up at Aizawa as tears ran down Izuku's face. Yes. Nizu stood on the table. Then it's decided, you'll be going to UA. We already spoke to your mother and she agreed as long as it was what you wanted. My A? I know have A. Ah yes, pesky memory loss, of course that's something you wouldn't have been taught about. UA is a school for heroes that I am the principal of. Izuku's bright green eyes were wide with excitement. I can train to hero? Aizawa nodded, yes, and I'd be your teacher. We'll have to work on your grammar, but I think you'll do just fine. Nizu smiled, plus, with the media calming down a bit, you'll be able to go back to your home from before you were taken. But if you have any issues coming and going from school, we'll be happy to figure something out. Izuku wasn't really sure what any of that meant. He had no idea what life looked like before the league, but it seemed good. Or at the very least sounded better than being with the league. It was not good. He stepped into the room that was apparently his before his memories started. The walls were covered with the face of the man he killed. Was this his punishment? To always be surrounded by that face? Were they angry at him for what he did, so he'd be forced to sleep in a room where those eyes could always haunt him? It took Inko a little bit to figure out why he was crying and seemed scared of the posters. But once she understood, they were moved into a box so he wouldn't have to look at them. Other than that, it seemed like a minor change to Izuku. It was just a different room, but the windows were nice. He could see the outside whenever he wanted. A few days later, Izuku did his best to squeeze into the school uniform, but his body just wasn't the right shape, and the spikes weren't helping either. The best he could do was pull the spikes in as much as he could, so they were only a half-inch long. Then he and his mother ordered a specialty uniform from the school, which was actually pretty common due to the range of student body types. The uniform looked bumpy and odd over the tiny spikes, but it actually fit him and he could still walk normally while wearing it, so that was good enough. He also got a new collar that he got to wear with his uniform. It was less noticeable than the one he had before, but it still helped to calm him down. Izuku was very nervous and had practiced over and over to not start analyzing quirks when he meets people. He took a deep breath and walked into Class 1A. Aizawa's homeroom class had just gotten settled, and as he pulled himself out of his sleeping bag, he announced to the class, "All right everyone, we're getting a new student today. I expect you all to be respectful and not make this any more of a headache for me than it already is." Everyone started murmuring to each other about who it could be. Since the sports festival had happened last week, they had been expecting a student from Gen Ed to fill the one empty seat in the room. But everyone went silent when the new student walked in on 4 legs and had an exposed brain. Hello, my is Izuku Midoriya, you call Izuku. Aizawa sighed, Midoriya, you're forgetting to say all your words again, but I'm sure they figured it out, so take your seat. Izuku nodded and began moving towards the empty seat behind the boy with the explosion quirk as the entire class was silent. Then Bakugo stood up, his hand already sparking with tiny explosions. Deku? You're Deku? I thought you died. Izuku's response to this was to turn invisible and run out the still open door. After calming both Bakugo and Izuku down, they tried again. Alright, no more of that. I don't care what you all think of Midoriya, you'll be quiet and respectful. Every single person here has earned their seat, and I expect you all to remember that. Izuku went over to his seat and was faced with another problem. This desk was built for humans with human bodies. Izuku was not shaped like a human anymore. After trying to awkwardly bend his not at all flexible bone-covered body into the seat and ripping his uniform in 2 places, he gave up and just sat on the floor next to his desk, and turned invisible again when he realized everyone was still staring. We'll get the desk issue solved as soon as possible. Now, it's time to talk about hero informatics. The class seemed panicked for a moment until he explained further, you'll be choosing your hero names. Izuku felt very unsure about this part. He had only just gotten here and had no idea what he would want to be called. All he really knew was what he didn't want to be called. He was terrified that everyone would only know him as Nomu or Monster. When the rest of the class had gone, the pro-hero Midnight looked at him with suspicion as he sat on the floor in a partially ripped uniform. I know it's only your first day, but could you come up to the front and tell us your hero name? Izuku got up and walked on all 4s to the front of the class, putting his front claws on the podium so he was sort of standing. His board was covered in unreadable markings. Izuku had tried his best to write on it, but his claws weren't exactly built for writing. Sorry, couldn't write name. He laughed half-heartedly and raised his hands, claws not good. A few class members chuckled at that. He took a deep breath, I will be Izuku. Midnight raised an eyebrow, you're just using your name too? Izuku nodded, not Nomu anymore, want to be Izuku. Izuku flinched a little when the exploding teen muttered "Fing Deku" and glared right at him. I am sorry. Did know me before? Only remember 11 months. Aizawa spoke up when he saw the class's confusion. What he's trying to say is that he has no memory from before being captured and experimented on. So you don't even Fing remember me, you useless Deku? Aizawa stepped in, knowing that his name was a difficult area for Izuku. Bakugo, he clearly told you his name is Izuku, not Deku. And don't call people useless unless you want to join a different profession. Midnight spoke up as well. Well, I think that Izuku is a great hero name for you. You can take your seat dash, pausing when she remembered that Midoriya didn't have a seat he could fit in yet. Izuku trotted back to his spot and sat on the floor where his bag was. Now that that's settled, we'll talk more about internships. Everyone except Midoriya will be participating, since he just arrived and will instead be doing remedial training to catch up with the class. Class continued and everyone else discussed where they were going to do their internships. While everyone else was doing that, Izuku took the time to analyze his classmates' quirks, just not out loud, or at least very very quietly. He felt slightly puzzled when he looked at the red-haired boy, who used to only have one quirk that hardened his body. But now he had a second one, specifically a quirk that was the same as All Might's, which Izuku decided made sense since the quirk included the power to be passed on. Izuku was used to seeing people with multiple quirks and didn't think it was odd or that noteworthy. Izuku started listening to the other students' conversation when he heard a bunch of them shout in shock at the red-haired boy, "But Kirishima, why would you go intern with some random retired old dude? I thought you were set on working with fourth kind. What would you even gain from a guy with a speed quirk?" Oh, his name was Kirishima. Izuku thought it was pretty clear why Kirishima would work with a speed quirk user since the red-haired boy got a speed and strength-related quirk very recently, but felt it wasn't his place to say anything. Izuku was pretty sure Kirishima didn't like him because he kept noticing angry looks from him all class. But that wasn't too odd, that's how most people looked at him, either with anger or pity. At least he wasn't yelling about it like the explosion boy who sat in front of him. Nothing interesting happened in the other classes. He felt stupid sitting on the floor and having no real way to take notes. So he did his best to memorize what was being said, but he had no idea what the teacher was talking about. From his perspective, this was his first day at school ever. He was proud of himself for getting through 2 whole classes without analyzing anyone's quirk out loud, or at least not loud enough to be heard. When it was time for lunch, he walked into the cafeteria with the rest of the class and did his best to ignore the stares and muttering from everyone else there. He walked up to where the trays were and did his best to pick one up and place it on the counter. He was successful after a few attempts. Now for the hard part, trying to balance on 2 legs. He stood at the counter to get his lunch before falling over. He was glad he hadn't gotten any food yet. "Do you want a hand with that?" Izuku looked over his shoulder at the brunette who was standing behind him with a big smile and placed the fallen tray on the counter. Izuku slowly nodded, not sure what he would do if she hadn't offered. As they made their way over to a table, with the girl carrying both trays of food. "You're Izuku, right? I'm Uraraka, but you can call me Ochako." "Nice meet you, Ochakeo," clearly struggling a little bit with the new word and doing everything he could to hold back the growing need to say the analysis his mind automatically produced. Izuku sat on the bench the best he could. It was better than the desk, but not much better. Using a fork was a struggle, but he refused to eat with his hands no matter how difficult the silverware was. He did not want to seem like an animal to his new classmates. Another student sat down with them. "It seems that you have a bit of trouble with language?" "My name's Tenya Ida." Izuku nodded, pointing at his exposed brain. "Villains mess with brain." "Well, no worries, actions speak louder than words anyways," Ochako said hopefully. "Thanks dash." He couldn't hold it back anymore. His eyes seemed to go blank for a moment. "Quirk stop gravity, weakness, make self sick, need all finger to turn on off." Izuku covered his mouth, ashamed of himself. Tenya looked at him very suspiciously. What was that about? Izuku looked down in shame. Hard to stop analysis quirk. Regaining his composure a little, "I was trained to report on any new quirks I see." "What was it you said about my fingers?" It's not something ever do, but weakness of quirk is. Well, if you float and you lose finger. Float forever. Sorry, please don't scare, don't want hurt anyone, just hard not say it. Hey, it's okay, I'm not mad. That's good advice, I'll make sure to keep my hands very safe whenever I float myself. I hadn't thought of that, so thank you. Izuku couldn't help but smile, even with the rest of the cafeteria glaring at him and muttering behind his back. There were 2 people here who didn't hate him, and that was good enough. Way more people than he was expecting. Tenya and Uraraka talked about where they were going to go for internships. Yeah. I'm planning on interning with Gunhead to work on my hand-to-hand combat skills. That seems like an excellent plan. I will be studying under Manual. Oh yeah, isn't he a hero in Hosu? Ida nods. And what will you be doing for the week, Izuku? Learn and train, I need catch up. Izuku said with a smile. He liked the idea of learning and knowing as much as the rest of class. The 3 of them continued to chat through lunch until a loud voice interrupted. Wow, Class 1A must really be desperate. If they are letting animals into the class. Izuku looked him dead in the eyes. Quirk copy other quirk. Weakness, need contact, 5-minute limit, no copy from projectile. As he said the last part, Izuku broke off one of his bone spikes from his arm. Don't call me animal. Monoma felt a shiver go up his spine as he wondered if this is how he would die. Everyone in the cafeteria was watching silently, waiting to see what would happen next. Then someone behind Izuku shouted, "Get out of here, villain," as he threw a pencil at him which bounced off his exposed brain. Any semblance of confidence and courage that Izuku had managed to summon dissipated as he felt pain rack through his body and he let out a blood-curdling scream as he clutched his head. Uraraka moved to try and comfort him since he was clearly in a lot of pain. Izuku didn't know what to do. There were too many new people around him, and everyone hated him. So he ran. But he didn't know where to run. There were people between him and every exit. So the entire school watched in awe as he ran straight up the wall by digging his claws into it and curled up on top of the rafters far above the other students with his spikes fully out. After hearing the commotion, Power Loader ran into the cafeteria. What the hell was that scream? Is everyone okay? Ida and Uraraka ran up to him. Someone bounced a pencil off of Izuku's head. Uraraka said with panic in her voice. Power Loader looked confused at why that would cause such a ruckus. Tenya stepped forward. "Allow me to explain, Izuku is the new student here and his brain is exposed, so he is in a great deal of pain and currently hiding in the rafters." He showed the teacher where he was by pointing up at the crying ball of spikes on the ceiling. "Wow, okay, I'll go get Recovery Girl in case he sustained brain damage and see if we can find a way to safely get him down. Please stay here and make sure nothing else happens." Then Power Loader spoke up so the whole room could hear him. "All right. I don't know which of you did this, but know that it won't be taken lightly. If I find out that boy has brain damage, whoever did this will be expelled immediately and arrested for assault. Now, lunch is over early today, everybody out." A chorus of groans erupted from the cafeteria as everyone except Izuku, Tenya, and Uraraka left. Uraraka slowly floated up and sat on the rafters about 10 feet from the crying boy. "Hey there Izuku, I hope you're feeling okay. Would it be alright if I sat with you until the teachers get here?" She saw a small nod from within the bundle of spikes as Izuku stayed curled up in a tight ball. A minute or two passed until she saw his spikes slowly retract as he wiped his tears away. "Thank you, Ochakeo," Izuku muttered as he sat a little closer to her. She smiled at him, glad that he was doing a little better, and held out a hand. "How about we come down from here?" He looked nervous at first, but decided to trust the kind girl and slowly placed his hand in hers. He felt himself grow lighter as they slowly floated down to the ground where Nizu, Power Loader, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl were waiting for them. Nizu walked up to them. "Thank you Uraraka for helping Midoriya down, the rafters aren't a great place to hang out after all." Recovery Girl looked Izuku over and didn't see any obvious damage. "How are you feeling, darling?" "Still hurt, not too bad. I will okay." Power Loader turned to Aizawa. "Do you need the kid for anything important after lunch?" "Not really, we're just going over internships a bit, and he's not doing those. He's all yours." "I didn't even tell you what I was thinking of." "Don't care, one fewer headache for me." Power Loader turned to Izuku. "Well kid, if you're up for it, I'd like to spend the afternoon with you to make you some sort of helmet so this doesn't happen so easily, and maybe a shirt that isn't shredded whenever you get anxious." Izuku responded with a weak smile and nodded. "That sounds like a great plan, but before that I want to get him acquainted with the school's counselor. I'll make sure they send him to you after they're done." Recovery Girl chimed in. Izuku was sent to speak with Hound Dog, mostly just getting to meet him. They chatted for a bit, which basically looked like Izuku listening since he was too anxious to do much talking, before Izuku left to go meet Power Loader. "Just remember kid, if you ever get freaked out or scared you can always come over to my office to just calm down for a bit. I'd like to think this room is at least a little bit better than the cafeteria rafters." Izuku smiled and nodded as he left. After spending the rest of the day with Power Loader and his student Mei, Izuku had a sleek helmet that covered the exposed part of his skull and looked like the rest of his skin so it wouldn't stand out. He also got a new uniform that was made of a type of Kevlar. It wasn't bulletproof by any means, but it wouldn't rip easily like regular fabric. And most importantly, he was given a desk he could actually sit in and even a pencil he could use. The desk and chair were lower to the ground than usual and a better angle for someone who wasn't bipedal. The grip on the pencil was larger and softer than usual, allowing him to hold it with his claws. At his embarrassed request they also made him silverware that served the same purpose so he could more easily eat at lunch. Izuku had no idea why they were being so kind to him and going out of their way to help him. He turned to Mei and thought about his words first to make sure he didn't miss any important ones. "I know want to be rude, why are you helping, why do not hate like everyone else?" He felt proud that he only missed a couple and felt that he made sense this time. Huh, what do you mean? Oh no, maybe he didn't make sense, maybe he forgot more words than he thought. Most people not like Izuku, but you helping, and I not know why. Hoping he didn't sound like an idiot. Well I guess most people don't like me either. Plus I think you seem nice and you let me spend all day experimenting on you. She didn't know it, but that specific wording sent fear deep into the core of Izuku. Thankfully Power Loader noticed the terror that suddenly filled Izuku's eyes and, like all the teachers, he knew a bit about what Izuku had gone through. Don't worry Izuku, no one is going to experiment on you, you're safe. She just meant that she was glad to help you with your equipment. Izuku calmed at the explanation and Mei remained mostly oblivious as she went back to work on the final piece that Izuku was going to need, his hero costume. The next day was mostly the same as the first one, but this time he had a chair and a pencil he could use, which saved him a lot of embarrassment. At lunch he sat with Achiko and Tenya again, and she helped him grab food since he hadn't figured out how he could do that yet. While they were waiting for Achiko to come back with food for Izuku, someone Izuku didn't recognize came up to their table and told Ida they were sorry about what happened to his brother. Ida looked uncomfortable at this but politely thanked him and went back to eating lunch. What happened to brother? Ida looked up from his food. Oh, I guess it makes sense that you wouldn't have heard. My brother was crippled by the hero killer stain while he was patrolling in Hosu. But you don't need to worry about me. Then it clicked. That's why he was studying with a hero that almost no one knew, he was looking for revenge. That's why in turn in Hosu. Ida unconvincingly waved it off. Not at all, that is little more than a coincidence. No. Izuku said firmly, you want kill, know that look in eyes. What? That is a ridiculous accusation dash. Izuku raised a hand, claw, cutting him off, not trying to stop you. You want revenge, need him stopped. Just. No go alone. Not safe. This is not the reaction he was expecting. You're not angry with me? No, let help you not die when do this. I don't want you dragged into my mess. But I'll think about it. Ida thought to himself that if there was anyone who would understand his want for revenge it would be his classmate that had been extensively tortured and experimented on. The week was mostly uneventful from that point on. Izuku was learning to ignore the comments when he walked through the halls. He didn't care what the others said because he found at least a few people that were kind, and that's all that matters. After everyone else left for internships he got a text from Mei that the suit was done. Izuku was so excited to see how it had come out, happily making his way down to the workshop she seemed to live out of. She wore a big smile when he got there, grease and soot all over her face and her hair slightly singed. Izuku chuckled a little. Explode? Don't worry, the suit's fine, it was something else I was working on that just keeps exploding. But that's not important. Well, all of my babies are important, but right now this is the most important, handing him a large black briefcase. He had let Mei take some creative liberties since he didn't know much on making costumes, so he didn't know exactly what to expect. Opening the case he saw that it was mostly black with green accents, even with it still being folded up in a case he already loved it. He was excited enough he almost tried it on then and there, but remembered that Mei was right there. Be back. Izuku mumbled as he ran off the locker room to change. As he held up the costume it looked like Swiss cheese with so many holes in it. Perfect, he thought to himself as he smiled and started to put it on. Since the spikes were part of his bone exoskeleton, even when they broke off they grew back in the exact same spot. So as he slipped the costume on it fit perfectly over each spike on his body. It took a little bit to get on, but he figured he would get faster with practice. The material was a mix of light Kevlar and a sort of mesh fabric that was great for movement but not very protective. The flexible Kevlar covered his joints and any other chooks in his natural armor. The lighter material covered the rest of him and was pretty easy to get over his spikes when he pulled them in. It had small pockets for holding equipment on his inner arm for easy access and larger ones on his sides. The suit also had a thick Kevlar hood that came to a point just above his eyes, adding a second layer of protection to the giant weak spot on his head. But beyond basic utility, he had to admit the hood also looked pretty cool. Once he had it on and was done admiring himself in the mirror he ran back down to the workshop to show Mei. Yes. My baby looks so good on you. You better only come to me when you need more babies. Izuku had a big smile. Of course, yours best. You know it. The pink-haired girl shrieked in excitement. I already have some stuff you can put in those holders. She began looking through some drawers and moving things around the cluttered workbench. I also made this baby for you, pointing to a small earpiece built into the suit's hood. I know you have a hard time using your phone with the whole claws instead of hands thing. So, I made sure you had a way to communicate hands-free. It syncs up to your phone so you get notified if there's an update or something like that. I could be your eyes in the sky telling you important stuff while you fight. pumping her fists in the air at the last part. They began discussing what kind of equipment he would want with him. She insisted on including a compact taser, which he agreed would be good. Then they included the basics, like bandages, other first aid equipment, and restraints. They bounced some ideas off each other and wrote down possible designs for the ideas that didn't SCK. Mei was trying to find a way that could turn his spikes into tasers without also electrocuting him. He felt normal when he was with her. He wished more than just a few people treated him like a human, but for now this was enough. That weekend Izuku had gotten all the materials he needed to start studying in earnest. His mom was supportive and made sure he had space to work. Izuku was very far behind the rest of the class, and was glad to have an entire week to catch up at least a little. He studied hero laws, history, math and any other topic in the stack of papers Aizawa had given him, listing out everything he needed to know to be where he needed to be. But he was surprised at how much he knew. He had no idea why the math and the regulations made sense to him. He'd never seen these before, but he knew the answers. He tried not to worry about it and started memorizing all the bits that didn't make sense, which was still a lot of the material. Although villains weren't much in the way of teachers, he had learned how to memorize things very well, and that skill was definitely paying off now. His mind wandered to All for One, making him memorize what works against which quirks and bad things whenever his strategies weren't good enough. When he was sent to spy on people and report with perfect accuracy about the person's quirk and their weaknesses, if he couldn't find enough weaknesses or didn't report fast enough, more bad things would happen. Inko looked over at her son studying and could recognize when his mind started wandering to the events of before he was rescued. She sat with him and gently held his hand. "It's okay, you're safe here, no is going to hurt you." Inko was a little surprised but happy when her son leaned over to her and gave her a hug as he tried to hold back tears, trying to forget the bad things. After a couple of days of studying, it was time to review fighting skills. His teacher assumed that this portion would be much easier for Izuku given his past. To start off, Aizawa needed to know the extent of all his quirks, so he had Izuku practice with only one at a time while taking notes on his current level of ability. The invisibility was an impressive quirk. It worked as an emitter quirk that lets him bend light so it goes around him instead of bouncing off. This let him be invisible with equipment on, and raised the possibility of being able to extend his invisibility like a field. The drawback was it cost stamina to use, especially if he tried to extend it at all. His speed was good, but it took time to build up. His quirk worked by stockpiling his momentum. So he was barely faster than anyone else from a standstill, but once he got up to speed he was like a streak of white as he ran on all fours. Aizawa sighed as he watched Izuku run the track just to go flying at the turn. Again. The nature of his quirk did not make turning easy. But it wasn't all a waste. They learned one new thing about Izuku's speed. He could build up momentum by going back and forth, basically running in place then exploding forward. Same thing with more isolated attacks. By moving a hand over and over, he can build up speed and release a punch with impressive power. The spikes were a straightforward quirk. They can extend up to 2 feet and shrink down to large bumps barely 1/2 an inch long. They can be regrown easily if broken off, and don't seem to cause him much pain when broken. Well, either that or the kid has crazy pain tolerance while he demonstrates. Aizawa notices that the spikes don't seem different from the rest of his bony exterior and asks if breaking the spikes feels like breaking bones. Izuku glanced over with a confused look. Why would not it? All bones are bones. Aizawa ignored the odd speech patterns and felt sick after looking at least 10 bone spikes that were on the ground after being broken off. This child was snapping his own bones so casually, with no complaint, just because Aizawa wanted to know how fast they regrow. Composing himself, "Please stop, I didn't realize it was hurting you. In the future, please tell me if you are in pain while we are training." Izuku seemed so confused at this concept. Why? He sighed deeply. "First off, because if I'm going to teach you properly I need to know what does and doesn't hurt you. Secondly, and far more importantly, I don't want you to be in pain. Does that make sense?" He seemed to ponder this, as if the idea of someone not wanting him in physical agony was an incredibly foreign idea to him, but slowly nodded in response. How the hell was this kid so kind to others after all that's been done to him? From what Aizawa could tell, his student's life was a living nightmare, but he just kept on smiling the best he could with a mouth not made for smiling. But you could see it in his eyes. This boy felt nothing but love and fear for everyone around him, and it broke this teacher's heart. How could anyone do this to such a kind and innocent child? What do you need to grow those back as quickly as possible? Calcium and sleep. Drink more milk tonight, go bed early. Alright, definitely do that. After that Aizawa decided to test his fighting ability the old-fashioned way. Okay Izuku, I want you to attack me so I can see your style and where you are at. Izuku looked mortified and no. No? This kid would break his own bones without complaint but shuts down the mere suggestion of sparing? Why not? He seemed to struggle for a moment to explain before slowly putting it into words. You are nice to me. What does that have to do with anything? Izuku looked just as confused as Aizawa did. Why would want kill nice to me person? Then it clicked, why this kid was clearly strong but terrified of fighting. Why the slightest conflict sent him into a panic, even if he was much stronger than the aggressor. Izuku had never been in a fight that didn't end in someone's death. We can fight without killing, no one has to die in a fight. The concept was obviously foreign to the boy, but he nodded slowly in agreement. Aizawa walked over to a closet and brought out a dummy that was made for training. It was shaped like the upper half of a person and built of a sturdy foam-like material. Okay, how about this instead? We'll start with practicing on this until you get used to fighting without killing. Izuku smiled, clearly liking this plan much better. Alright, to start out, show me how you normally attack, no invisibility though, I need to see what you're doing. Izuku stood about 30 feet away from his target and started running forward until he got up to an impressive speed. Then, as he got within about 10 feet he leapt into the air. 3 spikes stretched out from his right arm and his claws raised on his left. As he landed, in one fluid motion, he stabbed the 3 spikes into the dummy's chest and slit the throat. Aizawa felt a hint of panic when he recognized the results. They had found numerous bodies with nearly those exact wounds over the last 3 months before he was rescued. They thought it was some new gang or an enforcer. They had been using Izuku to kill anyone who crossed the league. Aizawa brought him over to a punching bag. I want you to hit this without breaking it. I need to go handle something, practice attacking without spilling any of the sand that's in the bag. If you mess up just move on to the next one and try again, we've got tons of these. Aizawa walked away and called Detective Tsukachi and explained the situation. He'd be coming over later today with files to see if Izuku recognized the victims. After his conversation Aizawa walked about into the training area and saw 2 completely destroyed punching bags, and Izuku standing in front of a third, hitting it gingerly, as if it were made of porcelain. Aizawa realized this would take a while and took a nap until the detective arrived. As he walked over to grab his bag, he turned to Izuku, you've been at it for a while now, take a water break. Izuku looked down at the ground, clearly embarrassed, can't. Aizawa sighed internally and externally, what kind of crazy shit happened that he doesn't feel comfortable drinking water? Why not? Izuku's eyes stayed glued to the floor, only have water bottle, but need lips to use. Don't like bring bowl to school. Embarrass. Aizawa thought for a moment, alright, come with me. He brought the new student over to a water fountain and showed Izuku how to use it, doubting that water fountains of all things would be embedded in his subconscious memory. It was a bit of a learning curve, with water getting everywhere at first, but eventually he figured out how to use it. Izuku was thrilled that he wouldn't need his bowl at school. While Izuku was making a mess figuring out how to drink water, Aizawa was already taking a nap. After the destruction of nearly 10 bags, Izuku got a handle on not breaking them. He focused on hitting it with the side of his extended spikes or the palm of his hand. Once he figured this out he started being able to hit it with actual strength. Aizawa woke up to the sound of Izuku making a sound that sounded like an odd mix between a bark and a cough. After a few moments of trying to figure out what was going on before realizing he was laughing, Aizawa smiled under his scarf as Izuku laughed in delight as he hit the bag over and over with incredible speed and power, but didn't break it. At least until he got excited and built up too much momentum, sending the bag flying across the room. But it was definitely progress. Good work kid, now go get cleaned up and meet me at the principal's office when you're done, we need to chat with you about something. Izuku smiled at this. Most students would be nervous to go to the principal's office, but Izuku loved talking to Nizu. Nizu was the first nice person he met and he made Izuku feel safe. Izuku trotted off to the showers, wondering what Nizu wanted to talk about. Izuku didn't expect the detective to be there, but he was always nice to Izuku as well, so he didn't mind. But what Izuku did very much mind was the photo on the table. There was a stack of files on Nizu's desk in chronological order, and the picture on top brought back bad memories, a lot of bad memories. It was a photo of the first non-Nomu person that Izuku had killed. Killing other Nomu wasn't nearly as hard, they didn't care about dying, they weren't upset about it happening even if he cared about them. It was a situation where they would be forced to fight to the death where it would either be him or them, and dying in these fights was the only escape from the experiments. But other people were very upset about being killed, and that made it a lot harder. Izuku couldn't say or do anything, just stare at the photo as memories rushed through him like a tidal wave. He had been told to kill this man, he didn't know why, he never knew why. But right before Izuku did it, he started to beg for mercy, for his life to be spared. This made him hesitate, and both Shigaraki and All for One didn't like it when he did that. All for One used telekinesis to force him to kill the man, then bad things happened. A lot of bad things happened. Izuku had never gotten in trouble like that before, and he never would again. He tried really hard not to think about the bad things. Bad things happen when one person decides someone else isn't a person. In this case, too many bad things. Nizu was talking, but Izuku couldn't hear him. Izuku needed to get out. He needed to run. But Aizawa was behind him next to the door. The detective watched with wide eyes as Izuku disappeared, then the glass on Nizu's window shattered, quickly followed by the sound of someone hitting the ground. "Oh my, that's not good, we really should have had this conversation on the first floor," Nizu stated as they watched footprints dig into the ground and quickly lead to a different part of campus. Hound Dog noticed that the school was always quieter during internships. The hero students were absolutely the loudest bunch of kids he'd ever met, and it was nice to have a break from the chaos for a week. Just as he was thinking this, a very scared-looking Izuku ran into his office with a limp and immediately went into his closet and hid there. The pro-hero slowly set down the coffee he was drinking and sat near the coat closet that Izuku had shut himself into. "Hey little guy, I'm guessing something spooked you pretty bad." He heard a quiet whimper as a response. "Well, there's no rush, you can stay as long as you need. But if you ever want to talk or come out you can." After a few minutes he saw Nizu, Aizawa and Detective Tsukachi approach his office. "Would it be okay if I stepped out for a second, or do you want me to stay here with you?" Even with enhanced hearing, Hound Dog barely heard the whispered and panic-filled, "Please stay." "All right buddy, I won't go anywhere." So he stayed in front of the closet like a guard dog and mouthed at the trio to leave as sternly as he could. Nizu seemed to understand the situation and had the other two men leave with him. After about half an hour of silence, the closet door opened very slowly. Sorry. "Hey now, what are you sorry for? You did exactly what I asked you to do. You came to my office when you got scared, and I'm glad you did." Izuku nodded slightly and limped over to the soft couch. The pro smiled softly. "That's a good call, couches are known for being more comfortable than closets." He seemed embarrassed but laughed a tiny bit too. "Would it be okay if I took a look at that ankle? It seems like it's hurting you." Izuku nodded slightly and held out his right hind leg. "Okay, so it looks like you twisted your ankle pretty bad. I'll put some ice on it and he can have recovery girl help you out with it once you're ready for that." He took his time slowly putting some ice on the boy's ankle, then took the seat opposite the couch. "All right kiddo, do you feel ready to talk about what's going on?" Izuku wasn't sure, but felt that he should say at least a little since the man was already so kind to him. Showed picture. Too many memory. "Okay, was this a picture that Nizu showed you?" Izuku nodded. "What was the picture?" Izuku started hyperventilating and fidgeting on the couch. "It's okay, you're safe here, I won't let anyone hurt you." After a couple minutes of positive reassurances, Izuku calmed down enough to talk again. "How about this, instead of talking about this stuff, we'll stop by the infirmary real quick, then we can go get you some lunch. Lunch will end soon, so the cafeteria will be empty once we get there and we can get some food in you." Izuku nodded, liking the idea of having lunch without other people around. After a quiet lunch, Izuku decided to go back to training with the punching bags. He really liked the idea of fighting without killing and wanted to be better at it. Once Izuku had left, Hound Dog stomped into Nizu's office. He was barely holding in his anger and his words started coming out more like angry growls. "What the hell kind of picture did you show that poor kid? He couldn't even tell me without having a panic attack." Nizu slid over the file that Izuku had seen. At first he was confused. What about this plain-looking man had anything to do with scaring Izuku so badly he hid in a closet? Then he read the file and it clicked. "You took a boy with more trauma than I can put into words, and showed him a photo of a man he killed while being controlled by villains. The hell is wrong with you?" In our defense, we didn't know he killed the man, it was only a theory, one that his reaction unfortunately proved. Never pull this kind of sheet again, that kid is in a fragile state. If you're ever unsure, bring it to me instead of a traumatized child. Hound Dog stormed out, slamming the door behind him. By the end of the day Izuku had gotten used to the punching bag and not breaking them. Since he didn't really want to talk to anyone else that day, he stayed invisible the entire run home. It was kind of illegal and left him exhausted once he got there, but it was worth it to not deal with anyone else after such a stressful day. His mom was still at work, so he got on the couch and went back to studying. After a few hours his mother came home to him asleep with his face in a history book. She was so glad her son was home again. She'd never admit it to him, but it was still hard to always remember that the boy in front of her was the same child she raised. It wasn't just how his body had changed, but his speech and personality were so foreign to her. She always felt guilty for having those thoughts, but at the same time, could you blame her? Her son went from a talkative boy to an animalistic creature with a severe speech impediment. But she made sure to never let those feelings show and shower him in love all the same. Some things would never change though. Those big green eyes, his need to save people, disliking too much attention. Even little things like him wanting to go for a run every morning before school. These things kept her sane through all this madness, reminding her that this was her son now, for better or worse, and she would take care of him no matter what. She gently put a blanket over her son. Even though it was still early, it was clear that he needed to rest. He'd been pushing himself so hard the last few days trying to catch up. She was glad he was relaxing for a moment, even if it was clearly an accident. As Izuku walked into school early the next day, he heard arguing coming from Nizu's office. It sounded like Hound Dog was there and pretty upset, if his growling was any indication. I know what I said, but I'm also saying that unless this is absolutely urgent we should wait. He's just a kid and doesn't need that stuff dragged up so soon. You don't think giving families closure is urgent? That sounded like the detective. I'm not gonna jeopardize all the progress he's made by asking him about who he has or hasn't killed. That's not fair to him. He doesn't need to be reminded of things he was forced to do. Izuku took a deep breath and walked in, speaking slowly, trying to keep his words right. It's fine, I can tell you. Show me files. Kid, where'd you come from? You don't have to do this if you don't want to dash. Please show the files, want this to done. As you wish, Midoriya. Nizu said as he reached into his desk and pulled them out and spread them across the desk. There were 15 files laid out. Izuku stood on two legs, with one hand resting on the desk for balance, and used the other hand to point at the files one at a time. Yes, 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 no, yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes, no, no. Miss 1. Red hair lady, rubber quirk. Are we done? Nizu spoke up as he watched the tears roll down Izuku's face. Yes, that's all. I know that was hard, but we really appreciate your help. Izuku walked away without another word. Izuku met a tired Aizawa in the classroom before they went to one of the gyms to train. Izuku really didn't want to train today. He tried to come up with a good excuse to get out of it. Can I work on Hero Suit Morning? He just hoped that Aizawa didn't know it was already done. Aizawa pretended to not notice the bloodshot eyes and the slight tremble in his voice. Right, you still need that. Sure, I'll be taking a nap then, let me know when you're done. Aizawa had been notified that the suit was complete, but regardless of what his students believed, he wasn't heartless. He could tell the kid needed a break. Izuku walked down to where Mei was usually working, staying invisible the whole journey, not wanting to deal with people today. He smiled a little when he saw her and became visible again, surprising her by accident. Izuku, I didn't see you there. Don't surprise me when I'm welding, I explode stuff too much as it is. What can I help you with? He realized he hadn't thought this far ahead. He mostly just wanted to be around Mei since she treated him like a normal person. Can maybe I help with things here? Mei was a little confused, but was always happy to have help, and Izuku was fun to have around. Sure, I could use an extra set of hands, she chuckled a little, or claws in this case, she said cheerfully. So he spent the morning lifting things, holding them still, and bouncing ideas back and forth with Mei while they worked. He was holding a robot suit upright and Mei was working on the wiring that was hard to reach normally. So, are you going to tell me why you're here instead of doing hero stuff? Don't get me wrong, I love having your help on the babies, but I have no idea why you're here. Izuku was trying to decide if he should tell her the truth. She was really nice to him and he didn't really have a reason to lie to her. Had to tell which people I killed while was called Nomu. Sheet, I get why you wouldn't want to do hero stuff after that. But why come here? Does making babies calm you down too? Well, I didn't come here for the babies, duh. She was completely lost at this. There wasn't anything else here but tools and the babies she made with them. He saw the confusion that she wore very obviously. He laughed a little. Came here be with you. You good friend? Not many treat me like person. She smiled. Well, I think you're not only a person, but a very helpful one who makes building even more fun than it already is. She laughed a little, plus I think we're both weird enough that we get along great. Izuku was really glad he chose to come down here. He really didn't want to be alone right now, and being around Aizawa barely felt different from being alone. Lunch was like it usually was, with everyone staring at him and making comments as he pretended he didn't hear the words villain and monster. He was glad Mei wasn't in the hero program. If nothing else, he didn't want to eat lunch alone for a week. He heard everyone laughing behind him, more than usual, but didn't know why. He didn't want to turn around, and wasn't sure he wanted to know what they were laughing about this time. Mei seemed completely unaware as she sat across the table from him. Mei was really nice, but had little knowledge of social cues. A boy with purple hair and tired eyes stood up with a heavy sigh and walked over to him. Izuku felt nervous as the boy walked over, not sure what he wanted. "Here, let me get that," and pulled off a note that had been stuck to one of the spikes on the back of Izuku's head. The word villain scribbled on the small piece of paper. Izuku didn't think he'd ever felt more embarrassed. How had he not noticed that? "Oh, didn't know that there." "Yeah, I figured you didn't," he sighed and sat down with them. "Name's Shinso. I get what it's like for everyone to call you a villain for something that isn't your fault, and I couldn't just sit around and do nothing." Mei was tinkering with a small gadget. Without looking up, "Why would you be a villain? You look tired, not evil." "People say I have a villain quirk, I can brainwash people." It wasn't hard to see Izuku's immediate panic at the possibility of being controlled again. "Don't worry, I wouldn't use it on you, I'm not that much of an a-hole." After lunch, Izuku went to the gym with Aizawa and continued training on how to fight with his quirks without killing or doing serious damage. Once he mastered not destroying punching bags, Aizawa had him move on to finding new uses for his quirks. "Alright, it seems like you always just used the same moves because they worked, but that won't cut it anymore. I want you to put that brain of yours to work and find new ways to use your quirks. You've got 4 quirks, so you should be able to become a highly versatile hero." Once school was over, he walked down to the workshop where Mei would inevitably be even though the school day was over. As he went into the workshop, he found her working on the gadgets they had talked about. She looked up at him with a big smile, displaying the goggles she made him so he could still see while moving at high speeds. They were slightly tinted green since Mei thought it would look cool, and they had a sleek design that accommodated the shape of his head. "These babies are gonna be great. Oh, and I put a tracker in your suit." Okay, he knew who he was working with, so he wasn't surprised or worried about this. He trusted her and was sure she had a good reason. "Only you know it there?" "Yep. I was thinking about the whole idea of me helping out, and I realized that would be a lot easier if I knew where you were." "Makes sense." He looked at his phone when he got a notification on it. It was an emergency broadcast warning of a monster attack in Hosu. He was surprised by the wording. Didn't they mean villain attack? Then he saw the picture. It was his family, his Nomu family. He only remembered the last 11 months, and 10 of them were spent with these people. He lived with them, trained with them, suffered with them. They were the only ones who he felt truly understood what he went through. And Izuku knew exactly what would happen next. The heroes wouldn't treat his family like the controlled innocents they were. They wouldn't even treat them like the villains who controlled them. No, they would treat his family like wild animals and kill them all. Mei may not have been the best with social situations, but she wasn't stupid either. Anyone with a brain, exposed or otherwise, would know that those Nomu would be killed, not captured. She wasn't going to let her friend go through that pain without at least trying. As Mei looked over to him, Izuku was already getting into his costume and turned on his comm that was linked with a headset she had. He handed her his phone. "Tell me if update." She nodded to him and went over to a computer and put on her headset, making sure that they both knew in case anything changed. She didn't like that he was running off on his own to probably fight the heroes in order to save those close to him, but she could tell how important this was to him. And who was she to tell a hero to not save his loved ones regardless of the risk? All of his fear and meekness seemed to fall away, and she knew he was going to do this even if she didn't help. There were reports of a black and green streak shooting down the highway towards Hosu, but luckily everyone's attention was focused elsewhere. Mainly on the fact that Hosu was on fire. Mei was in his ear giving directions once he was getting close to the city. His body hurt from the speed he was going. His bones started to ache from hitting the ground with such force. It didn't matter though, he had to save them, at least some of them. Even if it was just one, it would be worth it. He refused to let his family die by the hands of heroes. He started to slow down, giving some relief to his body as he entered the city. He was about to head towards where the fighting was still going on when Mei spoke up. "Alright, I've been keeping an eye on the situation and it looks like most of the fighting is happening about a mile from you between Endeavor and the Nomus. Oh, and you just got a message from a Tenya Ida. It's just his location though. Actually, he's pretty close to you. I wonder why he sent that with no context." Izuku knew exactly why. Ida found the hero killer and needed help. But couldn't say that over text for obvious reasons like giving Izuku plausible deniability. So Izuku had a choice: fight the hero killer to save Ida. Or fight Endeavor, the #1 hero, who was known for being ruthless, to save his family. Mei's voice sounded shaky as she tried to hide how scared she was. "Hey, I know how important it is for you to save them. But Endeavor will kill you, and who's gonna help me build my babies if you're burnt to a crisp?" He knew he was right, but if he couldn't save his family, at least he could save a friend. "Send to Tenya spot. He fighting Stain." "You're sure? Okay, I'll guide you there." After about a minute or two of navigating Hosu at an unsafe speed, He heard a scream cut through the air. Izuku dashed into an alleyway and saw Ida on the ground with the hero killer aim to strike down at him with a katana while another man who looked nearly dead collapsed against a wall. Launching himself between them, Stain jumped back and raised his sword in a defensive stance. Ida looked up with a tiny glimmer of hope in his eyes. Izuku, you actually came. Izuku was terrified. Everything in him wanted to run away and hide. That's what was drilled into him from all the time he spent the villains, how to fear. More importantly, how to turn that fear into a weapon. How to fight like you're sure you'll be killed if you make a single mistake. How to win because every other option is too horrifying to consider. He was terrified of the villain in front of him, but he would win anyways. No, let you die. Izuku began to analyze his enemy's quirk as the two sized up the other. Ida, what your blood type, when paralyzed? What? Why should that matter? The fear was clear in his voice. Type A in just a minute before you arrived. You still down for few minute. Stain stepped back a little. How the hell did this thing know that blood type mattered? Then Stain got a better look at him. He knew this monster. Everyone who did their research knew he was the beast that killed All Might. You killed the one true hero. You will die by my hand. Izuku forced himself to ignore everything Stain said as he became invisible and extended his spikes. Izuku wanted to end this quickly, and it seemed Stain felt the same way. The villain charged him and made a wide swing, hoping to catch his invisible opponent. For a moment the tip of the sword disappeared as it grazed Izuku, but drew no blood since it bounced off of his tough costume and tougher shell. Stain knew this would be a difficult opponent, since he couldn't see or cut him easily. Izuku swung back but he was blocked by a katana as Stain laughed. I can't see you. But I can hear you. That bony shell of yours is too noisy for your own good. But the oncoming sword strikes weren't what Izuku was really fighting against. The man clearly didn't take care of his weapons, so they weren't very sharp, and unless he was able to get a direct hit on a CHK in his armor, the sword wouldn't draw blood. His real enemy was fatigue. He'd used too much energy getting here so fast, and keeping up his invisibility drained him even more, but dropping it was a bad idea against a skilled enemy. If he could hold this guy off until Ida could move again, he'd have enough breathing room to win, but as it is now he was forced on the defensive with no chance to strike back. Then he heard in his ear, Izuku, if you're trying to buy time or just need a second, get this guy talking. He's known for ranting about his ideals whenever he can. Izuku jumped back for a moment, standing just in front of Ida, then became visible and looked Stain in the eyes. Why? What you want? Oh? So the monster speaks. Pointing down to the man Izuku didn't know bleeding out on the ground. Why kill him? He's nothing but a fake. He calls himself a pro-hero, but he's doing it for money and fame. It's my duty to purge all fake heroes from society. Izuku took a much-needed breath, glad that he took the bait to start talking. That make you true hero then? Absolutely not. I am a necessary evil to keep heroes on a righteous path. Your name, who the Stain? You or fakes? Stain had a wicked grin at that. Both, but if there weren't fake heroes, I wouldn't need to exist. And you're the worst of them all. You killed the greatest of all the heroes and now you're pretending to be one while you defend this fake. The killer pointed at Ida, who came here not for justice but for revenge. Izuku felt the slightest tap on the back of his foot, Tenya subtly signaling he could move again. And for that, you'll both die. Stain lunged forward and Izuku became invisible and charged at him as well. Izuku just needed to get to the other side of him so Ida could strike from behind. At the last second Izuku dodged to the left and extended the spikes on his right, managing to give Stain a deep cut on his arm. But with a mix of luck and skill Stain finally managed to pierce his invisible foe, cutting into his hip as he ran past. The wound wasn't deep thanks to his new suit, but enough to finally draw blood. Stain quickly liked it and saw a now visible and paralyzed Izuku behind him, with his spikes still fully out since he couldn't use his quirk to pull them in. Stain laughed and approached him with his back now to Ida. I will take great joy in ending your life, killer of all might. As he raised the sword to strike, Ida moved at his absolute max speed and kicked him into Izuku. Stain yelled out in pain as his left leg was stabbed in 4 places by his immobilized enemy. Izuku bit down on the other leg that got close enough to his jaws, thankful he could still move his face. Stain tried to turn and face Ida, but Izuku made sure that he wouldn't make his job easy as he broke the man's leg between his teeth. At that Stain turned his focus back to Izuku swinging his sword down at the boy immobile. But this moment of distraction was all Ida needed. Getting in about 3 steps to build up speed, Ida pushed his engines to their absolute limit, feeling them on the verge of stalling, and delivered the most powerful kick he could to the side of Stain's head. From the force of the blow, his head whipped to the side with frightening speed, and all 3 in the alleyway heard a sickening crack sound as the hero killer went completely limp and his head hung at a completely unnatural angle. After a moment of silence, Izuku heard Mei's voice. Are you okay? What's going on? Please be alive. Okay, stain dead. I guess that makes us team laundry detergent. Get it, because we got rid of a stain. I know murder isn't something you're supposed to joke about, but he was a terrible person, and the joke had to be made. Not terrible as you jokes. My god, did Izuku just make a joke? The world is complete now. Need to go, we'll talk later. Alright. When Izuku saw the confused look Ida gave him, he pointed at his ear and said, "Calm Link." With the paralysis ended, the injured man on the ground stood up holding his wounds. I'm the pro-hero native. Sorry I didn't introduce myself, you two seemed quite focused. I suggest you get out of here now before other pros show up. I'll tell them that I have no idea who saved me, it's the least I can do for you after saving my life. He then limped over to the sword on the ground and wiped it off on his bloody shirt. I'll make sure to clean up this mess, we don't want cops to have your DNA on record. Now get out of here before you get spotted. As they started to move away, they saw Native close his eyes in focus as rats and birds started to move into the alley, cleaning up all the bits of bone and blood. Although it was effective, it was more than a little disturbing to watch rats lick up his blood in order to remove evidence from a crime scene. Ida and Izuku stood in an abandoned building not too far from there, and Ida completely broke down. Izuku wasn't doing too great himself, but tried to hold himself together for his friend. I should turn myself in. I just killed a man. I'm not a hero, I'm a murderer. Tenya fell to the ground with his head between his knees and his hands over his head. Tenya, I'd be dead if you didn't. He no stop, if you didn't kill, who would be gone next, how many hero die? Izuku sat next to Ida. You killed, but you also saved. Me, Native, you, next victim, all saved by you. You hero. Do you really think I could still be Dash? Ida was cut off by the sound of an explosion and a torrent of flame filled the street as they hid in the shadows inside the building. They both watched in horror as a winged Nomu fell to the ground still alive and screaming as it was burning. Endeavor walked over to it and burned out its brain without a second thought, and without the slightest hint of remorse on his face. What was worse were the cheers from the pros and sidekicks behind him, but out of the two boys' sight. Good work, I think that was the last of them. What the hell are these things? Glad we were able to stop them. It's a good thing you were here, or there would have been way more casualties. He might not be the most loved, but people are coming around since they're seeing how effective he's been as the #1 hero. Izuku was fuming. It took all of his strength to not attack them where they stood. They call the murder of a defeated enemy a good job? He clearly went too far and didn't even consider using a non-lethal method. As the heroes walked away, Tenya put a gentle hand on his shoulder. I think I see what you meant. If I hadn't acted you would have died, and between letting you live and stain, I'd save you any day. But that was just murder. No one was saved, it was just killing without remorse or regret. If that's the bar being set by pros, then I think we more than meet the mark. Izuku was relieved that Ida thought of the still burning Nomu in front of them as a person, a human being, and that his death was murder. Izuku began to sob and held onto Ida. They all dead, why my family dead? Why? Ida realized just how close his friend was with the dead Nomu littered around the city. Ida came upon a dark realization, a villain had crippled his brother, but the heroes did far more than cripple Izuku's family. He hated himself for thinking it, but in this case he wondered if the hero or villain was worse. All the Nomu were just like Izuku, innocent civilians who were kidnapped and experimented on and turned into weapons. They weren't evil like Stain was. They were just being controlled, and both Izuku and the other rescued Nomu showed even the worst-case scenario is just being unresponsive. And the best-case scenario from saving the Nomu was sitting right next to him. It left a sick taste in his mouth that the heroes with Endeavor didn't even try to stop this senseless killing, instead they praised him and thought that this would help his popularity. And Ida hated that he knew it was true, the people would love Endeavor for this. You need get back manual. Tenya didn't want to do anything right now. He wanted to sleep and hide and think. He really needed to think, but he knew Izuku was right. Are you good to go back home on your own? Yeah, I go slow this time. Izuku started jogging back home, taking a less visible route this time. He opened up his chat with his pink-haired friend. Mei? Hey there, how'd the escaping go? I'm guessing pretty good since you're not dead or in jail. Yeah, got away. But family is all gone. None got away. I saw, it's all over the news. Watched burn my brother death. Are you okay? Don't know. Can see you, don't want go home now. That actually works out great, since I told your mom you were hanging out with me over text since she wanted to know where you were. By the way, she says she loves you and is glad you made a friend, but you need to be home by 10-11 at the absolute latest. Thank help. Mei could tell he was panicking, his speech always broke down when he got scared or panicked. So she tried to be reassuring as she told him how to get to her house. You parent care? Nah, they're never really home. My dad travels a bunch for work and my mom's in jail for selling her inventions on the black market, so it's pretty much always just me at home. Once Izuku had the energy for it, he became invisible and ran down the highway. He couldn't risk being seen again, but didn't need to go as fast this time, so he was able to handle the strain. Running and talking to Mei helped him get his mind off of watching his brother burn, even if just for a moment. After a few more minutes he got to Mei's house and she quickly let him in. He had never felt this tired, physically, mentally, and absolutely not emotionally. With all of these things together he essentially collapsed on the floor once he got inside. Mei turned off the comm link and sat on the ground with him. Hey Izuku, how about we move you off the floor? He whined at needing to move but slowly got up as he walked over to the couch and laid down on it with his head in Mei's lap as he quietly cried. Mei had no idea what to do with a crying boy, she barely knew what to do with a regular boy, let alone a crying one. She was really good with robots and blueprints, but crying boys were neither of those things. Especially since he had a really good reason to cry. So she just gently put a hand on his back and sat there with him. He didn't say another word that night and eventually cried himself to sleep as he stayed close to her. He woke up early the next morning looking up at Mei's face. She was still asleep but in pajamas, which is not what she was wearing when he fell asleep. First he felt embarrassed that he fell asleep on her, then he panicked realizing he hadn't gone home that night. His mom will be so worried and upset. His phone was right next to the couch and he was about to call his mom to apologize when he saw that there was a text conversation with his mom that didn't happen. Mei must have used his phone to clear stuff up with his mom. Hey mom, I know you said be home by 10, but stuff on the news was hard to hear. Could I stay with friend Hatsum overnight? Of course darling, I know this must be really difficult for you. Let me know her address and I'll drop some of your stuff off tonight. Thank mom. He also saw he had a single text from Ida. Thank you. Izuku decided it would be best to respond in person, since everything he wanted to say would be incriminating. So he just replied, of course. Izuku was a bit embarrassed by Mei's accurate representation of how he spoke, but looked over at the bag of his stuff in the corner. He still had time before they'd need to get up and get ready for school, so for now he just did his best to relax and just lay there with her. He realized he was still in his hero costume and wondered if his mom had seen him sleeping in it since he was also under a blanket. Eventually he got up before Mei woke and started getting ready. He realized some of his spikes still had blood on them, along with his suit. So he took a quick shower and got dressed before washing the suit by hand to get it as clean as possible. Luckily they had lots of stain removers, which made sense since Mei was always covered in grease. When he was done with that he came out of the bathroom to Mei who had gotten dressed already and was eating some cereal, but seeing him leave the bathroom she moved with surprising speed. Oh thank God you're finally done in there, I was about to wet myself. He quickly got out of her way. Sorry, had to get blood off suit and spikes. Okay, that's maybe the only acceptable excuse for taking up the bathroom for so long. You talked to my mom? Izuku asked, pointing at the things his mom had brought over. Yeah. She's a lovely lady who's very worried about you, but seemed thrilled that you made a friend. She also seemed relieved that you staying over at a girl's house meant you just sleeping on my couch. We chatted for a little bit, mostly about you, all good things I promise. They finished getting ready and got on the bus together. Izuku felt bad since he took up more space than most people. Luckily it wasn't too long of a trip and Mei glared at anyone who started to comment or talk about him like he wasn't there. He walked to class with his head hung low. He was glad for Mei and her being supportive, but it didn't stop him from feeling consumed by the night before. He was so full of anger, and sadness, and fear that he would be the next dead Nomu. He met with Aizawa and went to one of the gyms as he tried to take his mind off of the night before. Alright, so yesterday I had you make new strategies for how to use your quirks. Today I want you to practice those ideas, see what does and doesn't work. But first we're going to do some stuff to check where you are at physically. Usually it's the first thing students do, but I decided understanding your quirks and teaching you to not murder on accident was the most important thing to take care of first. He could respect how blunt and to the point Eraserhead was. Even though his name was weird and still refused to shave his head when Izuku muttered that it was a clear tell for his quirk. So he spent the next few minutes throwing a ball, jumping around, and running. He was pretty good at all of those. He didn't have great scores in the class mostly because of one activity. Swimming. Izuku had never needed to swim before and he realized he was very much not built for it. Izuku had one major issue, he did not float. Not even a little. It took most of his effort to just tread water and every time he tried to actually swim he felt like he nearly drowned, so Aizawa told him to get out of the pool without completing the task. Aizawa, alright, so that's definitely something you'll want to work on. The last thing we need is for you to be completely useless on 70% of the planet. But for the foreseeable future we'll just make sure you don't have any missions on the water or on the docks. Izuku spent a brief amount of time telling Aizawa his ideas, who approved them and told him which to practice today. So he spent a good part of the day trying to make only part of himself invisible. The goal was to make just one spike invisible, allowing him to perform a sneak attack or catch his enemy off guard. Diverting light around his whole body had become intuitive to him at this point, so doing for just a specific point took a lot more focus, and was hard to hold while he moved at all or grew the spike. Then he practiced making things other than himself invisible. He could do it, but it was hard to maintain, and it was harder the further away the object was. By the time lunch came around he'd made some progress, but not a lot. He was glad to go to lunch since he was absolutely exhausted from using his invisibility so much. Mei helped him grab his lunch and they sat together with Shinso discussing what they were all working on in class right now. She was working on making a drone that she could use for surveillance. He talked about the ideas he practiced that morning, and Shinso talked about how bored he was. He didn't really feel challenged. I just wish I could prove I could be a hero, but I've never really had the chance. The entrance exams were robots, making me useless. And my big chance to shine at the sports festival, I'm up against an ice user who doesn't seem to talk at all. Just my luck. Izuku nodded. You deserve to be hero. But even if you can't, there's a ton of super cool stuff that isn't being a hero. You'll figure it out, but I agree, you'd be a great hero. Oh, if you become a hero you better not let anyone else make your suit. Shinso laughed. Of course Mei, I wouldn't dream of it. The other kids in the cafeteria still muttered behind his back. It seemed they had a lot to say after the Nomu attack, but no one was brave enough to say it to his face. He spent a little bit of time talking to Hound Dog before he had to get back to practice. Those Nomu were family, my family. Hound Dog sighed. That makes sense, kiddo. It makes sense that this would be pretty upsetting. Noticing Izuku starting to cry, tell me what's on your mind. This is a safe spot to let all that out. Bottling all that up won't help in the long run. Izuku shouted, which threw the counselor off. He'd never heard the kid speak much above a whisper. I'm angry. Brothers and sisters would be alive if looked normal, calming down a little bit. If someone kidnapped and forced to hurt others, they would be stopped but let go once they were helped. Like I was. But they didn't even try. Instead of giving chance to get better, they died from fire. The pro knew he was probably right. If the appearances of the Nomu hadn't been changed, then the pros probably wouldn't have used lethal force. There are few criminals that pros are given orders to kill on sight, and the Nomus people that died last night did not even come close to that level of danger. Based on the reports, some of them were restrained, but were killed anyway. If people remembered that these were innocent civilians who were experimented on, maybe their deaths wouldn't have been accepted so easily by the public as if it was the only choice. I'm sorry Izuku, I wish I could make this better, but I want you to know that I agree with you. Those people shouldn't have been killed, and I absolutely see you and your siblings to be people. No doubt in my mind. The bell rang for classes to resume and Izuku went back to the track. This time his practice was to run in circles until he could circle the track without falling down when he made a sharp turn. He was instructed to start at a low speed and to see how fast he could go and still make turns. Once you feel comfortable with the speed you can maintain without flying off the track like before, press this button. Handing Izuku a crude remote with a red button, it will make sense what you do from there. I'll be at my office doing paperwork if you need anything. After a couple hours Izuku was covered in bruises and had broken a couple of spikes that were starting to grow back. But he was starting to get the hang of the turns. He had been able to hold about 50 to 60 miles per hour without falling and felt pretty good about that. It wasn't anywhere close to his max speed when going in a straight line, but it still felt fast enough to see what happened when he pressed the button. Roughly human-sized robots on 3 legs walked out and started wandering aimlessly, but they all stayed on the track. At first he was confused, then he saw that they all wore signs that said, civilian. He then also saw a larger and much sturdier-looking machine that had a sign on it that said, CAR, as it began to run the track as well. In the opposite direction of Izuku. He was supposed to keep running the track, but he couldn't hit any of the mock civilians and needed to avoid getting run over. He had to go much slower this time in order to not destroy the surprisingly fragile bots. He accidentally broke 3 of them before the day was done. By the time school was over he was able to get up to about 20 to 25 miles an hour without running into anything. Izuku felt like he made pretty good progress in just a day even though his body ached from running for hours and from the times he fell over or ran directly into the car robot on accident. He decided to take the bus home even though he hated it. He was too sore to do any more running and too drained to use his invisibility. So he dealt with getting accidentally bumped into the whole way and listening to insults and jeers trying to get a reaction out of him. One person broke a glass bottle over his back. He barely felt it through his exoskeleton, but it still hurt his feelings. He got home and went right into his studies, not really wanting to talk or think about how he felt. His mom definitely noticed, but decided not to pry, since she knew how hard the night before had been. Apparently hard enough that he didn't feel comfortable coming home. She just wished her son would talk to her, tell her what's going on in that head of his. But she was glad he was talking to someone, even if it wasn't her. That girl he spent the night with seemed a little odd, and she wished her parents hadn't already gone to bed. She would have liked to meet them. All that aside though, she seemed like a nice girl, and if Izuku felt safe around her, then that was good enough for her. Her boy was scared of everyone, and she would be so grateful if that girl helped ease his fears. Then something suddenly occurred to Inko. Would she need to have the birds and bees talk with Izuku a second time since he forgot everything? She doubted that it fell into the subconscious memory category. She really hoped he didn't do anything stupid. For the first time, she was oddly comforted that Izuku seemed to greatly dislike physical touch, and that gave her hope that he really did just sleep on the couch last night. After a nice dinner and one very awkward conversation later, Izuku went off to bed. He was so exhausted and sore he was glad to go to bed, and even though it usually meant nightmares. The next day at school he spent reviewing everything he had questions on so far with the teachers, trying to catch up on academics. They were impressed by his ability to retain information, but it was clear he had a long way to go. On the last day of the internship week, Izuku spent the day learning about rescue situations. This was definitely harder for him to learn. He was built to be the perfect assassin, not the perfect paramedic. He was interested in being to help this way too, but everything felt so unnatural. He was good at finding the dolls that were the trapped fake civilians, but it's hard to carry them to safety when your body is covered in giant needles. Trying to apply bandages with claws wasn't much better. In almost every case he made the situation worse, but not for lack of trying. He really did try his best, he just had no idea what he was doing. 13 came over as he threw the bandages in frustration after stabbing the arm he was trying to wrap. "Hey Izuku, seems like the medical stuff is giving you some problems." He stared at the ground as if the tiles had personally insulted him. "Don't worry about it too much, kiddo. I had the same problem when I was a student." They wiggle their fingers for emphasis. "I'm a living black hole inside a giant spacesuit, not exactly built for dexterity. I know you're frustrated right now, but you're not alone. You have no idea how many practice dummies I accidentally destroyed while learning CPR." Izuku felt a little better that someone shared his issue with accidentally killing the dummies he was supposed to save. Afterwards Izuku was given a stack of materials to review and a bunch of mock quizzes to take over the weekend to get a better idea of where he was at. Then he went down to the workshop like usual to chat with Mei. He heard an explosion and saw the door go flying off. He ran in hoping she was okay. But when he entered he saw Mei laughing almost maniacally as everything was covered in an odd white foam. "It works perfect. Was supposed to explode? Oh Izuku. Didn't see you there. Well, what baby would be perfect without explosions? What you working on?" "I was making a compact fire extinguisher. I may have added a tiny bit too much pressure, which made my baby go boom." She showed him a handful of what seemed like steel marbles. "These babies are packed to the brim with foam that puts out fires, so when you break them they explode. Would also be pretty good for a distraction." "Oh. That gives me an idea. What if I made these with a hardening foam so it could be good for capture too? Only you stop fire with explosion. How else would you stop a fire? Don't be ridiculous, explosions are the best solution for most problems." "Speaking of solution, could you help with math maybe? I am confusion." "Hell yeah. I love math. It's how I make my babies. Math babies are the best babies." Izuku smiled a little at that. "Well, look at that. That's the first real smile I've seen on you in days. Math babies really are the best if they can make you smile. How about I come over this weekend?" "Sound like good plan. I will ask Mom. She seemed to like you a lot." "Of course she does, what's not to like? I'll text her now to ask if I can show up." "You have my mom number?" "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to that. "Also, she says I can and that she loves you." Inko was glad her son had made a good friend that he enjoyed hanging out with. But she is still confused and slightly worried when the girl bursts through the door shouting, "It's time to make math babies." It turns out that making math babies just meant studying and helping Izuku with homework. They ended up spending the entire day together, mostly doing math and chatting. After dinner the two sat on the couch together watching a movie. At first Inko was confused why Mei asked to borrow some pillows, but Inko thought nothing of it and gave her a couple. Then she smiled as she watched Mei put them up against Izuku's side so she could cuddle up to him without getting stabbed, since his spikes were sharp even when pulled in. Inko was absolutely shocked watching this. Izuku was letting a person make physical contact with him, albeit through a pillow, but still. Izuku felt a little nervous with how close Mei was while they watched the movie, but after a few minutes he calmed down and felt oddly relaxed as she wrapped an arm around him. Inko noticed the two of them starting to fall asleep and asked if Mei's parents were coming to pick her up. Mei really didn't want to lie to her for a second time. She was a wonderful lady and didn't want to mess stuff up. So she decided to be her normal blunt self and bite the bullet. Oh, well, my mom's hasn't been around for years and my dad's out of the country, so I don't think either will be able to pick me up. Inko was definitely surprised at the revelation. Wait, I thought you said your parents were home when Izuku stayed the night? Yeah, that was kind of a complete lie. I just didn't want to wake Izuku up, and he really did just need a friend that night. Then she thought to herself, plus if you had made him get up when you arrived you would have seen him covered in blood. Well, I'm glad you told me now, but in the future I'd prefer you tell me the truth the first time. So, does that mean you live on your own? Most of the time, yeah. Inko didn't like that one bit. Well, we have a guest room here if you ever want to spend the night here. It's not right to have a young lady living on her own. I don't really mind all that much, I'm pretty used to it by now, but if I have the option I'd be down to stick around. Izuku smiled up at that, clearly liking the idea of spending more time together. Okay, I'll call your father and ask him what he thinks about it. Okie dokie, but I can promise he won't care. Inko stepped out of the room for a few minutes then came back, looking a bit frustrated. Well, it would seem you were correct, and I think it would be lovely to have you around. But, we need to have some boundaries set, you both sleep in your own beds. If I catch anyone sneaking into the other's room then all deals are off. I'll have no teenage pregnancies in this house. Mei just friend. If Izuku had skin, he would be blushing a lot. And Mei most definitely turned bright red at the comment and muttered, lucky you, not able to blush, Mr. Too Cool for Skin. Well, anyways, Mei, do you need to get anything from your house for the night? Nope, I made sure to pack an overnight bag since I kinda figured I'd end up spending the night. Inko sighed, not sure how to feel about Mei being so prepared ahead of time. Well, it's getting late, you two should go get ready for bed. Mei headed off to the guest room with her bag. Sure, Mom. Inko was dumbfounded at this, and more so when Mei didn't even try to correct herself. Izuku was just laughing quietly on the couch. Mei is Mei, try not worry about it. The next day Inko found that she respected Mei's blunt honesty that seemed to be her default mode. But she kind of wished she could tone it down a little bit before giving Inko a heart attack. Hey Mei, how come you called me Mom last night? Oh, that? Because I fully plan on marrying your son. Inko promptly spat out the tea she was drinking. Excuse me? I said I plan on dash. Yes, I heard you. I thought you two were just friends. We are. But I'd like to change that if I can. But I also don't want to freak him out. Wow, this girl just says exactly what she thinks. Well, just make sure you take care of him and maybe make sure he knows you feel that way. Because I'm pretty sure he just thinks of you as a friend. I know, that's why we're just friends right now. Inko had no idea what else to say to this girl. Well, I hope the math goes well today. Mei lit up like a Christmas tree and pumped her fist in the air. We're doing geometry today. Izuku wasn't really sure how it happened, but by the end of the weekend Mei had basically moved in. Izuku was glad, but he still thought it was weird that his mom basically adopted his best friend. Because of this, Izuku started taking the bus to school instead of just running while invisible, even though that was technically against the law since he shouldn't be using his quirks in public. Mei looked like she was going to kill someone when heard someone call out to the two of them. You really can't bring your dog onto the bus. What breed is he? Never seen one like that. Mei's fists were clenched, ready to punch the man in the face when Izuku reached up and held her hand. Not worth it. She did her best to ignore the continuing insults at her friend. Wow, it can even talk, how'd you train it so well? Mei lost it. Shut the F up. If he's a dog then you're a goddamn earthworm. Izuku was glad that their stop was up, because he really didn't want a fist fight to start on the bus. Once they were off the bus she turned to him. Sorry about that, I know you hate it when I start fights over that stuff. But I just can't stand how people talk about you. You're an amazing person, and I hope you know that. Knowing you think that good enough, don't care about all the others. Both of them headed off to class, feeling a little better. Izuku got to class a bit early. The only other person there was Ida, who looked like death itself. His eyes had dark bags under them. He clearly hadn't slept for days, but he had an intensity about him that was even more than usual. Ida quickly walked up to him, speaking very quietly. I know this isn't the place for it, but we need to talk. How about after school? Izuku nodded, knowing that there were cameras all over campus and they would be caught immediately if they discussed anything here. They both took their seats and waited for class to start. Izuku sat at his desk and pulled out his special pencils, and smiled a little thinking about how May made them just for him. As everyone filed into the classroom, it grew louder and chaotic with everyone talking about their internships, which already set Izuku on edge a little. He tried to tune them all out and just focus on being ready for class. To distract himself, he started taking notes on everyone's quirks and tried writing down possible improvements for each one. Then he heard a conversation he couldn't ignore no matter how hard he tried. Kirishima was talking with his friends about how he was at the Hosu disaster. Izuku felt frozen in his seat. Yeah, I was fighting a gray monster that had a nasty tongue and was pretty tough. Izuku began to tremble in fear and anger at what was going to be said next. Ida noticed and began to quietly move over to Izuku. But I was able to take care of it. Haha, no sheet, we saw the pictures, it had a straight-up hole in its chest, said the boy with taping elbows. Izuku stood up abruptly, getting everyone's attention. She. More than one person responded with, what? She, not it, she. Uraraka spoke softly, Izuku, did you know her? Izuku started to get very nervous with all eyes on him, but couldn't turn back now. Looking down a little, she was sister. I knew her for as far back as I remember. Silence went over the classroom. Even if they didn't all like Izuku, they were beginning to understand the weight of their words. Well, it's not my fault she was attacking the city. Wasn't hers either. Not given a choice. She innocent. Just controlled by villains. Well, didn't seem too happy to me, probably did it a favor. You think would thank you for murdering family? Killed everyone I love. Aizawa had been walking down the hallway to class and knew today would be one of those days when he heard the shouting. Aizawa walked into class to see Izuku with the spikes on his hands fully out and ready, starting to pounce on Kirishima with Tenya by Izuku's side. Overall, the entire class looked like it was about to become a mosh pit. He wrapped his capture weapon around Izuku to pull him back to his seat before he landed his attack. Hey! What do you think you're all doing? Shiro spoke up, standing by Kirishima's. Izuku's lost his mind and was trying to attack Kirishima. Aizawa looked over at Izuku, whose words came out in a low growl, bragged about killing my family, can't let that go. Everyone get back to your seats. Izuku, you can't attack other students. Kirishima, have some common sense. I'll have both of you talk with me and Nizu after class. Aizawa sighed, now, everyone get in your hero outfits, we're going to be doing some hostage rescue practice. This practice was basically just a race through an urban obstacle course. Izuku was in the first group and felt confident in his abilities in a race. They were set apart in groups of 4 and Izuku was in the first group to go. He immediately noticed Shiro was in the same group as him. He did not like Shiro. Izuku could see it, especially this morning, that Shiro didn't see Izuku as fully human. And he certainly didn't see his family that way. So he was determined to win. He knew it wasn't the most heroic reasoning, but Izuku wanted to prove that he was better than those that looked down on him. When Izuku stood at the starting line, he was trembling. Are you that scared by a simple exercise like this? He heard someone shout from behind him. Izuku didn't even bother to look back at Bakugu's taunts. But Aizawa knew what that trembling meant. He was ready to shoot off like a cannon. But Izuku didn't have full control at that speed, and he wasn't alone in this race. Izuku, I know you're mad, but this is a simple rescue mission. I expect no injuries from this. So you better not go faster than you can without hurting someone. If Aizawa hadn't always been kind to him, he probably wouldn't have listened. But he did, and Aizawa watched as Izuku powered down slightly. Thank you. Now get going, and with that lackluster starting signal all 4 raced into the complex. Izuku was easily the fastest, but Shiro had the most maneuverability. The two of them were neck and neck the entire time, with Shiro in the lead if just by a small margin. Izuku wasn't just angry. He felt dehumanized and insulted, and he was full of sorrow and rage and needed to let it out somehow. But he also didn't want to make Aizawa mad. So he didn't hurt Shiro. But as soon as Shiro landed on a building and was about to launch himself again, Izuku made his tape invisible. Izuku couldn't hold back his laughter as he heard his yells from the rooftops and a tumble as Shiro came to an immediate halt. Why can't I make tape? What the hell? How is this happening? Sensei? Did you erase my quirk? I did not, came from the speakers in their teacher's tired voice. Izuku couldn't hold it for long, but seeing the other student embarrassed for once was worth it. After about 10 seconds, Shiro became aware of a pile of now visible tape piled up in front of him and a laughing Izuku now far in the lead. Izuku was able to win, reaching the end just before Shiro caught up. They all went back, and as Izuku walked past Aizawa, he barely looked up and said, "No injury." Aizawa shook his head. This kid was going to be the death of him, but he was right, he did exactly as he was told. As he went back to his friends, Izuku couldn't hold back his smile. Ochako and Tenya came up to him with smiles as well. That was crazy. I didn't know you could make other stuff invisible. Good work, although that was a dirty trick, I believe it was quite effective. Ida added, a little quieter, but still loud enough for others to hear, and it's good to see you smile again. The girl with a frog quirk spoke up with an intrigued look. Wait, that was a smile? That looks like you're about to eat someone, ribbit. Izuku's smile faded at that and he looked down at the ground. Uraraka stepped in to defend her friend. At least it isn't as scary as Bakago's. The F, is that supposed to mean round face? You just always look ready for murder. Aizawa walked over as all the students had gathered. Alright, we're going to talk about what are some strengths and weaknesses from what we just saw. I don't know, maybe the fact that the Nomu cheated. Shiro spat out. First of all, he didn't cheat. I made no rule against sabotaging against each other, I simply stated that I didn't want to deal with more injuries. Aizawa grew far more intense and stared down Shiro. Secondly, his name is Izuku, and I'll be seeing you at detention and you can bet I'll be calling your parents to tell them why. Shiro looked like he wanted to say more but realized this was a fight he couldn't win. After the rest of the teams had gone, Aizawa led Izuku and Kirishima down to the teacher's lounge. Sensei, I thought we were going to Nizu's office, and he's on the second floor. And well, this is the first floor. Izuku knew why. They didn't want him jumping out of second-story windows when he got nervous. But just knowing they partially expected him to want to jump out of a window from this conversation made him even more nervous. Does it really matter? We're meeting Nizu here. I guess not. Kirishima sat in one of the available chairs and Izuku sat across from him on the couch. He knew it was rude to take the entire couch, but there was no way he would be able to fit on one of those chairs. Nizu entered shortly after them and sat as well, with Aizawa leaning on the wall near the door making some tea. It's good to see you too, but I wish it was under better circumstances. I heard that there was an unpleasant exchange this morning before Aizawa arrived. Izuku didn't dare speak, he didn't trust himself to make a sentence that didn't sound stupid while he was full of so many emotions. So both students only nodded. Your teacher already informed me of what occurred, but I'd rather not play a game of telephone here, so I want each of you to tell me exactly what happened. I could do this with only one of you in the room at a time, but I won't. I need you two to learn how to listen without getting hostile. Do you understand? Both students merely nodded again. Wonderful, then let's get started. Kirishima, how about you go first? Alright, well, I was chatting with my friends about internships and the conversation went to Hosu, since that was a pretty big deal. Izuku freaked out since I fought back against his family, the word said with a level of disgust, and freaked out, attacking me, Shiro, and Kaminari. I think he was gonna try to kill us too if Sensei hadn't walked in. He had his teeth bared and spikes out and everything. Pointing at Izuku, like how he has his teeth now, looking like he's about to bite someone's head off. Izuku was doing his best not to tremble or run away. How was it his fault for how he looked? He had no lips. How was he supposed to do something else with his mouth? Nizu was kind enough to point this out. Alright, I will point out that Izuku is physically unable to retract his spikes further than what he has now and that his lack of lips does make it tricky to read facial expressions for those used to that privilege. Izuku felt a little better when Nizu made it clear he would stick up for him. If that's all, then I'll have Izuku go next. Yeah, that's all I guess, but I think he's taking it out on all three of us with that stuff he pulled during the exercise today. Aizawa didn't see a point in reminding the boy that Izuku acted within the rules, he clearly won't hear them and there's no point in dragging this out with another disagreement. Nizu looked over to Izuku to indicate it was his turn to speak. I appreciate that you were respectful and did not interrupt. Please let us know what happened from your perspective. Izuku opened his mouth but it seemed so hard to make words come out without just screaming at them. Kirishima killed his sister and didn't even think it was worth bringing up. How little did this matter to him? After a few moments Izuku did his best to collect himself, though he started to tremble softly, and spoke quietly, barely loud enough to be heard. Kill sister. Say it favor. Call sis it. Want him know her not fault. Izuku looked down and didn't say another word. It took so much effort to say just that. He had so many things he wanted to say, but it felt impossible to get the words from his brain to his mouth. Nizu leaned forward. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I understand correctly you're saying that he killed your sister, and we do have it on record that he had killed one of the other people experimented on by the League on that mission. Then told you he did her a favor by killing her, and would only refer to your sister as it instead of using the correct pronouns. And you were also upset that he seemed to forget that it was not her choice to be there. Izuku nodded. Can I ask why you attacked? Izuku was confused by this question. Kill family, joke about it. Not good reason. No, that is a fair point. That would be quite upsetting for anyone. Now, I hope you know that it is still not okay to take matters into your own hands. If there is an issue in the future, talk to a teacher. Violence will not be tolerated, and neither will bullying. Now Kirishima, I'm hopeful you can understand why Izuku was so upset. Good. It was Aizawa who spoke up this time, frustration leaking into his words. Excuse me. I said, good. I watched All Might die in my arms, he watched me kill that thing on the news. So yeah, I'm glad he's upset, maybe he can understand how we all feel and why everyone hates him. Aizawa muttered under his breath so no one could hear. Izuku looked up at Kirishima with murder in his eyes. Revenge? I don't know if I'd call it that, but I'm glad there are fewer of those things out there to kill good people. Nizu had already pressed send on a message he had prepared but hoped he wouldn't need. Please come to the teacher's lounge immediately, this is an emergency, was sent to every teacher in the school. In the same moment Aizawa moved between the two, and began erasing Izuku's quirks. Izuku responded by throwing a couch cushion at Aizawa, breaking his line of sight and allowing him to become invisible, making the erasure quirk useless against him. Nizu hoped that Izuku would merely run again, they could work with that. They could live with a student getting upset and leaving the grounds. Nizu's real fear was that Izuku would kill Kirishima over that comment, and people had certainly killed for far less than that. All of Izuku's trembling hadn't been for nothing, he blasted off of the couch at an alarming speed. Launching the couch into the wall behind him and himself into the wall near the door, allowing him to get around Aizawa. Nizu saw the crater appear on the wall, but he moved too fast for either teacher to interfere in a way that mattered. Izuku flung himself at Kirishima, tackling the already hardened teen into the ground. Izuku smashed two removed invisible spikes down, one on each side of his head, and spoke with a slow and calm voice that chilled the boy to the bone. You are lucky. I am nicer than you. Then Izuku became invisible again and they all watched the door open then close. Izuku became visible right before he entered the class, a little late for English but not too badly. Then he noticed that present Mike wasn't there, but the rest of the class was. Izuku decided it probably wasn't too important and took his seat and pulled out his notebook so he could do some reviewing to take his mind off things while they all waited for their teacher to return. Izuku looked around after a few minutes and asked the boy in front of him if he knew where the teacher was. How the F should I know? Said he had to leave on some important business a little bit before you got here, but who the hell knows when or if he's coming back. The class went back to everyone chatting amongst themselves and Izuku studying to take his mind off things. A few more minutes passed before Power Loader stepped partially into the class. Hey there, anyone know where Midoriya is? We can't find him. Power Loader was unsure why everyone immediately started laughing until he looked and saw a very confused Izuku in his seat reading. Why you at class, you a substitute for present Mike? Well now I'm confused as heck, I was told you ran off and were missing. No, I right here. I see that. Power Loader pulled out his phone and called someone. Hey, I thought you said the Midoriya kid was missing. Are you positive? Because right now I'm looking at the kid sitting in his seat with the rest of class, just reading. So I have no idea what the big emergency is. I guess that makes sense, but he seems alright, it looks like he's just reviewing his notes like a goddamn model student. A few moments of silence pass before he hangs up and turns to the class. Alright, it seems there was some miscommunication and your teacher should be back soon. Then he left without another word. Jiro and her super hearing turned to Izuku. Holy shit, not gonna spill the beans, that's up to you and Kirishima, but wow, that sounded pretty intense. I hope you're both alright. Izuku just nodded and kept focused on his notebook like it was his anchor to this world. Maybe if he could learn enough he could talk like everyone else and be treated like a person. Nizu's not even human and gets treated more like a person than him and his family. Present Mike and Aizawa both entered the classroom and Aizawa spoke first. Midoriya, a word? Izuku stepped out of the classroom with Aizawa far enough to be out of the range of any super hearing. Alright, I'll get right to the point. You were both in the wrong there. So here's the situation, so long as that never happens again, we've all agreed to keep it under wraps. But if you raise a hand against a student outside of practice or use your quirks without permission, you'll be expelled. Same goes for Kirishima. We won't put you in any groups together to make this easier, but know that you're on thin ice and this your last chance. Izuku nodded and went back to class. By way, Jiro knows because of Power Loader phone call. Aizawa sighed, he knew this would be a long day, but he didn't realize it would be this bad. Once they got back to the class he spoke up again. Jiro, your turn. Step outside so we can talk. Once they got to lunch Izuku sat with his friend group of Mei, Uraraka, Tenya, and Shinso. Mei helped him grab his food as they moved over to their usual table where, reserved for villains, was carved into the table. Shinso just sighed and made sure to put his tray over the words before Izuku could see them. He thought to himself that Izuku has enough on his plate already without dealing with this nonsense. Uraraka turned to Izuku, "So what were you up to while we were at internships?" Izuku was glad that his friends weren't bringing up what happened in class or Hosu. Catching up on school, practice quirk. Can do this now. And turned Mei's lunch invisible for a second. Mei was perplexed for a moment then started laughing. "You better not ever do that with my babies, I make explosions enough as it is." Shinso sort of chuckled, "Yeah, his mom wouldn't like it if you exploded Izuku's house." Everyone at the table except Mei and Shinso looked confused. Izuku was unsure how Shinso already knew their living situation while Ida and Uraraka just had no idea what was going on. "Pardon me, but why would her explosions damage Izuku's house? They don't live together." Mei quickly answered Ida's question, "Oh, I guess Izuku hasn't told you too. I told Shinso already, but I'm basically living at Izuku's house now." If Izuku could blush he would, but his embarrassed face staring at the floor still gave him away. Trying to make the situation as not awkward as possible, Izuku attempted to explain, "Mom felt not good about Mei living alone a lot. So she stay at guest room when Mei's dad not near." Uraraka nudged Izuku with her elbow, "So, does that mean you two are a thing? Does your mom know?" Mei let Izuku answer this question, "Just good friends." Shinso and Uraraka both notice her lack of an answer and slightly uncomfortable glance back down to a gadget she was fiddling with, but decide it's best not to say anything. After school was over, Ida was waiting for Izuku just outside of the school's defenses. He's definitely confused as to why Mei is with him, surely he understood what he wanted to speak about. The three of them started walking together, further from the school, and no one said a word until they were definitively out of range of UA's many cameras. "Not to be rude, Mei, but I believe there are things Izuku and I should discuss in private." "Oh, don't worry about me, I know about your little stain-removing project, team laundry detergent all the way." Pumping her fist in the air for emphasis. Ida stopped walking, both in shock that she knew and that she could discuss it so candidly. "Izuku! You told her without talking to me." "Sorry for not explaining my part in all this, Izuku didn't tell me really. I was the person on the other end of his earpiece. You know, giving advice, telling him how to find you, making cover stories, that sort of thing." With all of the chaos of that night he had mostly forgotten that Izuku had spoken to someone after the fight. That makes sense. "And you're okay with all of this? Why would I be against team laundry detergent?" Izuku shook his head. "Not team name. Also, I believe that a team name implies that this will happen again, which I don't plan on. Unless Izuku needs me for something in the way I needed him, I intend to remain inside the law." Izuku looked up at Ida, "You do that for me?" Ida truly smiled for the first time in weeks. "Of course, I would have died in the alley if not for you, and you are my friend. If you ever need help, no matter what it is, I'll be there." Then Ida seems to think for a moment, although, if we need to be discreet, laundry detergent would be a good code word that would only make sense to the three of us. "Yes. Team laundry detergent is a go." At Izuku's suggestion, Mei heads off on her own to give the two a chance to talk on their own. They go for a walk together down a fairly isolated path through the woods. Once they are truly alone, Tenya completely breaks down. Do you still think I deserve to be a hero?" Tenya was on the ground with his back against a tree and Izuku slowly sat down next to him. "Yes. You save a pro-hero. You stop a killer. Even if you break the law, you still save people." Ida couldn't hold back the tears he'd been hiding since that day. "Wouldn't that make me a vigilante, not a hero? You put life at risk to stop murder, that is hero to me. No matter what rule says, you are a good person and a hero." "How? How can you say I'm a good person after what I've done? I get that what I did needed to be done, and that the world is better off for it. But now I'm a killer too. Does that mean the world would be better without me? No, I killed good people. I know how it feels to be bad. To do bad things. This isn't that. This different. Saving lives always good. People like him, like Shigaraki, don't get second chance. Need to be stopped all the way for what they done. I'm not sure how I feel about all this yet. But I think it makes a little more sense. I always believed that the rules were right and that they were the best way. But maybe that's not always the case. If we followed the rules at least one man would be dead, probably more. So I just don't know anymore. It's okay to not know. I don't know lots of things." They sat in silence for a while before they both headed home. Izuku started to find a rhythm and structure in his day-to-day activities. He'd get up in the morning and get ready for school. His mom makes breakfast for all three of them. He takes the bus with Mei, with people growing used to seeing him there the comments happen less often. they still happen, but not nearly as much. He goes to homeroom class, Kirishima and his friends pointedly don't look in his direction. Bakago aggressively looks in his direction, but it's hard to tell exactly what face he's making. He looks angry, but also sad, but also like he really wants to say something. Izuku has asked him a few times, but just gets a bunch of yells and swears in return. He takes notes in class and keeps a list of everything that he doesn't know so he can study it later when he gets home. He meets with Hound Dog twice a week to check in and discuss anything Izuku is ready to talk about. Izuku doesn't really talk about life before UA, but is getting better at balancing emotions instead of just fear or anger. He has lunch with his friends every day and finds he cares less about the muttering and the comments that always happen in the cafeteria. He trains with the rest of the class to use their quirks better and how to be better heroes. He spends a lot of time with his friends outside of class, especially for studying. He heads home with May and hangs out with her and his mom before going to bed and starting again. He didn't know what to call it, but he started to feel okay. He wasn't used to things being peaceful, but his life started to calm down, and he really liked it. His nights were still filled with nightmares, but his days made it okay. Izuku was sitting in Hound Dog's office for one of his scheduled appointments and was actually feeling pretty good. "Kid, I'm real proud of you. You've come a long way from when you first got here. Sure, there have been a few hiccups along the way, but you've made real progress." Izuku felt a lot less scared than he had when he first entered school, and he felt like it showed. He wasn't particularly confident, but he wasn't cowering all the time either. Izuku was really happy that Hound Dog thought things were getting better too. "Now, one reason I'm bringing this up is that I've been waiting for you to be more comfortable before discussing anything that happened before coming to school." Izuku's heart dropped. He wanted to ask about the bad things. "I won't make you talk before you're ready, I just want to say we should talk about it at some point. It doesn't have to be soon, but eventually. Because right now you're dealing with trauma by ignoring it and just pushing forward, and that's good, but it doesn't work forever. You're gonna have to work through what happened, and I hope I can help you with that when it comes." Izuku's voice was shaking and his eyes went blank. "No.NOW want.B bad things." Hound Dog moved a little closer. "Hey there, kiddo, it's alright. You're still here in my office and no one is gonna hurt you. You're safe." Izuku started to flash between being visible and invisible. After a couple minutes of being softly reassured, Izuku started to calm down. Sorry. What for? If I had asked you that a month ago, you'd either be in my closet all day or jumping out a window. So there's still progress to be made, but you're doing a lot better." Izuku just nodded. "How about we talk about something easier? How are things going with May?" Izuku smiled in response. "She's been help with math a lot. It's fun to work with her. She is confusing sometimes, but May is May." He laughed a little in response. "I'm really glad you're making friends that care about you." That night May and Izuku were watching a movie sitting on the couch together. May had made the amazing discovery that since Izuku's chest didn't have spikes she could cuddle up to him without getting stabbed. Izuku was breathing softly as his arm wrapped around her. May was happy he had grown so comfortable with her. May wanted to tell him how she felt, but words were never her strong suit. She was a woman of action. So she turned around to face Izuku, still in his arms. He looked at her, a little confused. She kissed him, now he looked very confused. It was awkward. May didn't know what she was doing and Izuku didn't have lips. But she hoped she got the message across. Her hand slowly trailed down his chest as she pulled back from the kiss. Izuku's voice shook, giving a "no thank you" in response. He moved back quickly, accidentally scratching her a little with the sudden movement, then ran into his room and she heard the door close behind him. May didn't know how she thought her first kiss would go, but "no thank you" was not what she was expecting. She felt like she'd. How far back had she just moved them? It took so long for him to casually want physical contact instead of just when he was freaking out. Things were good between them, why did she have to go and mess things up? She had to stop and seriously ask herself if she wanted to be his friend even if that's all they would ever be. The answer was an immediate yes. She loved being with Izuku even as just a friend. Ugh, people were so much more confusing than her babies. She knew she couldn't let this sit. Izuku was the king of worrying. So she wrote a quick note and slid it under his door. "I'm sorry, can we still be friends?" She heard some rustling from the room. She sat and waited by the door as the minutes passed. After a few minutes she heard his scratchy voice weakly respond from the other side of the door. "Like you. No want bad thing. Scared." Her heart sank. His sentences hadn't been this bad for a long time and she hated that she was the cause for his panic. She felt so dumb. She had pieced together what bad things were. It was clear he was physically and almost definitely sexually abused, and felt like an idiot for not realizing something as simple as a kiss would make him think of his time with the villains. She couldn't bring herself to leave that spot in case Izuku needed her. She didn't even realize she fell asleep until she woke up still sitting against his door when he opened it and she tumbled onto the floor. May? Sorry. I just didn't want you to be alone if you needed me. Wait, is it morning? No, just getting water, only been about an hour. Oh, okay. I'll go back to my bedroom. Before she left, he reached out and held her hand for a moment. She smiled, he wasn't mad at her, she just needed to let him set the pace. And right now that pace was movies and holding hands sometimes. Finals were coming up and Izuku was nervous but felt that he could do it. One day before class had started, Izuku half listened to the other students make plans to study together. Izuku had finally figured out everyone's names. The girl hosting it was Yayorozu. Izuku was fully aware of the fact that he hadn't been invited. Which Izuku was completely fine with since he didn't really get along with most of the class. Uraraka came up to Izuku while the rest were talking. Hey Izuku, did you want to study together, to get ready for finals? I was thinking the three of us could form our own mini-study group. Izuku smiled back, sounds like a good plan. We can at my house if want. May's good help with math too. That sounds great, but I wouldn't want to bug May when she has her own finals. He laughed a little, May loved math so much, she would be happy to help. They discussed their study plans further at lunch and Shinso somehow ended up roped into this. So later that day the five of them were together studying all the subjects they shared, like English, history, and math. The three of them would study hero-specific stuff later. Izuku wasn't too worried about the practical portion of the final, but felt less prepared for the written aspect. The written exam turned out to be less terrible than he expected. It was definitely still very difficult, but it was doable. Then came the practical exam. He found out they were facing the teachers, and he was up against Nizu. He looked for who his partner was and wasn't sure how to feel about it. Bakago was loud and aggressive, but he wasn't too mean around Izuku, just weird around Izuku. Every day in class Bakago would always glare at Izuku at some point, like he was a puzzle to be solved. They stood in an urban area and they didn't really have a strategy yet. Izuku turned to his partner. What do you want to do? Maybe focus on escape since both us fast. No. No? Okay, what is plan then? No. Izuku started to get upset but did his best to stay calm. No what? I'm not going to work with you. Then a little quieter, I can't work with you. Why? Because I've known you my whole life but you don't even recognize me. Do you know how much that hurts? Izuku didn't know what to say. He would happily take his memories if he could, but he couldn't. Sorry. F off. I'm going to go after Nizu, you can go off and do whatever. Izuku nodded. That was actually an okay strategy since only one needed to escape and Nizu wasn't very fast. So, as soon as the start signal sounded, Izuku charged off searching for the gate, expecting Bakago to go after Nizu. But instead of charging off to fight the principal, the explosive teen fell to the ground. He left me behind. He's never walked away from me before, he always stuck by my side no matter what I said. He doesn't know me. He has no reason to care about me. Bakago didn't get up and didn't move as he heard buildings collapse and shake the earth with the force of them hitting the ground. Eventually he stood up and refused to be left behind. If Izuku didn't know to be impressed by Bakago, then he'd just have to remind him. As he flew through the air with explosions shooting from his hands, he saw Nizu operating a wrecking ball, knocking the buildings over like giant dominoes. As he started to get closer he heard the signal blare, indicating that the exam had been successfully completed. Bakago felt deflated, he'd done nothing except stay out of Izuku's way, instead of the other way around. Izuku was thrilled, he had completed the practical exam and now was just waiting on the grades from the written portion. As Aizawa went over all the results, Izuku felt proud he was one of the first to complete the exam. Then came the more exciting news, he managed to pass the written exam. He didn't pass by much, only a few points, but he passed. He knew he still had to catch up, but he was getting there. There was some time in between the end of school and the beginning of their training, so he mostly spent it working on gadgets with May. The two of them laughed together on the couch while they worked on designs for tools Izuku could use. They were working on a way to make Izuku's spikes tranquilizers. They had a few good ideas that would probably work, but they couldn't just casually get their hands on tranquilizer darts for a costume. May had been informed that they were heroes in training and didn't need that for training. Whenever they needed to actually work on an idea instead of just designing, they would go to May's house since the school workshops were closed and they had a ton of tools there. They also toyed around with the idea of giving Izuku a modified battering ram, so he could smash through everything in his path when he used super speed. But it was thrown out since it was a bit too lethal. They did finish the new taser though. It could be attached to the top of two of the spikes on the knuckles of his left hand. This meant it could be shot forward with his spikes, giving him a bit of range. But it was not part of his typical suit since the hero course wanted official modifications to relate to the hero instead of just adding tasers to everyone's gear. Again, Mei and Izuku were told that this equipment wasn't suited for training, since he was definitely not allowed to tase his classmates. The only things they really changed were the capture tape and the hood. The hood was made a little tighter and more form-fitting since it was apparently very loud when going at high speed and the hood starts flapping in the wind. Also they modified his capture tape so it was more suited for someone going at high speeds. They had made it so one end of the tape had a grappling hook so it could be attached to something nearby to anchor down the enemy. The other end could easily be attached to Izuku. These two aspects together mean that Izuku can attach the first end to something near the target, then run around them at high speed, then pull it tight and they will be tied up. Izuku was excited for their training camp. He thought it would be fun to spend more time with Ochiko and Ida. Izuku wasn't really sure how he felt about Mei, and was sort of glad he'd have a few weeks to think it through. They hadn't talked about the kiss, and Izuku was definitely okay to just pretend it didn't happen. But he thought back to what Hound Dog had said about just pretending things didn't happen. He'd have to deal with it eventually, which he wasn't really looking forward to. He was always embarrassed to ride on school buses, because there was no way he could get his body to sit forward in that space. So his only real choice was to lay down across a seat meant for two people. This meant everyone else got to sit with their friends, while Izuku had to sit on his own, which only made him feel more awkward about how hard it was for him to use seats made for people who walk on two legs. Izuku was definitely glad when they were told to get off the bus. He didn't care that they were clearly not at their destination. Any time not in a bus was a good time. He was actually glad when they were told to run the rest of the way. Izuku wasn't great at a lot of things, like sitting, grabbing things, using a phone, the list goes on. But he was really good at running, plus he could use his quirk. Since the incident with Kirishima, Izuku hadn't been able to use his quirks pretty much at all outside of training, which almost never called for long-distance runs. He missed the feeling of the wind rushing on his face and running so fast his bones hurt. It was exhilarating, and he loved it. He was still lost in thought when the ground suddenly gave out and he was launched forward with the rest of class. As soon as they hit the ground he took off. At first he was going about the same speed as everyone else, but quickly picked up momentum and began to outpace the rest. The dirt around all of them rose up into monsters to fight. Izuku drew out his spikes and began to charge directly through them since they were made of mostly loose dirt, and his body was much denser than dirt. As he ran through the woods and smashed through more than a few dirt monsters he felt quite a few spikes break off against obstacles like trees. Izuku's body burned with the pain of him snapping his spikes against the obstacles, but he didn't care. He was the first to reach camp and was met by surprised looks from the pussycats. Tiger spoke up first. "Well, you sure got here fast, guess it makes sense with a speed quirk." Ragdoll ran towards him. "How are you still standing? I was getting ready to send the others out to get you when I saw how injured you got." As she got closer and began to inspect the body of a very perplexed Izuku, who didn't think he was hurt that bad. Ragdoll nearly vomited as she looked over his many shattered spikes. "Is that bone marrow dripping down you back? How are you still standing?" "Oh? This not bad. Hurts a little bit, but not too bad. Just a few broken bones." Izuku looked at the ground. He was a little embarrassed to ask, but it seemed like he had some time before the others got here and he didn't have nearly any opportunities to take advantage of. Was wondering. Izuku collected himself, making sure his grammar was better. "I was wondering if I could keep running? Maybe on the road since it's private property? I just never get chance to really run with my quirk since I can't use it outside of school and we don't do long-distance run training." Izuku trailed off when he realized he was rambling. He just really wanted the chance to run around freely. It was the most fun he could have while still training. Aizawa cut in. "Absolutely not." Izuku's heart sank. Well, at least he got to run through the woods, even though running on roads was way better. "You have at least 15 broken bones and you need to rest and let them heal. I know you have a high pain tolerance, and I don't care. Give yourself the afternoon to let those grow back properly. Once you get cleaned up we can show you where you'll be sleeping." Aizawa almost felt bad as the kid walked off with his head down, looking like he was being punished. If that boy had a tail it would be between his legs. Aizawa shook his head. Why was he feeling bad for making sure his student rested while he had shattered bones? Even though it only took a few hours for the spikes to grow back, Aizawa would really need to bring up the topic again of not shattering bone spikes so casually. After a couple of hours the rest of the class started to trickle in and Izuku came out to join them all for the official introductions. Kaminari sighed in frustration. "Man, I really thought we made decent time, but it looks like Izuku got here a while ago." Ida spoke up. "Well, he does have greatly enhanced speed, so it is to be expected that he would excel in a race. Yeah, I'm glad he wasn't in the festival with us, so much of it was running, he would have wrecked the rest of us. Once the rest of the class showed up, the pussycats did introductions, but this time there was a small child there. Izuku had been working on shaking hands and thought this was a good chance to practice. He walked up to the boy and did his best to balance on two legs and reaching one hand out. Hello, my name is Izuku, what's yours? The child responded by punching Izuku in the crotch. Although it didn't quite get the result the angry kid was hoping for. Izuku didn't even flinch, seeming more confused than anything else, and the boy winced, crying out in pain a tiny bit, and cradled his hand to his chest. The entire class watched with wide eyes, shocked at what happened and even more so the fact that the kid seemed far more injured from this encounter. Mineta spoke quietly under his breath, no way, I knew all his skin was bone. But I assumed that was an exception. Nearly silently, at the back of the group Jiro mumbled, you win, and handed some money to Hagakure, who looked very proud of herself if her posture indicated anything. Izuku looked down at the ground and back away, sorry. I didn't mean to hurt hand. This made the kid even more angry and he just ran off. Uraraka held back a small laugh. Izuku, only you would apologize for being punched, especially like that. After everyone got a bit settled into the cabins, they started preparing dinner. But then a thought of terror struck Izuku. They didn't have water fountains here like they did at the school. So, while everyone else worked on making dinner, Izuku snuck off to find Aizawa and explain the issue, assuming the teacher would understand why he didn't want to drink from a bowl in front of his peers. Izuku was glad when he found Aizawa alone and tried not to seem too nervous when he spoke to him. Sensei? What is it now, Izuku? Aizawa grumbled back, only half awake. He fidgeted back and forth trying to explain the problem without embarrassing himself. They don't have fountains here. Of course not, we're in the woods. Oh. I think I see the issue. I'll bring it up with the pussycats so you can have some privacy in the kitchen after dinner is over. Oh, and I made sure that they stocked more than enough calcium supplements, that way you don't go drinking all of our milk. Thank you. The rest of the night was pretty uneventful. Just before dinner though, he saw Koda walk off into the woods alone. Izuku wanted to make sure that he was safe, so he made sure to follow. What are you doing here? How'd you find my secret base? It's the middle of the night, not safe to be walking around on your own. I always come here when I want to be on my own. Do you want me to bring dinner? Leave me alone. Izuku didn't need to be told twice, so he turned and left. He'd made sure Koda was safe, but wouldn't stay if he wasn't wanted. The next day they started training in earnest. They were all brought to a large clearing with more than enough room for everyone to train. Tiger spoke to Ida and Izuku before they had been told what to practice. You've both got speed quirks, so you two can do this together. Before we decide exactly what you need to work on, I want you to run the border of the training area as quickly as you can. Once you get back, the real training will begin. As soon as they started, Ida took off like a rocket. He got close to max speed in just a few seconds, shooting across the field and leaving Izuku far behind. Since he was going from a standstill, Izuku started off at a speed that was barely above a fast walk. After a few moments he was going at what you would expect as a sprint from your average runner. A few seconds later he was going at an impressive pace, not fast enough to match Ida, but definitely not what you would generally expect from someone with a heavy exoskeleton. But his quirk let his speed build upon itself. As Ida began to slow about halfway around the training ground from the strain of maintaining his speed, Izuku flew past him with a smile that covered his entire face. Izuku knew he was supposed to stop once he reached Tiger, but he couldn't bring himself to do that. He never felt as free as when he could run without care. The entire class paused for a moment as he became little more than a blur that shot past them. Once he realized he really needed to get back to actual training, he started to slow down. It took him nearly another half lap to bring his pace back down to a walk. He was a little out of breath, but happy, even if just for a moment. Pixie Bob walked over to him with something in her hand. Do you know how fast you were going, kitten? Izuku looked down in shame, shaking his head, knowing he got carried away. You got well past 100 miles an hour at one point, that's amazing. Not in trouble? Tiger laughed, not at all, that was great. But your acceleration is terrible, so now we know what you need to work on. Ida, you'll keep doing distance runs. I want you to keep up your speed as long as possible. And you, Izuku, will practice going from standing completely still to your max speed, then back down to a standstill in as little space as possible. Also, I want you to maintain your invisibility the entire time. By the end of the day Izuku was exhausted. Between training and growing so many spikes back the night before, Izuku was glad to relax during dinner. They had made some curry and actually came out pretty well. After dinner Izuku snuck into the kitchen and found a bowl of water on the table waiting for him. He was really glad the pussycats had been fairly understanding so far. He started to drink from it but immediately spat it out. It was disgusting. Why did it taste like dirt and soap? Then from behind him he heard Uraraka speak up from behind him, "Oh God, I'm so sorry, I thought that was left out for washing our hands." If it was possible to die from embarrassment, he probably would have. Izuku just drank water that people used for washing hands, from a bowl, in front of another student. So Izuku promptly panicked and turned invisible, hoping that would hide his shame. "Hey, it's alright. I kind of figured you needed a bowl or something like that anyways. I'd never seen you drink anything during lunch and you don't really have lips, so that really limits your options. It's totally not your fault and you don't need to feel bad about." She looked around for a moment since Izuku was still invisible. "I really hope you're still here and I'm not just talking to the air." Izuku slowly appeared in front of her, since he hadn't moved. "There you are." She responded cheerfully, "How about I clean that out and get you water that doesn't taste like hands?" Izuku just nodded and was glad she was the person to walk in, not sure if the others would have been so kind. As Uraraka stepped out, "Oh, and once you're finished we're doing the courage thingy, which might be fun. I know you're not a big fan of being frightened, but I don't think it will actually be that scary." Once the whole class had gathered, they were split up into pairs to walk through the woods while Class 1B would be trying to scare them. When they were randomly assigned partners, Izuku ended up on his own. He wasn't sure if that was better or worse. He decided he'd just stay invisible and hope to avoid most of the scaring. As he started to walk through the woods, he started to smell smoke. He looked around and saw flames rising in the forest. Blue flames. Izuku's entire body froze, he couldn't even bring himself to breathe. Blue fire. Blue fire. Blue fire. Dabi. Dabi was here. The League was here. He had to run. Had to get out. Villains were attacking and Kota was alone. His classmates could fight, but Kota couldn't. He couldn't let what happened to him happen to Kota. So he ran. But he didn't run away like every single part of him wanted to. He ran to the secret base Kota had and just hoped he wasn't too late. Izuku launched himself up the mountainside and landed between a cloaked figure and Kota. He was glad he'd made it in time. Then, any feeling of success or luck drained away completely when the man pulled off his cloak. No. 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 He'd gotten away, he'd been so far away from the bad things. But now he was standing in front of him. Izuku felt like his blood went cold. His entire body was frozen in fear. Not him. He could fight nearly anyone else. Why did it have to be him? Muscular laughed and Izuku flinched. "Good to see you remember me, little Nomu." "Yep, no, I've really missed having you around the base. I remember the first time I met you. I didn't think much of you or the other Nomu. Honestly, all the other ones were boring, just tools that felt pain. But you, I was thrilled every time Shigaraki said you needed to be taught a lesson. Your body might not be the most fun, but you had a beautiful scream." Then in a lower, predatory voice, "I've missed your screams. Maybe I'll get to hear them from both of you?" That's when something inside of Izuku changed. He was still afraid. He was terrified that the bad things would come back. But something else boiled within him. It grew louder than all the fear he could possibly feel. Anger. He was furious. All the pain he'd felt because of this man turned to pure rage. And only one thought could echo through Izuku's thought, drowning out everything else. "You won't hurt anyone else." "Oh? Is that so? I don't think you get a say in that." Izuku was trembling. Not out of fear anymore. But Muscular didn't know that. However, as he stepped forward reaching for Izuku, he paused. Izuku's trembling had grown faster, stronger, deadlier, as he built up inertia. What started as a light shaking turned into an intense vibration that caused cracks to spread through the mountainside. "Kota, run now." But Kota couldn't get himself to move, and Izuku wouldn't blame him for that. He knew what that kind of fear did to you. In an instant Muscular and Izuku launched forward at each other. As spikes and muscles extended and tore into each other, Izuku's bones started to crack and Muscular's arms were torn to shreds. It would come down to who could take more. And if there was one thing that this monster had taught him, it was how to endure. Izuku forced his broken spikes to regrow in minutes even though they wanted hours. He screamed through the agony and rage as he dug his claws into the wall of muscles in front of him, trying to reach his true body. Muscular punched Izuku square in the chest and he was thrown into the already cracked wall of stone. Izuku coughed out blood but felt relief when something caught his eye. All of the damage from their fight had caused a massive piece of stone to start falling. Muscular would probably notice in just a moment, but he hadn't yet. With all the strength and stamina he had left, he bent the moonlight shining down on them around the falling stone. In a quiet, broken voice Izuku looked directly into Muscular's eyes, "No more." As the unseen boulder collided with Muscular, the man instinctively redirected all of his strength upwards in order to survive the blow. But with this action, Muscular had no choice but to leave his body vulnerable. In that fleeting moment, Izuku picked up one of his many broken-off spikes from the ground and stabbed it into his abuser's exposed stomach. In that moment, his strength faltered and the boulder he struggled to stop knocked him to the ground. Izuku placed a hand on the now unconscious man's wrist and found a pulse. Izuku took a deep breath and tried to decide what to do next, but then he remembered the advice he'd given Ida. How many people would be hurt by letting him live? Even if he went to prison, what would happen to the people there with him? No one deserved being around this man, not even other criminals. Izuku made his decision as he finished regrowing one final spike on his knuckle. Once it was about a foot long, he punched down with all his force, getting his revenge. It was at that moment Izuku realized he'd forgotten something very important during the heat of battle. There was a small child standing not too far behind him. A child who just watched him kill an already subdued man. Izuku turned and slowly walked over to the boy, not sure what to say, but was shocked by the response he got from Kota. Quietly, with tears running down his face, "Thank you. He killed my mom and dad. Thank you." Izuku held the boy close as he cried onto Izuku's shoulder. "Don't worry. If anyone asks, I'll say you had to do it." Izuku had started crying as well. "Thank you." He had to be stopped. The two quickly collected themselves when they saw another explosion of unnatural fire that ripped through the forest. Izuku had a large patch of smoothback after losing so many spikes in his fight. He pulled in any remaining spikes in as much as he could and leaned forward. "Kota, get on back. We need to get to camp fast." Kota looked hesitant at first, since most of Izuku's body seemed to be covered in blood and cracks, but slowly got on top of him. "Hold on shoulders." Then he started running through the forest. Luckily he didn't run into anyone else from the league. Izuku let out a breath of relief as he reached Aizawa. He collapsed onto the ground at his feet in a pile of blood and broken bones. Kota quickly got off and looked panicked. "Izuku, what the hell happened to you?" "Had to save Kota from bad things." "What does that even mean?" Kota grabbed Aizawa's arm as tears streamed down his face. "Muscular, the villain who killed my mom and dad was there, and Izuku saved me." Looking around in the direction where they came from, "Okay, where's this guy now? Did he follow you?" Both of them looked at the ground, refusing to meet his eyes. "Izuku, tell me you didn't do it. Please tell me you didn't kill him." Kota started sobbing again. He had to. "I'd be dead if he didn't." Izuku had to admit that Kota was a good liar when he needed to be. All right. We'll deal with that later." "Izuku, how badly are you hurt?" Izuku had started to stand, almost all spikes broken, cracked in 2 spots. "Mostly just exhausted, but can keep going if need to. I want you two to head back to the camp and stay there with everyone else. You're in no condition to do anything but rest." Izuku started to nod, but then he heard a faint sound from the forest. It was distant, but unmistakable. It was the sound of a very distinct saw. He'd know the sound of those saws and drills anywhere. Izuku looked up to Aizawa with pain in his eyes. "Brother is here, need to save him." Aizawa's heart sank. Everything in him wanted to tell this kid to sk it up and go back to camp. But he knew what would happen if anyone but himself or Izuku went after one of Izuku's brothers. They'd kill the Nomu without a second thought. Aizawa probably would too, if he hadn't met Izuku and seen him mourn their deaths after Hosu. But he couldn't leave Kota alone. Aizawa let out something between a sigh and a groan. "Go. But come back alive. Do what you can and don't make me regret this. I'll make sure the supply shed is unlocked." Izuku understood and ran off toward that familiar sound. When he got there he saw someone from Class B and Yaoyorozu being chased by his brother. He towered above the students, with 8 arms reaching for them and each hand was some sort of tool. He had chainsaws, drills, and hammers all coming down towards the frightened and defenseless teens when Izuku arrived. "Brother! Stop this!" The Nomu paused for just a moment, still focused on attacking the students. "Who's master?" In a low rumbling response that barely counts as a voice, "Daabbii." "Okay, so that means he's getting short-term not long-term instructions." Izuku just needed to cut off communication and make sure Dabi left without his brother. He figured they still used the same communicators as when he was there, so he came up with a general plan. It would be tricky, but there was a chance, and that's all he needed. Momo looked up in confusion as she saw a very injured Izuku run into the fray. "Izuku. Momo, need magnet, stronger better." Momo had absolutely no idea what was going on, but complied, throwing a magnet the size of a baseball over to Izuku. "Sorry brother, please forgive." Izuku threw the magnet directly into his brother's helmet, where he was, mostly, sure he was getting his orders from. Between the blunt force and the magnetism, the communication device was almost entirely broken and the electronics were fried. Then his brother started to panic. The last orders that came in were garbled and hard to understand. He was obedient, but didn't know what he was supposed to be doing. So he did the reasonable thing and panicked. Izuku turned to Momo and the boy he didn't know, run. His brother with the many arms and drills began flailing around in a panic, destroying everything around him. Trees began to fall in every direction as he went on a confused and frightened rampage. Izuku gave him his distance while he worked out his frustrations. Making sure to be close enough to keep an eye on him, but not close enough to get hit by a stray tree or chainsaw. After nearly 10 minutes of this chaos he began to slow, until he just looked around at the large clearing he'd just made, unsure what to do now. Dabi left, not going to give more orders. The sound he got in response was a mix between a yell and a whimper. You can follow me, since Dabi gone. The Nomu was very confused. All of these thoughts were far too big and far too complicated. So he gave up on thinking and followed the one person still around that he knew. He slowly lumbered after Izuku as they walked through the woods together. Izuku opened up the large supply shed and helped guide his brother inside, turning on the lights and closing the door behind them. We wait here for now. Izuku laughed little as he suddenly fell onto his back and stared at the ceiling blankly. WA3. You got better with words since was gone, you were always clever. Holding up many hands that were now all large cleavers, see Liave. Haha yeah, always cleaver, that too brother, that too. Izuku smiled, knowing it was only him mishearing, but it was nice to see his family again, even if the circumstances were difficult. It had been about an hour and they were still assessing all injuries. When Aizawa walked to the shed, he was expecting many things. Izuku laughing was not one of them. As he opened the door, he saw a Nomu well over triple the mass of Izuku with 8 arms that had cleavers instead of hands. Aizawa quickly shut the door again as this brother leapt off the ground toward Aizawa, clearly surprised by the new face. He took a deep breath as he heard multiple blades strike the door, then Izuku's voice trying to calm him down. It okay? No enemy here. He friend. I won't hurt you, you won't hurt me. He won't hurt you, you won't hurt him. He only got a frustrated growl in response and some vague swinging of his many arms. Is that man an enemy? A slow nod. No he isn't. He's not a hero. He's a friend. He's not a hero, okay? So you can put the cleavers away. The only response was a grunt and all of the extra arms pulled into his back and the knives turned to hands. Aizawa slowly opened the door again. Hello there Nomu, I'm Aizawa. Aoweya. That works too I guess. Izuku, please tell me you had a plan past this point. Sort of, I can get him back and keep him secret while I help him. Alright, if anyone asks, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're on your own, but I won't get in your way. Thank you sensei. Izuku turned back to his brother, stay here, I'll be right back. He got a frustrated grumble in response but he sat back down. I need to get something from my bag, but I'll make sure he's able to get back unnoticed. Good luck Izuku, you'll need it. Izuku called up Mei while he was heading back to the cabin. It was late and he hoped she would be up. Izuku? She sounded groggy, like she'd just woken up. I need you to grab some laundry detergent for me, can you call me back when you have a chance? She immediately woke up at the mention of their code word. Something had happened. Yeah, give me about a minute and I'll call you back. He hung up and ran past the other students who tried to talk to him, but right now getting his brother to safety was more important than being nice. Izuku was sure people had said something to him but he wasn't listening as he ran into the cabin, grabbed the comlink he had and put it in as he quickly went back to the shed. He needed the comlink because he knew that was a secure line, but he wasn't as sure when it came to his phone. As soon as he put it in he heard Mei's voice. There Izuku, please be okay. What's going on? Mei, I'm here. What's going on? Camp was attacked, brother was here, now he's in supply shed. Wow, okay. That's a lot. What's the plan? What do you think mom would say about keeping him in basement? Mei laughed a little, I'm not really sure, but she cares about you a lot. So she'd probably want to help someone who is in a similar situation. Could you send a drone here so he could follow it back? Sure, it's a bit of a long walk, but I guess we can't just have him ride the bus. Once he's close, I'll invisible him to the house. Okay, I'll get mom so you can explain this to her while I get my drone ready. I don't want her thinking this is my crazy idea, I have enough of those on my own. After a few minutes of silence he heard his mom's very tired and worried voice over the phone. Izuku? What's going on honey? And why am I talking to you on a headset instead of a phone? Headset is a secure line. I'm okay. I got one of my brothers free. You mean? How? Why was he at camp? The League attacked, I'll explain the whole story when I get home, right now I need keep brother safe. Can I hide him in basement please? He listens to me and the heroes already killed too much family. There's a long pause. Can you get him here without him being caught? Yes. May will have drone lead him back most the way, then I will invisible him through the city. He'd never held his invisibility on someone else nearly that long, but he wouldn't have a choice. Okay, are you positive they wouldn't treat him like they did you? Yes, I think his last orders was about fighting heroes. So until thinks for self again, we'll fight heroes not knowing better. And Hosu showed how heroes fight back. Okay, just so I understand your plan correctly. You're going to have May fly a tiny robot over to you, have your brother follow it back through the woods until it gets to the edge of the city. While he does this, you'll take the bus back, then turn right around and try to sneak him through the city by using your invisibility on him for roughly 4 times your current maximum time. During this entire time he'll still be under the order to attack anyone he thinks is a hero, and the only one who can stop him from attacking is you, who will be on a bus for most of this. Then you'll get him to our basement, where you'll help remove his conditioning from the villains until he's stable enough for you to admit you freed him. Yes? I need you to answer me with complete honesty. Do you truly think you can pull this off? Yes, I think I'll need help, but I think I can. Izuku heard a long sigh coming from his mother. I guess I better get the basement ready then. Please be safe, Izuku. I love you so much. Love you too, Mom. Okay, well here's May, seems that she's pretty much ready for this madness. Alright Izuku, I'm sending the drone to your location. The only issue will be battery. I can get it to you. But it won't have enough battery to get back, it's just too far and I'm guessing you'll need it to get there pretty fast. What if weightless? What? Would it have enough power to get back if it no weight? Oh, I see where you're going with this. Yeah, it would take barely any charge if you had Uraraka remove its gravity. You think you can trust her with this? I hope so. Okay, it's on its way now, I'll let you know when it's close. Izuku ran off to find Ida and Uraraka. He was able to find his classmates easily. Both classes were in front of the main building as ambulances were bringing away the injured students. Uraraka ran up to him. Izuku. There you are. I saw you for a second but you just ran off. You okay? Yeah, I'm alright. I don't think you heard yet, but they got Bakago and Ragdoll. Bakago was mean, but no one deserved that. All he could do was hope that they didn't need more Nomu. He felt terrible. He'd been so focused on saving one person, he hadn't thought about the other people that might be in danger. Ida joined them and looked over Izuku. Are you okay? You're covered in blood, perhaps you should join the others in going to the hospital. At least get cleaned off, because you don't want to get an infection. Izuku was willing to admit the merit of getting the blood off his body. He'd have a hard time sneaking through town looking like he just left a murder scene. Izuku handed Ida the comm link that was still on. We need to grab some laundry detergent from supply shed, May will explain. We'll meet you there. Bring Ochako. I understand. Uraraka looked baffled by this exchange. I definitely don't. Why do we need detergent? We're not doing laundry right after a villain attack, and what does May have to do with anything? Chores wait for no one, my friend. And at that Ida dragged Uraraka away from their classmates as Izuku ran to the bathroom. Getting under the water just long enough to not be covered in blood and bone marrow. He swallowed an entire bottle of calcium supplements and washed it down with a bowl of milk. He needed to heal fast. He had no idea what was going to come next, but he figured he'd want to have spikes for it. He ran back over to the shed in clean clothes and saw Uraraka with the earpiece in and looking very concerned. May, Izuku's back. Then she turned to him. Okay, so May explained the insane situation we're in. She hasn't told me why this is called Team Laundry Detergent, or why I wasn't included until now, but that she'll explain once we get through this crisis. Izuku just nodded. We haven't gone in the shed yet since she said he might try to kill us and only listens to you. That good idea. Izuku walked up to the shed and opened the door. The sudden movement startled Nomu and he drew out all his arms and many drills. But then he saw Izuku and went back to being calm. Standing at over 7 feet tall and with a greenish skin was Izuku's very bored and confused brother. These are friends. Not heroes either, just friends. He got a grumble in response that he took for a yes. Uraraka gave Izuku the earpiece back and it seemed like everything was falling into place. While they were waiting for May's drone to arrive, Aizawa walked over to them and sighed as Ida started to try and explain the situation. Don't tell me anything, I want plausible deniability. I'm just here to tell you that everyone is getting ready to leave. So whatever you may or may not do, you'd better do it soon or else people will notice you're not on the bus. After a few minutes of nervously waiting and hoping it would arrive soon, they saw a small white drone fly down in front of them. Uraraka quickly removed its gravity and started toward the bus with Ida. Izuku turned to his brother. I need you to follow this, pointing at the small machine. The larger Nomu looked confused at the command. Izuku spoke into his earpiece. Hey May, your baby has pretty good maneuverability, right? Pretty good? Pretty good? If it has to do with my babies, you can assume it's the best. Okay, as soon as I tell him to go, you'll need to keep up his pace or could end badly. He's having a hard time figuring out why he would follow, so I'll ask him to brake. Oh, I got you. This thing could already move pretty DMN fast, and now it's weightless, so I think I'll be good. Oh. Also, there's a tracker taped to the bottom, make sure to stick it to your brother. It's probably a good idea for us to know where he's at. Okay, May. Thank you. Just, for all thing you do. Izuku smiled as he taped the little tracker to the distracted Nomu, who stopped caring about it after a few seconds. You're gonna make me cry, Izuku, and now's not the time for tears. Now's the time for a race between your brother and my baby. Alright, you ready? You betcha. Izuku turned back to his brother and pointed at the small robot. I need you to smash that. If there was something the Nomu knew how to do, it was breaking things. As soon as he took a step forward, the drone shot off into the forest and he gave chase. Izuku went back to the rest of the class and hoped that May could lead him to the city safely. Before getting on the bus, he grabbed as many protein bars from the pantry as he could. He was going to have a hard enough time pulling this off as it was. He couldn't go into it hungry. He sat near Uraraka and Ida on the bus, and although he wanted to talk to them, decided his time was best spent eating and sleeping on the way back. Once they arrived, the three of them got off the bus and went to Izuku's house together. Uraraka and Ida were determined to see this through. Inko smiled as the three friends came into the house and she threw a big hug around Izuku. I'm so glad you're safe. Your teacher called and explained what officially happened. Izuku looked at the ground, not sure how much Aizawa said. He mentioned what you had to do, some unfortunate things, but that you didn't have a choice according to a witness. Izuku nodded. All of a sudden May burst into the room. I'm glad all of you are alive. Now, could someone explain to the two of us what is going on while your brother runs through the forest? How long until gets close to city? If he keeps up this pace, probably sometime tomorrow. So, we've probably got another 6 hours before we need to pick him up. Ida turned to Izuku. We'll explain what happened on our end, you should go and rest. From what I understand, this next part will be quite taxing on you. We can hear your telling of events at a later point. Izuku did feel very tired even though he had a bit of a nap on the bus. As he walked over to his room, May stopped him and her arms wrapped tightly around his neck and he heard a quiet sob. I'm so glad you're okay. I'm so sorry you had to face those monsters again. After a few hours, Izuku got up and prepared himself for the task ahead. When he walked into the living room, he was surprised that everyone was still there, and there was an additional person. May looked over at him when he left his room. You're up. I know we should have talked to you first, but you needed your sleep. So, Shinso is officially part of Team Laundry Detergent. Are you going to explain why we're calling it that? And does that mean this isn't the first time you've done something like this? Ida placed a hand on Shinsu's shoulder. We will definitely explain everything to you and Uraraka. But now is not the time for getting distracted. So all explanations must wait until we have succeeded in the mission at hand. May made room for Izuku to sit on the couch as they discussed the details of their plan. Alright, so I'll be running communication from here. I only have one extra earpiece, so Izuku will have one and Ida will have the other. All four of you will go to the meeting point that my baby is leading his brother to. Ida and Uraraka will be in the lead, keeping an eye out for any threats or obstacles and causing a distraction if absolutely needed. Izuku will be focused on keeping his brother invisible, and Shinso will make sure that he stays on task. Since Izuku is the only one who he listens to, we thought it was pretty important to have Shinso around as a backup plan. Izuku did his best to hold back tears. Thank you, all of you. I know you risking a lot helping with this. That sounds like good plan. The four of them took the train to get closer to their destination and walked the rest of the way. They got about a quarter mile into the woods when they heard May tell them they arrived at the meeting spot. After waiting in silence, they heard something crashing through the woods. A few moments later, the large Nomu with 8 arms reaching out, clambering through the trees. When he grabbed the drone, he released a roar of excitement, after trying to catch the small machine for so long. He then turned his many hands into various hammers, completely destroyed the drone, and handed the scraps to Izuku. Smoosh dead. Izuku smiled and graciously accepted the destroyed drone. Good work, thank you. Shinso looked terrified. So? I'm guessing that's your brother? Uraraka walked over to him. Yeah, it takes a little bit to get used to. Try to remember that he just needs help. From what Inko said, Izuku wasn't much like the guy we know now when he was first rescued. So we just need to give him time to become himself again. Shinso just nodded. May spoke up in Izuku's ear. Let me know when you're ready to go. I'll guide you home and make sure to keep you off of busy roads and away from patrolling heroes. They started to head out. Ida and Uraraka took point, while Shinso did his best to calm his nerves standing next to the now invisible hulking beast who was following Izuku. They all made sure to keep their pace at just below a jog, going as fast as they could without getting unwanted attention. They needed to keep the pace up because they were fighting against the clock. The moment the Nomu became visible, this would go from difficult to near impossible. Izuku knew that this was going to take everything he had when he felt absolutely exhausted after about 30 minutes. They weren't even halfway there and he already was feeling weak. "May, can you find a place for rest? I don't know how much longer I can hold without break." "Yeah," message relayed. Izuku watched as Ida and Uraraka in the distance started checking for alleyways or somewhere they could have privacy. "Alright, seems like they found an alley that can't be seen from the street, but there's a bunch of homeless people there at the moment. Maybe have Shinso ask them to give us some privacy?" Izuku explained it to his friend who jogged up ahead and made sure that they would be alone. When they arrived there, Izuku leaned up against a brick wall and managed to catch his breath as he released the invisibility. Shinso kept watch and had a couple people go a different direction to give Izuku more time to collect himself. They continued onward and things had mostly gone to plan. They had moved at a decent pace for another 15 minutes until something unplanned for came up. Izuku's brother was tired. At the pace they were going, it would only take at most another half an hour to reach their goal. But he was tired and refused to move another inch. They all felt a panic as the still invisible Nomu sat down on the mostly isolated walking trail they had gotten to and wouldn't get up. Shinso tried to brainwash him into continuing, but he wasn't good at communication to start with, and didn't have a reason to answer him. In a desperate and probably terrible idea, they had Uraraka make him weightless while Ida pulled along the stubborn floating brute. All they could do was hope that he would stay docile and was too tired to attack Ida for carrying him. Tenya had a look of terror as he heard a grumbling sound emanate from the Nomu, but it turned to relief when the guttural noise turned into a laugh, clearly enjoying his weightless journey. They finally reached Izuku's neighborhood, which was a blessing and a curse. It was good because it meant they were close, but it was bad because a lot of people lived around here and there wasn't a more discreet way to get there. At this point Izuku was staggering forward, barely able to stand. He was just so tired and drained. He felt like he was on the verge of passing out. His eyelids were heavy and every step was a challenge. His vision was growing dark and he could tell his invisibility was about to slip. He felt himself start to stumble to the ground. In the last moment gentle hands pulled him back up and he saw Shinso give him a smile. "Come on, you've gotten this far. Are you really telling me you can survive a year with villains, but not a walk down the street? Don't give up so easily." He fought through the strain and exhaustion, every step feeling like he was pulling against a tether. He almost cried when he saw his house. The moment that his brother got past the open door, Izuku released the invisibility and passed out on the front lawn. When Izuku awoke he was in his bed. But that was not the first thing he noticed. No, the first thing would have been his brother awkwardly sleeping with his legs on the floor and his head and arms on the bed. Izuku got out of bed and as he left his room saw his mother. "Hey, you're up. Sorry about your brother, he refused to leave your side. But honestly it was cute to see how much you two care about each other. It's okay. Did everyone else leave already?" "Yeah, Shinso, Uraraka, and Ida went back to their houses. I'm sure their parents were worried enough as is. Plus I think they are all planning a visit to the hospital to see their wounded classmates. But I'm sure it won't be long until all three are back. They have a lot of questions, myself included." Izuku nodded, dreading their responses when they learned about Stain and Muscular. How would Uraraka and Shinso react to two of their friends being killers? He'd have to tell his mom at this point, and he couldn't even imagine how she would react. All he could do is trust them and hope for the best. "Has brother eaten?" "Not that I know of, he's been asleep as long as you. Also, we should think of a name for him, since it feels a bit odd to just call him your brother all the time." Izuku thought about it for a second. "I was thinking of something like Biruta. Since it means builder and wanted to show him how to do more than break with tools." Biruta Midoriya, I like it. Well, I'll make some food for you too. I'd suggest waking him up since I have a feeling he'll be worried if he wakes up and you're not there." Izuku nodded and walked back into his room and gently put a hand on his brother's shoulder, causing him to look up and smile when he saw Izuku. "Are you hungry?" He got a nod in response. May joined them and the four of them ate together. It was late enough to be called lunch but they all slept in pretty late, so they all decided to still call it breakfast. Afterwards Izuku showed Biruta around the basement, who seemed very excited by the idea of having a futon. May came down after a minute and sat near Biruta. "Hey there big guy, how are you feeling?" He just looked at her with curiosity and gave a sort of grunt sound in response. "Well, I think that's a good thing. I heard you can make tools, right?" She got a smile from that. "Oh? Do you like tools?" He pulled out all of his arms and made a wide range of wrenches, hammers, drills, and screwdrivers. "That's amazing." May pulled out a socket wrench. "Can you make this?" She was now looking at numerous different sizes and styles of socket wrench. "Oh, we are going to get along great." She turned back to Izuku. "I know you want to go visit your classmates, we'll be fine here. I think we're gonna make a great team, he'd be great in the support course." Izuku left and took the train over to the hospital. His body still ached and was trying to heal from his many wounds, but he was glad that he didn't have to be stuck in the hospital with many of the others. He tried to show support for his injured classmates, but he couldn't take his mind off of Bakago. Now that his brother was safe, it's all he could think about. What was going to happen to him? What did they want from him? Would the heroes find him in time? He was absolutely terrified that Bakugo would be turned into something like him. He didn't want anyone subjected to the life he lived with them. After he got home, Shinso, Uraraka, and Ida arrived. All 7 of them sat in the living room with Inko pulling up chairs, with Biruta sitting on the floor playing with some wrenches and screwdrivers that Mei gave him. Shinso started, "Okay, let's answer the most important question. Why do you 3 use team laundry detergent as a code word?" Mei sighed, "It was my joke, so I'll explain it. In my defense, I think it was funnier in the moment than it will be now, so bear with me." She looked over to Ida, "Last chance to turn back, you sure about this?" "Yes, I think that honesty and trust is the best path forward, even if the truth is hard." "Alrighty, well, laundry detergent is what you use to, well, remove a stain." Inko went pale. "Are you suggesting that the 3 of you were the mysterious vigilantes who killed Stain?" "Well, if you count being in charge of communications as being involved, then yes. I'm not really much in combat." Ida looked at the ground in shame. "She speaks the truth. I delivered the killing blow and Izuku fought alongside me, saving my life." Shinso stood up quickly, his chair falling to the ground, making everyone jump a little. "Saving Izuku's brother is one thing. I could get behind breaking the rules to save a life. But this isn't what I signed up for. I want to be a hero, not a killer or a vigilante. So I'll need a DMN good reason to not turn you in." Ida couldn't raise his eyes from the ground. Mei stepped in. "I get that, I was in a similar situation when I first helped. Izuku was only in Hosu because he wanted to try and save his family from the pros. But when we realized that Ida was fighting the hero killer, we both had to decide if we were okay with it. Honestly, I was against it at first. I didn't like the revenginess of it all. But here's the thing, how many innocents would be dead if they let that man live? I can tell you without question that Native would be dead if not for Ida, and probably more heroes after that. So I won't just sit here and let you act like these 2 are villains for making that call." Izuku had never heard Mei yell at anyone like that, especially not Shinso. After nearly a minute of silence, Inko spoke up, "I just have one question for you 3, could you have stopped him without killing him?" Ida finally looked up and met Inko's eyes. "Probably, but if I had held back in that final moment I would have risked Izuku dying. And I place Izuku's life far above Stain's without any regret." "And you're okay with this, Izuku?" Inko knew the answer, but was hoping to find out why. Izuku didn't like how they were looking at him, his sentences starting to break down as he was overwhelmed with the entire situation. "Yes. Killed too many good people. Glad could save good ones, even at cost of bad person life. He hurt no more people now." Uraraka spoke barely above a whisper, "Is that why you killed Muscular?" She looked up at him, seeing his shock at her bringing it up. "We heard about it this morning, it's not really something they could keep under wraps." Izuku nodded slowly. "He hurt so many. Couldn't let him hurt more. Couldn't let him take me back." His words came out as a whimper, "Can't go back." Uraraka nodded. "I'll be honest, I need time to think about this. I don't like the whole judge, jury, and executioner thing. But at the same time these are pretty cut and dry cases. I get that these are basically the worst possible people out there. I still need to think more about it." Shinso moved to leave. "I won't rat you out either. But I aim to be a hero, not a vigilante. I don't think I'm comfortable being around you guys knowing you're okay with this." After his 3 friends left, the 4 of them sat in silence until Biruta turned all 40 fingers into different wrenches and held them up with pride. WRRRRRNCHHH. Inko started laughing and crying. "If a few years ago someone told me this is what my life would look like, I would have called them crazy. My little boy is a killer and now I've basically adopted a giant that's just a big baby that loves wrenches. But with all the insanity, I wouldn't change any of you. I can't say I like all of your choices, but I can tell you all really just want the world to be a better place, and I don't think a parent can hope for much more than that." The next few days Izuku mostly spent sleeping. He was still tired from his body doing its best to heal from all the damage. He was awoken to Mei shaking him. Izuku was in a panic. What was wrong? Had something happened to his brother? Had Shinso changed his mind and reported them? Then he saw Mei smiling. Wait, if she was happy, why was the shaking happening? Why was the only word that got out of Izuku's tired mind as he tried to express his frustration and confusion. We found the Nomu warehouse. Izuku was now very awake. How did you find? Well, Biruta helped a ton. Basically, he got up late last night saying he missed the lights from outside the warehouse he was being kept in. So Wait, he said all that? Well, not exactly, but he did say the word light a few times while seeming pretty sad. Then he pointed at the window. So I sort of pieced it together, but that's not the point. At this point she was on top of Izuku's bed and far too close for his comfort, may seem to forget all about personal space when excited. I asked him what the light looked like and he said red. So I did some research and looked for large warehouses that had a red light, probably a neon sign, next door. I came up with a couple dozen options in and around the city. Then I had your brother look at each of them and he got super excited at one of them. So, now I have the address to a warehouse in Kamino Ward, that I'm pretty sure is a League of Villains base. How long you been awake? Silly Izuku, I never went to sleep. You should get sleep too. But that amazing, both of you. Of course it's amazing, your brother and I make a great team. You better watch out or I won't need your help in my workshop anymore. I'm glad you are getting along so good. I can get addressed to Aizawa and he can give to others. Sounds like a plan. I'm gonna drink more coffee then work with Biruta to teach him how to solder. Izuku sighed, sleep eventually. After getting ready for the day he called Aizawa. What do you want? Wanted to know if you visiting hospital today? Why? Want to discuss attack. Izuku knew he had to watch his word choice, knowing it was pretty likely that all of his communications were monitored, could really use your advice. Aizawa wasn't dumb. Izuku didn't like to talk about his feelings with anyone but those closest to him. And he definitely wouldn't call his teacher during an investigation unless it was DMN important, so important he couldn't say it over the phone. Well, I'll be there later today to check up on the other students. So if you want to talk you can meet me there around 2-inch. Thank you sensei. Izuku made sure to get there early and was relieved when he saw Aizawa walk in. A light, I'm here, what did you want to talk about? Izuku handed him a piece of paper that had the address May found. Warehouse where they make Nomu. Don't know if Bakago there too, but I thought might help. I'll look into and see if this checks out. Don't worry, we'll get him back soon and stop them. Aizawa sighed, I know that passing this information on was your real goal, but I need to make sure you're coming at this with your head on straight. I know that this is really personal for you, but don't go after these guys, let the pros handle it. Izuku nodded and they went their separate ways. When he got back Ida and Uraraka were in the living room having tea with his mom and May. Izuku really shouldn't be surprised anymore. He wasn't too shocked that Ida was there, given everything that was going on, but he really hadn't expected to see Uraraka so soon. Before you say anything I want to say my piece, I don't think the killing is okay. And in both cases you guys were following vengeance way more than justice. It seems like you need a little help staying on a heroic path, so the next time you three take things into your own hands, I want to be there. I want to help you guys stop villains without killing them. Izuku smiled and awkwardly hugged her as he cried a little. Ochako had never been hugged by Izuku, ever. He really wasn't a big fan of physical contact in most cases. So she knew just how much it meant when he wrapped his arms around her. Was scared you'd hate me. Didn't want to lose you. Well, I was pretty upset about the whole murder thing. But it's not like he was some random person. He was a monster and a RPST, so I don't think the world will miss him. So I think I can forgive you on this one, okay? Just don't make a habit of it. Izuku nodded and took a step back, sorry if scratched you. No worries, but your shirt felt super weird. May beamed with pride, I made that shirt. He shreds through anything on accident but light Kevlar, so I have to get pretty creative. She then ran over to her room without warning, that reminds me. I made you two some babies. She came back and handed Ida and Uraraka their own earpieces. So if you're ever in the field, you can communicate with me directly or I can have it set as an open channel where all four of us can hear each other. Ida was enjoying his tea and had been partially distracted by Biruta laying on the floor and trying to sneakily remove all the bolts from their chairs. Yes, I believe that would be beneficial. I know we had already discussed it, but it is still good to have you join our little group. Inko gently pushed Biruta's hand away as he tried to disassemble her chair. I for one am glad to have a bit more honesty and transparency from all of you. Speaking of which, how was your talk with your teacher? He will look into warehouse to see if it actually villains. But I think they are going to move soon. Inko sighed softly as she got up to pour herself some more tea. Before you try to convince me that you should go as well, I'm just going to ask that you only get involved if you can stay safe and if the pros can't take care of it on their own. Oh, and you should wear your suit this time, honey. I don't want you getting hurt unnecessarily, since I'm assuming you'll stay invisible anyways. But you two should probably disguise yourselves. They all agreed. May whined in response, I wish I got to wear a disguise, that sounds fun. Well, I'll be getting my backup drone ready while you two find some disguises. Ida stood up, we shall find the most convincing of disguises, we can meet near our destination later tonight. Sounds like a plan to me, see you tonight Izuku. After Izuku got into his hero costume and was preparing to go, May gently knocked on his door. He let her in and could see she was on the verge of tears. She fell to her knees next to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Please come back. I know you've done stuff like this before. But that was always against one person. Now you're going up against the entire league. Just promise you'll come back to me. Izuku didn't know how to explain his feelings, so he didn't try to put them into words. He turned to her and gently kissed her. It was toothy and awkward, but neither cared. What mattered were the feelings, not the kiss itself. I promise. She held him for another moment then let go. Well, then I guess you better get going. Give those villains what's coming to them. About a minute after Izuku left, and she was sure he had gotten far enough from the house, she let out a yell of excitement. Inko came running over to her with a very worried Baruta. What's going on, May? He kissed me. May's face was fully red and had a smile that covered her entire face. Endeavor didn't like how he had become the #1 hero. He wanted to surpass All Might. Instead, he was killed by some science experiment. He wanted to prove to the world that he deserved to be called number, so after All Might's death, Endeavor worked harder than ever before. He would never be the nice hero like All Might, but that's not what the world needed. People needed to see strength in this time of change, so that's what he would give them. Today he proves that he is the strongest by defeating the enemies that All Might was killed by. They had been prepared to raid the bar where the villains were hidden, but received some last-minute information from Aizawa that there was a secondary location that they needed to be wary of. So a few heroes would be sent to that location as well, but Endeavor was determined to beat these villains here and now. Without warning the occupants inside, he burnt the front of the building away and rushed in with the other heroes. He saw the captured student and was glad that they weren't too late. Their surprise attack was a success. The warp villain was knocked out and the others were easily restrained. Then their luck shifted drastically when black goo flowed from their mouths and they all disappeared. He heard on his earpiece that the team at the warehouse was defeated and the villains arrived there. They wouldn't get away. Not from him. He wouldn't stop until they were burnt to a crisp. Endeavor took off like a rocket, his flames propelling him through the sky. He landed where the warehouse used to be, but it looked more like a war zone now. He watched as 2 students flew by overhead and the previously captured Bakago launched himself into the air and the 3 students escaped together. Endeavor didn't have any idea as to why there were students here, but was relieved that the child was out of his way now. He turned and saw all but one villain leave through a portal, leaving just himself and a man without a face wearing a suit. It's good to see you, Endeavor. I was worried you wouldn't make it in time. It's a shame I didn't get to kill All Might with my bare hands, but I suppose the new #1 will have to be good enough. Who the hell are you? Well, that's not very polite. I am All for One, and you are dead. He had been warned of the possibility that this nearly legendary villain could be involved, so he made sure to be wary of his multi-quirked opponent and decided that he would be the man to take down this century-old madman. With that, a blast of air shot forward. What All for One hadn't accounted for was that his enemy's heat would change the air currents around him. This caused the attack that would have been deadly to only knock him back as it shot over his head. Endeavor unleashed a torrent of flame in response that melted the loose metal and concrete that was scattered around them. Another blast of air pushed his flames back. This guy was clearly skilled at long distance, so he decided to try and close the gap between them by launching himself forward. Endeavor raised a fist wreathed in flame, but his punch never connected, instead he was knocked aside like it was nothing. The man moved faster than he could follow and easily tossed him across the field of rubble. He had been in this business long enough to know when he was being toyed with. He couldn't even lay a finger on his opponent and he was being thrown around like some rookie. He could feel that his ribs were probably broken from that last hit and the broken concrete tore up his body as he rolled across the ground. It would take an absolute monster to defeat this foe. And like a gift from God, Endeavor laid his eyes on a monster. He watched as the creature that killed All Might walked forward slowly, seeming to be careful of every step so as not to disturb any of the rubble. The two made eye contact and the beast raised a single finger to his mouth. It clicked for Endeavor, why he was walking so carefully, why this enemy could fight so well without eyes. He had super hearing, and perhaps an additional sensory quirk past that. He could tell that the man standing above him was monologuing, explaining how he was the best or something like that. But he really didn't care. He watched as the beast crouched down like he was about to pounce, but he was still about 50 feet away. Then he began to vibrate. At first it was barely noticeable, but it became a more violent shaking as he built up energy. Endeavor knew a powered-up attack when he saw one. So, this beast needed the enemy to be distracted and kept from hearing him shake. He could do that. He'd play along and let the monsters fight. With any luck they would kill each other. He propelled himself forward and headbutted this, all for one, right where his nose would have been while he was rambling about some nonsense. I was going to kill you quickly, but after that, I'm going to kill you slowly while the whole world watches. You can try, you DMN faceless BSTRD. He cloaked himself in flame and made sure this guy wouldn't dare take his attention off his roaring flames. He glanced over his enemy's shoulder and saw that the beast had become nothing but a blur of spikes, and seemed to keep building speed. Endeavor released every ounce of flame he had. If that monster was waiting for an opening, then he'd give it to him. Fire washed over everything around him. The ground around him melted away as he exploded with as much flame and heat he could muster at this ungodly villain. He dropped to one knee, breathing hard. If that didn't do it, nothing he had would. He looked up and saw a grotesque and massive arm covered in spikes brush away the tattered remains of his suit. Unfortunately for you, I have numerous fire quirks that grant a resistance to your pitiful flames. He raised his monstrous arm in preparation to strike him down. This is the end for you, hero. Saying the last word like it was a curse. He gave one last glance past his enemy and saw a crater form where the beast was standing before. In that same moment he saw the villain before him was torn apart. Long spears of bone ripped through every part of his body. Bloodied spikes jutted out of him like he was a human pincushion, with at least 5 sticking out of what used to be the villain's abdomen and 1 coming through his respirator, where his mouth would be. But what shook Endeavor to his core was that the man was still moving. His enhanced arm whipped around and wrapped his enlarged hand around the side of this creature's body. He heard the whimpers and cries of pain along with the unmistakable sound of cracking bone. Then a scream echoed around him. One of pain and of rage. A scream of raw emotion. Endeavor couldn't do anything but watch as 2 vibrating clawed hands tore into the villain's neck over and over. The sound of cracking and breaking continued even as his neck was being ripped apart. All for one only stopped moving after his head had been completely removed. Both beings collapsed to the ground as he watched the spikes retract and the blood from both of them flowed across the ground. Endeavor slowly rose and looked down on the 2 bloody figures below him. He had more than a few broken bones and had far overused his quirk, but he was far less injured than the beast on the ground. His costume had been ripped away and his bone shell was badly damaged with cracks spreading like a spider web. Each breath was labored and a few small chunks of bone had fallen off into the growing pool of blood. Endeavor gently picked up the creature and limped over to where paramedics were already waiting. It was easier to remember this was just a boy seeing him like this. The thing in his arms wasn't a killing machine or a monster, this was a broken child trying to do right. He slowly laid him down on a stretcher. This boy saved my life, and I expect you to save his. We'll do our best, sir. I didn't ask for your best, I told you to save his life, and you will. The paramedics looked terrified, not willing to ask what would happen if they didn't. Yes, sir. Izuku woke up and felt very disoriented. Where was he? He tried to move a little but yelped from the pain in his side and suddenly became aware that one of his hands had quirk nullifying HNDCFFS attaching him to the bed. He looked around in a panic. His body hurt badly and most of his right side was covered in bandages. It's okay, Izuku, you're safe. He looked over at a nurse who seemed to have been changing out an 4-bag when he woke up. She crouched slightly to be at his eye level and aimed to come off as non-threatening as possible to her panicked patient. Why cuffed? He was usually better at talking, but right now he was freaking out too much to think it through. He didn't like being trapped like this. He wanted to get out of here. The nurse paused and spoke as calmly as she could. Well, you decapitated a man on live television that was broadcast around the world. It hurt to breathe and even more to talk, so he just nodded. I'm going to let the doctors know you're awake. After a minute or so, recovery girl and a few doctors walked into the room with his mom coming in right after them. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Recovery girl walked over to him and shook her head. While I'm glad you're staying positive, you are most certainly not fine. We had to resuscitate you twice, you've been unconscious for 3 days, and a large part of your exoskeleton was shattered in that fight. Also, it seems that a lot of your muscle structure was badly damaged from you forcing yourself to move faster than you've conditioned yourself to handle. You should be able to heal from this, but it will take time for you to be up and about again and you'll have permanent scarring. Izuku nodded slowly and raised his cuffed wrist. Where will I go when healed? He really hoped they said home, but he doubted they would handcuff him if that were the case. Honestly, I don't know. While I'm technically a hero, I don't really get much of a say in things like that. But I know the police will want to talk to you now that you're up. His mother gently held his hand. No matter what happens from here, know that I love you so much. He felt something slip into his hand. It took him a moment to realize what it was. It was his earpiece that May had made for him. He made sure to keep it hidden under his hand against the hospital bed. "Love you too, Mom. Thank you for everything." He looked up and saw a police officer and Detective Tsukachi walk in. He didn't like that he would be interrogated by a man who could tell when you're lying, but he supposed that was sort of the point of him being a detective. "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya, would you mind giving us some privacy?" She knew it wasn't actually a question and stepped out of the room, leaving her boy alone with the police. "Okay, this first part is mostly a formality, since it was recorded. Do you admit to killing the villain known as All for One?" "Yes." "Do you admit to killing the villain known as Muscular?" "Yes. We have it on record that you said it was self-defense when you killed Muscular. But when I spoke to Kota, he eventually told me that that isn't the case. So, please tell me, was it in self-defense when you killed him?" "Yes. Because Izuku knew that Muscular would never stop until he hurt Izuku again. He wouldn't be safe while he was alive." So there seems to be a bit of difference between your stories. Could you clarify, did you kill him before or after he fell unconscious?" Izuku knew this was the end, there wasn't a way out of this. "After." The detective seemed perplexed. "I'm unsure how you can truthfully tell me that it was self-defense to kill an unconscious man? I'd never be safe if he alive. Would punish with more bad things." I believe I understand a bit more now. And from notes I received from your therapist? Bad things means physical and SXL assault, correct?" Izuku could only weakly nod as he started to shake and his breath grew erratic. Memories of bad things kept coming and he couldn't make it stop. Izuku wanted to run away. He wanted to hide. He started pulling hard on his restraints as he hyperventilated and felt lightheaded. Every moment he was trapped in the bed made it worse. It made him feel like he was back in those other times when he couldn't get away. He was only partially aware that the detective stepped out of the room for a moment and called for doctors. When he couldn't get out of the memories he felt himself vomit over the side of the bed. It felt like he couldn't feel anything except the bad things, then his mom's voice cut into it for a moment. "Izuku, baby, can you hear me?" He stared at her, still shaking and barely breathing. "Can you tell me about the quirks of everyone in the room?" He could do that. A lot of things were scary and far too big to think about, but he knew how to do that. You can pull items to yourself, but only weight that you could normally hold. He can tell if someone is lying, but only if the person knows that they are lying. She can speed up healing with contact from lips, but overuse can kill a person from exhaustion. Izuku felt his breath return a little and he felt himself a bit more present instead of being trapped in the bad things. "There you go, feel a little better?" He nodded a little. "Well, I believe I have all that I need for now, I'll let you rest." The detective walked out, and the officer went back to standing outside his door. After that, Inko refused to leave her son's side. Once it was just him and his mom in the room he slipped the earpiece in and turned it on. "May. Izuku. Are you okay?" "Yeah, it looks like I'm trouble, but I'm okay." "I'm so glad you're safe, I can't say that I'm too surprised though. Why didn't you use your invisibility during the fight?" "Knew I needed to use all my power, I couldn't have survived if I held back." "Okay, well then I guess I can live with that compromise. I still expect you to hold to your promise." "I will." He hoped that wasn't a lie. "I wish I could be there with you, but Biruta isn't ready to be left alone and I'm working on something in case things go badly with the pros." Okay, I'll be home soon." He knew that probably wasn't true, but he could pretend that things would be okay. Later that day, some of his classmates visited him. He was especially glad when Ida and Uraraka, since it meant that they weren't in nearly as much trouble as him. "Are you well, my friend?" Izuku made a general hand gesture towards his very bandaged body. "I've been better, but they say I heal from this." I know he had crazy fast healing and killing was the only option to stop him, but I wasn't expecting something that brutal. I agree with Uraraka, while I understood that a man with that many quirks couldn't be subdued, I didn't realize that your solution would be that. Izuku felt terrible. If even his friends thought his methods were too extreme, how would the public view him? Didn't think I needed to either. But he wouldn't stop. I stabbed him so many times, but he still kept going. It was all I could think of to stop before I died. "It's okay, we get it. We're not mad with you. It was just intense to see." Izuku nodded. "You're not in trouble though?" Uraraka shook her head. "Nope, the cameras didn't see us rescue him so they were willing to brush this under the rug. Plus the whole world is already really focused on you, so it was easy to get people to ignore that Bakugo got mysteriously rescued." Izuku tried to pretend it didn't hurt when no one else showed up to visit him. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Bakugo visited, but he wouldn't talk and all he did was sit next to him. Acting more like a security guard than a friendly classmate. But he was happy that his two friends kept visiting and made sure that he was okay and would just hold casual conversation with him regardless of the difficult situation. Aizawa hated meetings like this. Everyone would yell and debate what's right and what should be done. It was so loud and a waste of time. But he knew he needed to be here for this particular one, because the people in this room would decide his student's fate. There were a lot of officials that Aizawa didn't recognize, but everyone here had power, or in his case, knew the person in question. He's a killer. He admitted to killing 2 people with his quirk. Legally, he's a regular citizen who took matters into his own hands. Which makes him a vigilante at best, so he goes to jail. I don't even know why this is a debate. Because he's not some random citizen, he's a traumatized child, and this is clearly an exception to the rule. The detective he had worked with frequently spoke up. I think this would be a case of acting under duress. He was experimented on and tortured for nearly a year, then was either attacked by these people or witnessed them attacking others. I think we would be fools to expect a reasonable response. He needs help, not jail time. I don't give a DMN about his past. Murder is murder. You can't kill on live television and get away with it. The argument went nowhere, just going back and forth between the two sides. Aizawa was barely paying attention anymore until he saw Endeavor stand. Enough of this. Stop acting like children. You're all yelling about what's right and what he deserves, but I think you're all being idiots about this. We're not talking a normal case of murder, or even murder under duress. We're talking about someone who has killed the strongest hero and has now killed the strongest villain. Now, with that, I'd say we have only 2 options. Either we do everything we can to keep this kid a hero, give him a light sentence and keep him in the program after some bullshit therapy or whatever the press needs to hear. Or, we throw him in the deepest part of Tartarus and pray he never gets out. This is insulting. Do you really think we should be frightened by a child? I'm saying he killed a man I couldn't even scratch. Take from that what you will. Just how powerful are you saying this kid is? Aizawa, you've been training him, is this accurate? Aizawa leaned forward. He's strong, but only in some situations. Without a better way to put it, he was designed to be the perfect assassin. In a fair fight he struggles. If you put him in a tournament he would do poorly and would probably look like one of my weaker students. He takes time to build up speed. And tends to hold back a lot when he practices with people. But in the real world, fights aren't fair. If he is up against someone he doesn't have any concern for, then he is a terrifying enemy. In blunt terms, I'd say if he truly wanted to, he could probably kill most pros that didn't have a sensory quirk if they were alone. Some random official spoke up. Do you think this boy wants to be a hero? Without question, all he wants to do is save people. The detective spoke up again. In my opinion, the worst thing we can do right now is make him feel rejected by the system. We need to remember this is a 14-year-old. If he thinks we won't let him do the right thing, he'll try to do it on his own. I'm worried that if we pin all the blame on him and let the public paint him as a monster, the best case scenario is we create a vigilante. Another person Aizawa didn't recognize spoke up. Are you serious? If we're that concerned about how strong they made this kid, then is it wise to just sit around and hope he ends his streak of killings? I think it's clear that he should be punished for his actions like anyone else, and since he's so dangerous we put him in a prison that can hold him. Alright, I think we've gotten as far as we will with this discussion. We appreciate all your time and we will make a decision based on what you've said. It had been about a month since being hospitalized when Izuku heard his comm link beep, to signify that Mei was trying to reach him. Hey Mei dash. We need to get you out of there now. What dash? Well, there's a lot of police and heroes on the way to the hospital, and nearly every pro that they're sending has either a speed or sensory quirk. So I'm guessing this little parade of justice is for your sake. Okay, what do I do? We'll do all the work needed, just sit tight and be ready to move. A few moments later Izuku looked out the window and saw Biruta in a massive hoodie hurtling toward his room. The wall exploded as he crashed through it and landed just a few feet from Izuku. Jump. Mei quickly followed in on a jetpack and immediately went to work on his HNDCFFS. The door to the room opened as 2 officers rushed in with the heroes and police that were on standby not far behind. Izuku looked over to Biruta. Get the door. Daarrrr, and at that Biruta charged right through the police officers, knocking them back out of the room, ripped the door off its hinges and threw it down the hall. Then he promptly let out a victory screech, proud of himself for getting the door. However, the police officers did not realize he was just excited about doors and throwing them, and most of the oncoming officers retreated to wait for backup. After a few more seconds, Mei got the cuffs off of Izuku and put them in her pocket. Time to go Biruta. Follow me. Fa'alu. And with that, all 3 of them jumped out of the second-story window, with Mei's jetpack slowing both of their falls, while Biruta just jumped and made a crater in the ground below. I need you to make all three of us invisible. Izuku nodded and it felt good to be able to use his powers again. He followed Mei as the three of them ran down streets he didn't recognize, but just hoped she knew what she was doing. After a few minutes they hid in an alleyway while police cars drove by them. Izuku noticed they were starting to get into the more sketchy parts of town, which they continued deeper into until they reached a very run-down-looking warehouse. When they stepped inside, Izuku saw that there were a few beds inside, a mini fridge, a few boxes, and a workbench with all of Mei's gadgets and tools around it. I know it doesn't look like much, but I think it'll be a good place to start. He thought it made sense to stay at an abandoned warehouse, even if it was a bit cliché, but then it occurred to him that the lights were on. Why does abandoned warehouse have electricity? Oh, that's the beauty of it, it's not abandoned, just very recently purchased. There's this guy who used to buy my mom's gadgets before she went to jail, and he wanted to use these warehouses for some less than legal things. But here's the problem, unowned and rundown warehouses get a lot of attention if people are going in and out of them. So that's where we come in. We fix this place up while we live here, and once it looks nice, we'll move on to the next one. I think there's like 5 in total, so we'll have a place to live for a while. Why doesn't he just hire workers to do faster than us? That was his plan. I told him that was a stupid plan. Why pay other people to do what we'll do for free? Sure, it'll take longer, but he's a patient guy who likes to save money. Basically, we don't ask him questions, he doesn't ask us questions. Izuku didn't really like the fact that they were clearly working for a criminal. Then he paused and realized he was a criminal too, which really narrows down their choices. Okay. Sounds like good plan. You get settled in, I have to go destroy something beautiful. Izuku decided it was best not to question her at this point and laid down on one of the mattresses on the ground and decided to rest. Between all the craziness of the day and still healing from his wounds, he was very tired. When he woke up he saw Mei, but not the Mei he recognized. This Mei had black hair that was a pixie cut style. It was very different from how Mei usually looked, but he had to admit it was really cute. I know it looks terrible, but my hair was a bit too recognizable to be hiding from the law. And it's not like you and Biruta can easily go around in public without being noticed. You look amazing. Mei smiled in response, but Izuku felt like it was a fake one. Is something wrong? Mei laid down on the bed with him, staring off at the wall. It's nothing important. After a few minutes of silence he put his hand over hers. Glad I got to keep promise to come back to you. She spoke in a near whisper as she placed a hand on his back. I was so scared you wouldn't. When I saw you on the news, I thought I'd lost you. I felt so useless. I built all these things, but it wasn't enough to keep you safe. He cut through your suit like it was nothing. Mei, what's the point of making these babies if they can't keep you safe? What's the point of me if I can't make things that are good enough? Why have me around if I'm not useful? I don't care if you're useful. You're not a robot. That's not why I like you. I like you because you're Mei, not because you make things. I don't understand. That's all I do. I invent and I make my babies. That's it. That's all I'm good for, and I can't even do that apparently. You're amazing inventor. And even if you weren't, I'd still love you. Izuku wasn't really sure what he was expecting as a response. He wasn't really thinking this far ahead, it just sort of happened. Mei had a massive smile on, which was a good sign, but then she immediately ran off, grabbed something from a box and went to the bathroom, which was not a good sign. When it came to Mei, Izuku was frequently confused. Neither of them were good at social cues or interacting with people. But Izuku was extra confused in this situation. What was he supposed to be doing? Was he supposed to follow her or stay here? He decided the best choice was to do nothing and hope that things made more sense soon. Mei came back a minute later in pajamas he hadn't seen before. Wait, why did she suddenly run away to change? And why did her clothes seem sort of metallic? Mei, why'd you change all of a sudden? Well, these are actually a baby I've been working on for a while. They're Kevlar pajamas. Comfy on the inside, but knife-proof on the outside. Why? I want to cuddle you. But I'm tired of needing to be careful of getting scratches, and it means I get to be the big spoon without being stabbed to death. The next day was spent with Izuku and Biruta doing some basic cleanup and repairs on the warehouse. Mostly just cleaning up the garbage that was littered outside since Izuku still had to take it easy with his body still healing. Mei spent some time setting up small cameras around the perimeter, so they would have a heads up if someone was coming and they needed to hide. During the time that Izuku was in the hospital, Mei had figured that it was going to end pretty badly and was glad she had gotten this set up pretty quickly. Which meant that she was able to move all of her inventing materials and equipment here. Her parents were inventors as well, so there had been a lot she was able to bring. She also might have borrowed some tools from the UA workshop, but that's not important. So she started working on a new suit for Izuku after making sure the cameras were working properly. Mei spent most of her time crafting and Izuku worked with Baruta to repair the broken fence first since that would help give them some much-needed privacy. His brother was thrilled to have something to do all the time. Between his enhanced strength, many arms, and tool hands, he was a construction worker's dream. One night while Izuku and Mei were laying together, Izuku turned over to face her. "Do you think I'm scary?" She was a little surprised by the suddenness of the question, but she thought he was probably thinking about this for a while. "Never. I know you only did what you thought was right, and I agree with you. I know you would never hurt me, unless of course I became a centuries-old supervillain that hired serial killers. You are a kind person in an unkind world, I love you so much and I don't think I've ever felt safer than with you." Mei gently held him closer and kissed him lovingly, feeling a bit more confident when she felt him kiss back. "I'm happy you feel that. But that's not what I meant. I meant more scary in general, not to you specifically. You think I could be a scary vigilante? I could end fights sooner if criminals were scared of me." "Oh, yeah, definitely." "Really? You decapitated a supervillain on live television in front of the whole world. So yeah, I think small-time criminals wouldn't want to fight you after seeing that." "You think you could make my costume scarier?" Mei responded with a wild grin. "How scary are we talking?" Enough that villains don't want to fight and just give up sometimes?" She jumped out of bed and went over to her workstation, challenge accepted. He groaned in response, realizing his mistake in bringing this up late at night. "Mei, can't we do this in the morning? Sleep is for the weak, we have scary babies to make." Izuku sighed, but got out of bed to help as she started to modify her designs. The next day when Mei came back from grocery shopping, she had a smile that told Izuku she was up to something. "Mei, what are you planning?" "What? Me? I would never do such a thing." "Mei, is this about making scarier?" "Maybe. What is it?" "Sue, your shell stain's pretty easy, right? You know that, you helped many times cleaning it." "Well, what if we stained it on purpose?" She walked closer and pulled out a deep red hair dye. "What if we made it look like your spikes were always bloody, and maybe throw some splatters on your shell here and there?" He chuckled in response, a little weird, but like it. "Let's do it." "Yes. Spooky Izuku, here we go." Izuku just laughed as he patiently let Mei have fun making him look like he was always splattered with blood. After about a week of painting, repairing, and cleaning, the warehouse looked a lot more like it belonged to an actual business instead of the local homeless population. They still had more work to do before they were completely done, but Izuku was proud of their progress. Mei was also happy with progress made, but on a different task. The new, extra scary, suit was finished, and she definitely liked it. The first big change was one that should have come a lot sooner. It came with shoes. Izuku had just been going barefoot so far since the odd shape of his hands and feet, but hadn't worried about it since shoes weren't tougher than his shell anyways. Since Mei made them though, it could be assumed that they weren't regular shoes. They were a slick black with shock and sound absorption in the soles. This meant his bones wouldn't hurt as much when he ran and his steps would be much quieter. They were shaped so that he could easily switch between having them cover his claws so he could move quietly or he could retract them so his claws were exposed. An additional aspect is that when the shoes retracted, they revealed the steel that reinforced his already deadly claws. In order to protect the injury from all for one, steel strips were added to the sides and down his back. Mei shaped them to look like a metal ribcage and spine so that they were a good mix of protective and intimidating. The rest of the suit was completely black and was given the same treatment as his spikes so it looked like it was recently splattered with fresh blood. They had both decided that it was worth it to sacrifice some speed for additional protection. So the entire suit was made of a heavier and more durable material so he can take a lot more hits before actually getting hurt. There were also a few hidden cameras on his costume so she could literally watch his back. Her favorite change though was the hood. It was made of a thick fireproof Kevlar that worked like a mask since it now covered the entire top of his head. The goggles built in for his eyes were slightly red tinted, but not enough to impair his vision at all. Mei was giggling as she revealed the final change to the hood, which she kept as a surprise for Izuku. The top of the hood, along with down the metal ribs and spine, could burst into flame. It wouldn't be hot enough or large enough to hurt Izuku, but it was very noticeable, especially at night. It was mostly for show, but also helpful if he was dealing with someone who was immune to most physical attacks. Mei smiled at the end result, which, when everything was activated, looked like a monster from hell itself, wreathed in flame and covered in blood, and the only part of his face visible were his fangs and red eye slits. She felt that she accomplished her goal in making him extra scary. She turned the flames off. "All right, I'd say my babies did their job, you are officially spooky. Do you want to get started?" Izuku smiled, loving his new costume. "Yes. I'll go invisible and patrol, unless you had something in mind? I know crime in general is bad, but I think we should go after some drag dealers. Any reason? Well, we don't really have much any money left, and drag dealers tend to have that. So I think it's a good idea to start there. Izuku just laughed. Sure May, what do you want me to do? For now, run around, stop crime, be scary. You know, get your name out there while also maybe taking the money off of the occasional bad guy so we can get groceries. Izuku smiled and became invisible, eager to try out his new outfit and the gadgets that May included, like the taser spikes that UA wouldn't let them install. Izuku quietly prowled the city, keeping an eye out for anything concerning. Izuku did his best not to be happy when he saw a mugging. He was upset it was happening, but was glad to have the chance to debut as a vigilante. Still invisible, he approached the mugger, who currently had a gun pointed at a woman who was scrambling to get her wallet. Leave her alone if you want to live. Who the F said that? Izuku knocked the gun from his hand and became visible, standing less than a foot from him. Oh it's you. This is only warning, if I see you hurt someone again, it'd be the last thing you do. Fuck. Sure dude, I'll go clean, just don't rip my fucking head off. Izuku felt satisfied and saw that the lady had started to run off and had her phone out. So he became invisible again and ran off. As Izuku started to head back, he noticed two people in hoodies being not very discreet as they sold drags in an alley. It was obvious that they were pretty low on whatever organization they were part of, but they would know who was above them. As the two people walked away from each other, Izuku followed the seller. May spoke up in his earpiece. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I see a patch on his coat that might be a gang or something like that. I'll look it up while you follow. Once it was only the seller in the alley, Izuku became visible. He could sense he had a vision enhancement quirk, so Izuku wasn't too worried. Who do you work for? As he turned around, who the hell are you? Then, after a moment of pause, you're the beheading guy. I won't ask again, who do you work for? Yeah, if I bring you to him then we're good? Yes. Okay. Izuku could see that he was shaking, he had to be about Izuku's age and looked absolutely terrified. Quickly writing something down, here's where I go to drop off cash and get my supply, I'm supposed to meet with them tomorrow night. Izuku felt a little embarrassed about his part, but groceries and supplies didn't buy themselves. Give me the money you have and turn yourself in. He could see his hesitation, so he subtly pressed the button on his arm that turned his fire on. Now. The alley now smelled like PSS and a handful of cash was clumsily given to Izuku before he ran in the direction of the police station. Izuku walked back, feeling a little less than heroic, but mostly successful. The next day he went to the place and time that the dealer had given him, and that was when he realized his rookie mistake. He really should have made sure he actually turned himself in. Because once he stepped inside, he noticed that he was not alone. Instead of finding the one person he was looking for, he found 20 people in matching jackets. It was clear at least one person had a sensory quirk because he heard, "He's here," even though he was still invisible. Before he could leave, the door slammed behind him and they rushed him. He quickly scanned their group to figure out what quirks he was up against. Knife fingers. Electrified, needs physical contact. For arms mutation. Steel bones mutation. Super hearing. Produce mist. Stretchable arms. He wanted to see more of them but ran out of time. He grew his spikes out as far as he could with just a few moments, getting a little under 2 feet. Jumping to the side, he hoped to dodge most of them since only one maybe two could tell where he was. Then a wave of water vapor rolled across the floor. Everyone in the room looked directly at him and surrounded the gap in the mist that signified where he was. Do you have any idea how much villains are willing to pay for your head? Said the villain with steel bones and wearing a weird plague mask, presumably the boss. He clearly stepped into something way bigger than he meant to. He needed to keep his head on straight. There were two people with guns, they had irrelevant quirks though, he had to keep an eye on. Which was concerning since not all of his suit was completely bulletproof because joints needed to be able to move. The guy with 4 arms ran at him next to someone who had ram horns and held a crowbar. He charged forward and stabbed 4 arms in the hands. He tried to maneuver away, but 4 arms held onto the spikes that hit him, holding in place for just a moment as a crowbar hit him in the leg. It hurt a lot but it didn't crack bone thanks to the new suit. Pulling himself free he jumped in front of the ram horn guy and struck him with the compact taser May put on one of his spikes, sending him to the ground. Before he could even start to gather himself for the next move a barrage of fists and clubs came raining down on him. They weren't able to fight with full force since they had to go around his spikes, but the sheer number of attackers was enough to keep him down. He was trying to lash out here and there, taking a few down with taser and tranquilizers, but there were too many for that to be making a real difference. Izuku had been trying to follow what was right. To not kill unless it was the absolute last possible option, which was the case with All for One. But was it the case here? Was his escape worth their lives? His internal debate was cut short by a gunshot ringing out and intense pain filling his body as a bullet hit his arm. Enough. Enough of this. He wasn't a hero anymore and he needed to remember that. He couldn't act like a hero and survive. As he took hit after hit, he shook violently, pushing a few people away but not enough. Another spike broke and another wave of pain hit him. He drove his claws into the leg of a man with elongated arms and slammed his spikes into the stomach of a woman who was using her hair like a whip. But the pain never ended. Another bullet found purchase in his body, this time in his leg. The pain brought out the fear he was trained to use as a weapon. The fear of death and pain was enough to make him capable of anything, no matter how brutal or wrong. And he was terrified. No matter what the League did to him, he always knew they'd keep him alive since he was useful. These men had no such intentions. Any restraint left inside of Izuku snapped. His spikes shot out in every direction. His entire body felt like it was being ripped apart as he pushed himself far past his limits. Each spear of bone reached nearly 5 feet long, even if just for a moment, and they tore through his attackers' bodies without discretion. Izuku rose from the ground filled with fear and rage. Within moments he launched himself at the two men with guns. His claws rained down and tore their hands apart before they could fire again. He turned to their leader, who was the only one unharmed. "You really think you win? I killed All Might, I killed the leader of the League of Villains, I snapped Stain's neck, and you think that your little group will be the end of me?" He pulled his spikes back in completely and walked over the bleeding and screaming bodies on the ground. "Tell everyone that this city is under protection, and this what happens when fight me. Tell them how you thought you win, and how you wrong." Izuku limped out of the building and turned invisible as he dragged himself back to the warehouse, covered in blood. He hadn't made it far before he passed out in the street. When he opened his eyes he realized he was in a house he didn't recognize. He checked his wrists for cuffs and was relieved, but was still very panicked about not knowing where he was. He looked up and saw a girl with black hair, probably in her late 20s or early 30s. "It's all right, you're safe here, don't try to get up though, you're hurt pretty bad." "We're here. Currently you're on my dining table since you passed out in the street from blood loss. Why help?" "Well, I saw what you did. Everyone here did. Those BSTRDS got my husband killed and maybe I'm just glad they paid for it." "What your name?" How about you just call me Yuki? It's not actually my name, but it sounds cute." Mei came running into the room. "Izuku. You're awake. You really need to stop worrying me like this." "Sorry." Mei smiled at him. "Well, this lovely lady got all the bullets out, so once you're good to walk we'll get you home." "Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. You got shot twice and have a lot of broken bones. It seems that your bone exoskeleton heals faster than regular bone. But you're in no condition to go anywhere, especially since the pros are searching for you like crazy. Is okay to stay here? Like I said, you got revenge for my husband, you stay as long as you need to." "Thank you." Mei gave him a small kiss. "While you rest here and heal up I'll check on Biruta and bring back the calcium pills, since I'm guessing you'll need them with all those shattered spikes. Make sure he doesn't throw tantrum, maybe have him get work done to stay busy." "Yeah, I can get him started on some stuff. I'll be back soon." When Mei left she turned to Izuku. "So, who's this Biruta?" "He's my brother, another Nomu. I thought you were the only one to get away. Kept him hidden because pros killed the rest of my family." Yuki sat on a chair near him and hummed in agreement. "What's he like?" "He's really playful, but throws a tantrum when he gets too confused or frustrated. He started learning talk again, so that's been really good. He couldn't before? Becoming a Nomu is bad for the brain. Takes time to heal from it. He's only been free a few weeks now, but he'll get better. He sounds like a sweetie. How about this, you tell me about your adorable sounding brother while I clean up the blood." Izuku felt ashamed when he realized that her kitchen was covered in his blood. "Sorry." "No worries, having a bloody kitchen is kind of a given when you take in nearly dead vigilantes." "Thank you, I know you have your own reasons, but still grateful." "Of course. So, tell me about this Biruta, he seems lovely." "He's such a big baby, he loves wrenches so much. He can turn his hands to tools, and makes them all wrenches when he's excited." "That's amazing, a cute little wrench baby." "Well, not that little, he's nearly 7.5 feet tall." "I see, so a big wrench baby then." Izuku just smiled. He missed having regular conversations. He hadn't realized how long it had been since he talked with someone other than Mei. "What about you? Are you doctor?" Pointing down at the very well done bandages and removed bullets. "Yep, I'm a surgeon with a specialty in removing bullets since." At that she raised one of the bullets into the air. I can attract metal, even if it's not magnetic. But I can't pull very hard. Izuku nodded, already knowing her quirk, but feeling even more lucky that she found him. That's wonderful. My mom has a quirk kinda like that. Yeah, well I wouldn't have to use my quirk so much if the heroes did their jobs. Izuku looked over at her curiously as she mopped the floor. When you see heroes patrolling, it's not around here. They patrol where the most people are, the city centers and where people see them. No one's making sure that the slums are safe. So people come to our clinic to be put back together when no hero shows up to save them. I guess that makes you their hero. She laughed in response. I'm not sure I'm cut out for that. But I'll make a deal with you, you keep these streets safe, and I'll do what I can to patch you up when you need it. Deal, but I hope I won't need you for a while. Me too, but I have a feeling that you're not great at staying out of trouble. Izuku just laughed quietly, which was answer enough. Thank you. Yuki looked up from moping. I already said dash. Not that, for talking to me like a person. Not a lot of people do that. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to think of you at first. But then I saw you with your girlfriend and it helped remind me that you're just a kid in a shitty situation. Plus, you're out there fighting drag dealers and killers, so I'd say that makes a pretty great person at that. The next morning Mei showed up looking very tired. Sorry it took me a long time to get here, Biruta threw a tantrum whenever I tried to leave him alone. Yuki walked over. Izuku is sleeping on the couch right now. Everything okay with Biruta? Yeah, he just got clingy for a while. Now that he's rested and has a job to do he'll be fine for a while. Alright, well I need to head out to work. He'll probably be good to be moved either tonight or tomorrow, so I can drive him back to wherever you're staying once he's healed enough. Okay, thank you so much for everything. I'm just glad I was there to help. Yuki hands her a small piece of paper. Here's my number if you need me before then. Inko sat in shock as she watched the news. There was a massacre and they were saying that her little baby was the one who did it. For the first time she felt regret for helping her son. Every time that she forgave him, every time she turned a blind eye, she helped this happen. When she found out about what happened with Stain she should have turned him instead of trying to move on. Inko knew he was probably going to be a vigilante when Mei broke him out. But she didn't think being a vigilante would look like this. She didn't care who they were. This was wrong. She didn't know what to do. There wasn't much she could do. She didn't know where they were or what they were planning. She had no way to contact them since they figured that Inko's house would be searched by the police once he escaped, which was true. So all she could do was hope he stopped killing or that someone else stopped him. Everyone had just moved into the dorms and they finished judging everyone's rooms. A lot of the class sat together in the common area and felt their blood run cold when they saw what came on the news. Izuku had killed 6 people, injuring another 13, leaving only one who was unharmed. The one unharmed man made it clear that this was Izuku and that he wasn't done. He also confirmed that the Izuku had been the one to kill Stain. At this revelation both Uraraka and Tenya tensed up. Izuku had taken the fall for Ida. Ida didn't say a single word as everyone talked about their former classmate. He couldn't process anything people were saying as he silently moved to his room. He started reading more on what had happened. He wanted to understand exactly what Izuku had done and why. Most of the reports focused on Izuku, but he found some information on the victims. They were working for the Yakuza. Only one of them was an actual member, the rest were just working for him, doing the grunt work of selling drags on the street or roughing people up. There were more than a few murders that had occurred in the area that had been suspected to be at the hands of this smaller group specifically. They seemed to function as a local gang that was controlled by the Yakuza. So, how did Ida feel about Izuku killing a group of killers and drag dealers? He really wished he knew. He tried to ask himself how many people would live because these men were killed arrested. But he could never know that. This wasn't as obvious as it was with Stain, who made it very clear he would keep killing. But then it raised the question of if the lives of innocents saved was worth the same as killers spared. Ida longed for the days when he saw the world as black and white, right and wrong, legal and illegal. Now things were so much more gray and blurry. Yes, what Izuku did was wrong, but it was also right. He was saving and killing at the same time, and it left Ida conflicted. Surely the world was better off without this group on the streets. But was the world better off enough to be worth 6 deaths? Ida hated that he knew that there would never be a clear answer to that question. His mind wandered to Stain, when he had been at the same crossroads. At that time it hadn't been about what was right for the world. It was about revenge. It was about someone doing wrong and getting punished for it. He had saved lives by ending Stains, but he knew that wasn't why he did it. How many people would feel that same relief that Ida got when Izuku killed those men? How many family members and lovers got their revenge through Izuku and felt closure because of it? He didn't know if it was right, but he knew if his brother had been hurt by one of those men instead of Stain, he'd be happy for what Izuku did. Ida knew that in his heart, Izuku was a kind soul. That's why he did this. It's why Izuku admitted to a crime Ida committed. He wanted Ida to have the chance to be a hero that Izuku had lost. Ida refused to doubt Izuku's judgment and would trust that his friend made the right choice. Uraraka sat in horror looking at the screen. She understood why Izuku had done what he had in the past. Especially with All for One, where his quirk prevented a non-fatal solution. When she watched that man keep fighting with spikes sticking out of his heart, she knew what Izuku would have to do in order to survive. So she could forgive that. But this? This felt different. These weren't century-old supervillains, these were common criminals who were massacred. What was worse was that she knew this wouldn't be the end of it. Izuku wasn't done. It didn't matter what these people did, they didn't deserve death. Especially not like that, skewered and left in a pool of blood and gore. For the first time, she hoped that Izuku would get caught. She didn't want him hurt, she just wanted him to stop this. She had lost hope he would find a better way. Kirishima was filled with rage. He felt the power of One for All burn within him, humming just beneath his skin. Izuku needed to be stopped, and Kirishima would do it with his own hands. He wished he knew where he was now or how to find him. He hated that Izuku was being called a vigilante when he was clearly a villain. He had killed All Might, how is he anything but a villain after that? Kirishima tried to pull himself together as his mind was filled with images of All Might dying in arms. Crack! Everyone in the common area looked over as Kirishima accidentally broke a table in half. He would stop Izuku, he didn't care what anyone else thought, he would get justice for All Might. Mina spoke softly as she looked at the television, that's terrible, how could he do something like that? Bakago scoffed, did you fuckers forget that those guys were all killers and drug dealers? If you ask me, they got what deserved. Everyone there turned and glared at him with a mix of horror and anger. If you extras got something to say, then say it. He paused for just a moment, if you actually paid FING attention you'd know those FS were selling trigger like goddamn candy. So yeah, I'd say that if they were okay with getting other people killed they should be ready for the same. This got a mix of murmuring from those staring and everyone left him alone as he walked back to his room. Once he was alone Bakago swore F-. What the hell did they do to you, Izuku? You'd never hurt a fly, but now you're off killing gangsters. The guilt started to build in him again, he hadn't been able to protect Izuku, and because of that he was tortured and experimented on until he became who he is now. Bakago would be the one to bring him in, he didn't trust anyone else to bring him in alive at this point. But other than worrying about how others would treat Izuku, he wasn't sure if he wanted to bring him in. He meant what he said to those extras. But at the end of the day though he couldn't just let Izuku go on a rampage through the city's criminals and still call himself a hero. Aizawa sat in his office looking at the report he'd just gotten. What he'd warned them had now happened. Instead of trying to help Izuku they sent a DMN army of pros to him. Apparently his and Endeavor's warning sent the wrong message. Now they had lost all hope of this kid being a hero. Aizawa glared at the sheet in front of him, as if he could change the truth just by willing it hard enough. Izuku wanted nothing more than to help people, to be a hero, and since that was taken from him, he did what anyone could expect. Aizawa didn't know why people were surprised. They took a child who had been tortured, given incredible strength, and taught how to kill, then they rejected him for not knowing how to hold back against his torturers in a fight. On top of that, his faith in pros was slashed after that mess in Hosu. It was the perfect recipe to create a violent vigilante. Izuku woke up slowly and smiled when he saw Mei resting next to him. He tried to stand up but fell back down when pain racked his body. Mei sleepily looked over at him with a smile. You're up, how are you? Everything hurts. That makes sense, you were shot twice and overused your quirk by a lot. She leaned over and kissed his forehead. Let me know when you feel strong enough to move around. You won't have to go far, but we'll have to move you to Yuki's car. Okay, can I eat something first? After some food and a couple more hours of rest they set out on their way back. Izuku wasn't exactly comfortable, but he could handle it. As soon as they got inside the warehouse an excited shout echoed throughout it. Zuukuuu. Hey there Biruta, sorry I worried you. Biruta then looked over his shoulder at the woman entering their home. Mei went over and introduced her before Biruta could panic over seeing the stranger. This is Yuki, she's a friend. Ukikii. Ah, I see what you mean now. He does seem like a big wrench baby to me. At the word wrench he showed off the wide array of different wrenches he could create. Mei smiled at him. Biruta. Did you finish? In response they got a classic Biruta victory screech that seemed like a yes. Izuku looked around and realized all the rust had been removed from the metal support beams. It didn't really need to be done. But he needed something simple and time-consuming to do while they were gone. Plus, it did make the warehouse look nicer. Good work brother, I'm go rest more. That sounds like a good plan. While you do that, I'll help Biruta with the finishing touches. I think we're nearly ready to move to the next warehouse. Izuku was already pulling himself under some blankets. Night-night, May. When Izuku woke up, he was hungry, so he mindlessly wandered over to the kitchen and made some instant noodles. He was nearly halfway into his meal when he realized something was different. Almost all of their things were gone and neither May or Biruta were around. The second thing he realized later than he should have was that it was bright out. Which was weird since it was barely sunset when he fell asleep. Well, hey there, Sleeping Beauty. Are you feeling better? Yeah, how long was I asleep? I'm not sure, but it was definitely a while. We finished up here and started moving our stuff to the next one, since it's just down the street. You want help? Absolutely not. You got shot and Biruta has super strength, so you'll do nothing but eat and heal. Izuku nodded and resigned himself to being useless until he was better. After a few more hours of coming and going, May announced that they were done. Izuku stepped outside and looked back. He knew that it wasn't their main goal by any means, but he felt proud of how nice it looked now. There was even a sign over the door that read OG's Shipping Company, which was the name of the shell company that technically owned this place. Izuku hated feeling so useless, but he didn't have much choice in the matter. It had been a week and he could walk but not run. He'd been practicing his invisibility since everything else hurt to use. He was working on slowly building up his stamina for how long he could hold himself or others invisible. It was an important thing to practice and train, but it was also boring. May had done a little more work on the suit, begrudgingly removing the flames in favor of replacing the weight with better protection for his legs and arms. Another week passed and Izuku was more than ready to hit the streets again. They had both decided that Izuku wouldn't try to take on anything big and just focus on small crimes. Izuku patrolled the area invisibly, now able to keep it up for hours at a time on himself without faltering. He passed two people in an alley and decided to keep an eye on them. One guy could make his head inflate and the other was quirkless. As Izuku got closer, he realized what they were doing. The quirkless man, in his late teens early 20s, was buying a gun. He quietly built up speed, making sure his claws were covered. Then he launched forward and knocked the gun out of his hand and knocked out the seller with a swift hit to the head. The quirkless man was searching for an explanation for what just happened, so Izuku spoke up. Why do you need a gun? Who's there? Izuku had completely forgotten he was still invisible, dropping it. I am quirkless and I need to protect myself. Plenty of easier and more legal ways to do that. What's real reason? I'm tired of being weak. I want to fight back. This lets me level the playing field at least a little. Izuku had no issue with that. Pointing at the unconscious man, okay, do you think this man has warrant for his arrest? Him? Oh, absolutely. Wait, you're just letting me go. Yeah, just make sure you don't hit innocents with that. If you hurt someone not deserving, I'll find you. Sounds like a fair deal, same goes for you. This made Izuku pause for a moment, but he nodded. He took all the cash and weapons off the unconscious man before carrying him down to the nearest police station, keeping both invisible. Then he placed him by the doors, and released it once he had walked away. Izuku was glad to be out here again. He'd arrested a small-time weapons dealer and gotten enough money to help cover them for a little while. They started to fall into a bit of a rhythm for the next few weeks. Biruta handled the warehouse with some help from May. May did any needed repairs on his equipment and did any shopping. Izuku spent all his time either training or patrolling. He was proud of himself for getting better at knocking people out. The police stations within the city started getting used to criminals and drags just suddenly appearing on their steps, with the criminals always with a noticeable lack of cash. They also began to notice that no weapons ever showed up. Izuku wasn't completely sure why he kept the various weapons he found, but it felt like a situation where it was better to have them and not need them than the other way around. With this pattern, they started to have some actual surplus instead of just scraping by. They got a couple of burner phones in case they needed to call someone like their surgeon friend. One day he walked back in from patrolling to see May talking with an older man. He didn't know what was going on and was definitely ready to fight if he needed to. Hey Izuku. Ah, Izuku, it's good to see you in person. No need to get all worked up like that. I guess you wouldn't know what I look like, so your reaction makes sense. I'm the man May worked with to set you three up in these warehouses. Izuku calmed down and pulled his spikes in, walking up to the man and shaking his hand. I must say, you've done amazing work so far. These look far more appealing now. Who would raise an eyebrow at a legitimate business like OG's Shipping Company? I particularly like the signs you put up, it's a nice touch. But today I'm just helping May get some contacts that would help cover her fairly recognizable eyes, since you don't have the equipment needed here. What should I call you? Izuku was trying not to be rude, but was concerned that he didn't know his name yet. Oh. Where are my manners? I assumed that May would have introduced me, though I do respect the discretion. The name's Jiren, I look forward to doing business with you. As soon as the man introduced himself as Jiren, Izuku's mind went blank. Izuku might not have recognized him at first, but that name made everything fit together. He worked with the League and was now at Izuku's home. He wasn't safe, he was going to be taken back. His spikes came out as he shot forward and pinned him to the ground, with a claw coming down and very ready to kill one more associate of the League. Wait! I'm not here for the League. Izuku paused for a moment and didn't rip his head off, yet. May was very confused and a bit concerned that her boyfriend was trying to kill their landlord. So I'm guessing you two know each other? Jiren nodded. I'm a villain broker, so I've worked for just about everyone at least once. I saw Izuku once or twice when I helped the League with recruitment. But I don't work with them anymore, alright? Izuku kept holding him down and growled slightly. Why trust you? Well, I was working for All for One specifically, not Shigaraki. And since you ripped his head off, that means our contract ended. Plus Shigaraki tends to kill the messenger, so I'd rather not be his information broker. Now, would you be so kind as to get off of me? Izuku still didn't like him but got off and walked over to calm down Biruta, who was very agitated by Izuku being upset. Jiren smiled at May as he stood up and dusted himself off. Well, I guess that went about as well as expected. She seemed fairly unfazed by what had just happened. Yeah, I guess so. Do you know who I'd talk to about getting a fake identity? Izuku didn't know how May approached everything so bluntly. It was like she was a weird mix of completely socially unaware and very confident. And he definitely loved her for it. Absolutely, dear. Is there any urgency? Or is it just something you'd like to have? Just something I'd like to have. It makes some things tricky to not have any ID I can use without being arrested. I can manage that. Do you have a preference for any of the specifics? Nah, I don't really care. That makes my job easier. I'll give you a call once everything is arranged. Izuku growled again as Jiren was leaving, causing him to flinch and walk a little faster. May gave him a hug to calm him down. Hey, he's not going to hurt you. My mom said he was always professional and doesn't sell out his clients, otherwise no one would do business with him. He begrudgingly accepted that, but that didn't mean he liked it. A few days had passed when May came back to the warehouse wearing the large sunglasses she still needed to cover her eyes since the contacts weren't ready yet. She pulled out a bag of 4 sets of walkie-talkies. I think it's time we bite the bullet and contact our friends and family. Izuku had been dreading hearing what everyone thought of their choices, but he also didn't really want to cut them out of his life forever. Okay, who you want to reach out to? Your mom, Ida, Uraraka, and my dad. He may be a neglectful father at best, but I still want to talk to him. Okay, but need to be safe about it. Maybe if they ask we say we're staying at an abandoned building. Maybe that green one on the way to the grocery store. Then we see what happens. See if they try to turn us in or not. Yeah, that's a good plan. It's weird to think about them doing that, but I know we need to be careful. Who do you want to talk to first, May? Can we talk to your mom? I really miss her, to be honest. She was always really nice to me. Yeah, I miss her too. That afternoon Izuku walked to his mom's house invisibly and left one walkie-talkie against her door before knocking and walking away. He paused for a moment before going to where May was waiting with the other at a nearby park. He just wanted the chance to see her even if she couldn't see him. Inko opened her door and was confused when she didn't see anyone, but then looked down and saw a yellow walkie-talkie with a note on it that read, "If you want to talk." He watched as she picked it up and stepped back inside, taking a deep breath. He wasn't sure what she was doing when she took out her phone, but he, with his ear pressed to the window, he could just make out what she was saying. He soon had all the answers he didn't want. Detective? You said to call if I had anything. Izuku started running. He needed to get to May now. When he got there he saw her talking. He snatched it out of her hand before saying anything and crushed the walkie-talkie before she could say anything even slightly compromising. Sorry, Mom, not safe. She called police when I dropped off. Izuku was still invisible, but she had grown oddly used to interacting with someone she couldn't see. Her words sounded almost numb, trying to move on from the hurtful experience. Oh. I guess we better get out of here before the cops search the area. Wanna try Ida next? I think he'll take it better since he was an original member of Team Laundry Detergent. Yeah, we can try that soon. I think school gets out soon anyways. We can catch him on the way home for weekend. He knew that his mother's betrayal hit both of them hard, but May was a person who needed time to process things. So they would talk about it at some point, but for now they would ignore that it happened until both of them were ready to accept it. A couple of minutes before Ida got home, they left another walkie-talkie on his doorstep with the same note. They waited with bated breath in an alley not too far from his house, silently hoping that this turned out better. They sat together and silently hoped that this went better. They wanted to do these in quick succession if possible so that they wouldn't give the police a chance to set a trap around someone they would try to contact. Hello? Ida, it's good to hear your voice. Izuku, I'm incredibly glad to know you're safe. I hope that everything is okay. May cut in, we're good, we just wanted to check in and see how you are. I'm well. It would seem that you've gotten a lot of attention lately, especially with taking on the Yakuza. About that, I didn't know it Yakuza until after fight. I was dumb and fell into trap and had to fight way out. That makes sense, if there's anything I can do, please let me know. Of course buddy, same goes for you. May smiled, both of them relieved that Ida still thought of them as friends. I wanted to thank you Izuku, you didn't have to admit to killing Stain, but you did anyway. Most people don't see it, but I know you're a kind person. Though I wish you didn't feel the need to take the blame for my actions. Then they both heard something very alarming from Ida's end of the conversation. Get on the ground. Hands behind your head. Clearly they hadn't moved fast enough and the police figured out that they were visiting old friends. Izuku turned to May as they both realized that the police had heard everything that Ida had just said. May looked back at him, go, save our friend. Izuku shot down the street and turned to quickly reach Ida's house. He saw 2 police officers and the pro-Kamui wood standing around Ida. His engine legs were already wrapped in wood and his hands were cuffed, luckily they were regular HNDC FFS rather than the quirk suppressant type. He sped up as he saw the situation, building momentum as he crashed into the hero. He shattered the branches around Ida on impact and felt a pang of guilt when the hero's arm broke as well. Leaping forward and still invisible he knocked out one of the officers, keeping his claws covered so he didn't hurt him badly. Izuku turned as he saw the other officer raise his firearm and was about to fire when Ida stepped forward and disarmed him before he got the chance. He became visible again for a moment to get his friend's attention. Time to go. Ida simply nodded with a dark expression and started running with him using his boosted speed to keep up. Follow me by sound, I'll keep pace and tell you when we need to turn. Understood. That is a logical plan. Let it be known that Ida can compartmentalize his emotions with the best of them. Izuku caused them both to become invisible and activated his earpiece. May, are you good to get home on your own? Yeah, I'm a lot sneakier than you 2 speedsters. I'll see you there. See you soon. They both paused for a moment to be quieter as a flurry of police cars shot by. Okay, we should be good now, we take the next left. He didn't hear anything in response. Ida. Sorry, I forgot you couldn't see me nod, let us continue. After a few minutes they arrived at their destination. OG's shipping company? Isn't it risky to stay on private property? I'll explain later, come inside for now. Biruta came running up to them with wet paint rollers for hands. Zuoku. FENNNND. It is good to see you again Biruta. Though my name is Tenya Ida, not Fend. He was trying to say friend. Ah, my apologies for misunderstanding, though I am happy to be your friend. I know it isn't much, but we've been stay here at these warehouses. I'm still unsure why you chose an owned property instead of an abandoned one. We have a deal with owner, he lets us stay and we make them look nicer. He bought a bunch of abandoned ones and we make them look not abandoned. Ah, I believe I understand now. I'd imagine Biruta is a big help with that. PAANNTIINNNGG. Ida gave a kind smile. Yes, I can see that you've been painting. He's gotten quite good at it actually, but before we keep chatting we should probably get those HNDCFFS off of you. Ida had been so focused on everything else it had slipped his mind that he was still cuffed and he was holding the police officer's handgun from disarming the man. Oh, and you can put the gun with others in that box over there. After a few unsuccessful attempts to get the cuffs off they decided to wait for May to get back. Ida took a deep breath. It would appear that I'm a criminal now. Well, I suppose I already was one ever since the incident with Stain. I'm just paying for it now. Putting up a fake smile he continued, I always knew I couldn't keep it a secret forever, no use worrying about it now. Izuku placed a gentle hand over Ida's, he knew how hard it was to leave your life behind. It's okay to be upset. Leaving life behind is hard. Izuku started to think about his mother and how much she must hate him at this point in order to turn on him without hesitation. He finally let himself feel the pain of his mom rejecting him. He sat with Ida and they wept as they both did their best to grieve the loss of family. When May got back she smiled and Ida looked shocked for a moment, taking a defensive stance before realizing it was May. My apologies, you look very different from the last time I saw you. Thanks. I'm glad it was such an effective disguise. I imagine I'll need one as well. Yep, I can't wait to give you a new look. I have a few hairstyle ideas already. I see, could you first assist me with these HNDCFFS, neither of us have the skills to remove them. You two should probably learn how to do this on your own, but I'll help this time, next time I'll just let you figure it out. After dealing with that problem, Ida suddenly looked around and realized another. I see that there are only 2 beds. I am unsure where I am to sleep. It warmed Izuku's heart that Ida didn't even question that he would be staying with them. There was no doubt from any member of their little group that the others would be there for them without hesitation. Mei thought for a moment, you could always share the futon with Biruta, he's a big fan of cuddling though, so fair warning on that. Ida did not seem pleased at the proposal. Oh dear. Perhaps I can simply use the floor for the night and we shall solve that issue tomorrow. Mei laughed. Wow, you must really not like cuddling. I simply dislike unnecessary physical contact. Izuku smiled. It's okay. You can sleep while I patrol and Mei work. The next day was spent getting Ida what he would need to start his new life, such as an additional mattress, less obvious glasses, and new clothes. In order to help him blend in, he wore baggy pants that hid the exhaust pipes on his legs. They also got him an arrangement of hoodies and t-shirts. Mei had a field day giving him a new look, doing her best to make the preppy school kid look like someone who would actually live in the slums that they were in. His least favorite part of this transformation was giving him a buzz cut. Although Ida felt that he looked incredibly undignified, he accepted that he looked very different than he had the day before and that perhaps looking undignified would let him blend in. Mei hummed and looked over her work. I think I know what's missing. You look too friendly. Sure, you look intense nearly all the time, but not the angry kind of intense. It doesn't match the look and it makes you stand out around here. Try imagining that everyone you see just crossed the street without waiting for the walk signal. Ida immediately looked angry and offended. Why would they do such a thing? That is both dangerous and disrespectful to the law. Yes. That is exactly the face you needed. Now you can really fit the look of a street thug. Which is what you need in order to not stick out like a sore thumb. In response, Ida swung his arms in the robotic manner he usually did, with Biruta copying him from behind. Jiren walked into the warehouse along with another man. Hello, my name is Jiren, you are Ida, correct? Correct, Mei said we might be seeing you today. Yes, I come with the requested items and dash. Biruta came sprinting at the 2 men and stood between the newcomer he didn't recognize and his family, pointing various kinds of swords at Jiren's associate and glaring suspiciously at the new face. Who you? The man looked to be in his 30s, wearing a ratty hoodie, and was very terrified and confused at what was wanted. Jiren turned to Biruta. It's good to see you again. My friend here brought you a gift. He looked very interested at this, but still had his swords out. Muttering under his breath, this better work, Jiren, and pulled out a wrench and handed it to Biruta, who happily took it in his now untransformed hands and released a moderate victory screech. WRRRRNCHH Taiyime. Mei came over with a big smile, and seemed completely unconcerned by what just transpired and faced Jiren. Does that mean that they are done? As we agreed, here is your new ID and everything you would need to prove that your new identity is true. Legally, you are now Fumi Haruko, proud employee at OG's shipping company. Additionally, you are now considered quirkless, which is where these come in, handing her a small box, which she opened and put in the contacts that made her eyes appear completely normal, but still allowed her to use quirk while they were in. So to the outside observer, there was nothing quirky about her other than her personality. Thank you for all your help, both of you. The forger that came with Jiren laughed. No need to thank me, I did it for the money you paid me, not your thanks. Besides, I'm only here in person since we guessed that your new friend would need a new face and a new identity, especially since he is a much higher profile case and much more recognizable. Ida turned to Izuku and Mei. I'm not sure that I understand. Izuku walked over and explained, still looking at Jiren with suspicion. His quirk let him change a person's appearance permanently. Can't change mass or composition, but he can rearrange. Correct, you didn't need that part of his skill set with Mei, but I believed it was likely you would for your new ally here. Even with your recent makeover, he's got a pretty recognizable face with a lot of people looking for him. It's not a pleasant process, but it'll probably save your life. It was too late for Ida to turn back now. He'd gone this far, there was no point in holding back. Very well, however, I don't have any funds to pay you with. Don't worry, Ida, we can cover this, we sort of got you into this mess. Plus, Team Laundry Detergent looks out for its own. Jiren laughed while the other man simply looked confused. That's a clever code name, because you removed a stain, correct? Mei pointed at Izuku. I told you it was funny. Regardless of your fantastic murder humor, while Ida and my associate work on his new identity, I had hoped to discuss some business with you too. Izuku was still cautious around the man but joined Mei and Jiren sitting around a small folding table they had. What did you want to discuss? Well, I know our current arrangement for your housing is temporary, and I wanted to see if you were interested in making it a more permanent one. You help me out and you stay here and can treat this warehouse as your own. Izuku immediately did not like that. What kind of work? Nothing different than what you're already doing, just with a little bit more direction. Essentially, if there are ever criminals that I don't want in business, I would give you all the information I have on them and let you go from there. I wouldn't force you to act on anything I give you, but I would always do my best to make sure that any possible assignment would benefit both of our goals. Mei tilted her head slightly. Why not just hire hitmen or something if you want people gone? An excellent question. Because you are far more explainable. Both of them gave him a confused look. Allow me to put it into better words. If someone crosses me or someone I represent and suddenly ends up dead or in jail at the hands of another criminal, it would likely cause a war in the streets. Or at the very least would give me a reputation I don't want. I'm nothing more than a middleman who buys and sells everything from weapons to information. I have no desire to end up in a fight with some spiteful villain. But on the other hand, if someone crosses me and ends up defeated at the hands of a vigilante, there's no reason for suspicion. You stopping a criminal would barely make the news, but me stopping someone I disagree with would cause a lot of problems for everyone involved. And we wouldn't be forced to act on any information you give us? Mei asked tentatively. Of course, I would simply give you the details of their operation and let your moral compass do the rest. The truth is, there's more than a few people I find disgusting, even in the context of villains. But I'd lose everything I've built if people caught me trying to influence how they do business, especially over something like morality. But you don't need an excuse to do the right thing, so I might occasionally point you in the direction of people who do business I don't approve of. We'll have to discuss this with our newest partner, but we'll be sure to get back to you either way. Izuku wasn't completely against his offer so far. He liked the idea of having more information going into a fight. It would let them do more than just wander around and hope they find a random villain. But he did not like the idea of being Jiren's unofficial mercenary. I look forward to hearing from you. The sound of Ida screaming caused Mei and Izuku to flinch. And it sounds like those two are finishing up. Jiren's associate returned a few moments later along with Ida, who stumbled over and laid down on his bed. Izuku walked over to the man and handled paying him for his services and half of the cost for Ida's new identity documentation. He felt bad that his friend had to go through so much so quickly and knew it was going to be a hard adjustment. After the two men had left, they checked on Ida to make sure he was okay. Even if the changes were relatively minor, he looked like a very different person. Anything that could be used to identify him had been shifted slightly. His fingerprints, teeth, and facial structure were all new. He had a much softer jawline than before and his face was a bit more round. Every small change made a surprisingly large difference, such as his now reshaped and less intense eyebrows. The next day came and Ida felt sore and was still adjusting to his new body and took a few minutes to aggressively stare at himself in a mirror. I believe I understand the moral dilemma that we're now faced with. This deal would inevitably benefit Jiren and the other criminals he represents. We would be doing their dirty work, which does not appeal to me. But at the same time he does have a point, we would go after these people anyways, with or without his assistance. Mei nodded in agreement. Yeah, plus we'll probably be able to take on bigger problems with some intel. We're not heroes, we won't really get a lot of better options than Jiren, so I think we should take it. Think of how badass we'll look when we're taking down entire organizations instead of sticking to the guys on the streets. Izuku fidgeted nervously. I don't know. Worried we'll just be used. I don't want to be a weapon for villains again. Mei put a hand on his shoulder. You won't be anyone's weapon ever again. Like he said, we can turn down anything we don't agree with. He'll give us the info, but we're in control of what we do with it. Ida nodded. I agree, I think we should approach this cautiously, but it will be beneficial going forward. Okay, if you too sure. But if I feel like we being used as weapons for villains, we're out. Of course. Yeah buddy, none of us want that, and I know how hard your time with the villains was on you. Which was most definitely an understatement, but no one claimed that Mei was fantastic with words. Mei nudged him slightly. It seems like something else is bugging you. Do you think he'd give us info on the League of Villains? Mei paused for a moment. Maybe. He said he isn't working with them anymore, but I wouldn't blame him for being nervous about betraying them. Plus, like I told you before, he's known for not turning on his clients, former or current, so I don't know. But it's a possibility. Ida simply nodded. I meant what I said all those months ago after fighting Stain together. If there is ever an opportunity for you to get revenge on Shigaraki, I'll happily be at your side. Uraraka was stressed. Two of her friends had already been on the run as vigilantes, and just a couple days ago her best friend Ida was nearly arrested before escaping authorities. Ida needing to escape from authorities clashed with what she thought of him so much. He followed the rules to an extreme and made sure that everyone else did too. She could only assume that he was going to become a vigilante as well, especially since it was now common knowledge that he killed Stain. It was all over the news, with titles like, Youngest member of a renowned hero family is actually a killer, or is UA training heroes or vigilantes? Tenya Ida is the third student to defect. There were interviews with his brother who was clearly heartbroken that his brother would seek revenge after his injury. Native was also arrested when it became clear that he had hidden their identities from the other heroes. So now she was at the mall with some friends to try and relax. She was trying to hang out with her other classmates more since all her friends went and became murderous vigilantes, but it just wasn't the same. She missed them, but there wasn't a way to get them back. They made their choices and she had to accept that, even if it meant it felt like she was left alone on the right side of the law. She was on her way back to the dorms after hanging out with the Baku squad, mostly because she got along really well with Mina, when her purse suddenly felt heavier. She looked inside and saw a walkie-talkie and a note that made it clear who it was from. It wasn't just the fact that they trusted her enough to reach out that warmed her heart, it was that they were willing to take such risks to do it. She knew that Izuku was aware that many of her classmates would fight him without hesitation or restraint, but he was still willing to reach out to her with them just a few feet away. She pulled out her phone and pretended to read something off of it. "Oh, I just got a text from my parents. I need to talk to them about something real quick, I'll catch up with you guys later." After quickly slipping away to a secluded park, she pulled it out of her purse and turned it on. "Izuku? Are you there?" She heard Ida respond, "It is good to hear from you. I believe Izuku is on his way back from transferring the walkie-talkie to you. Are all of you okay? What's going on?" Mei spoke up, "We're all good, we just wanted to say hi since we can't really hang out as easily." She laughed a little, "That is true, especially with the new dorm setup." She heard Izuku talking in the background, "Good news guys, she didn't call the cops." "What? Of course I wouldn't call the cops on you. I think the killing definitely has to stop, but I don't think getting authorities involved will help you right now." As Ida responded to her, she could clearly imagine his amusing arm movements. "I agree that ending a life should not be taken lightly and only done in the most extreme cases. Ugh, I'm just worried that your definition of extreme case is a lot less extreme than my definition. I'm unsure as to what you mean. Like, with all for one, I get it. It was you or him and non-lethal methods wouldn't work. But I also know you want to kill Shigaraki the first chance you get, and that's premeditated murder, not self-defense." The silence between them grew uncomfortable and tense until Mei spoke up. "All right, enough of that. Tell us how you've been. Update us on all the class drama we've been missing." And she happily did so. They spent a long time just talking about meaningless things and joking around. It was nice to have a conversation that wasn't so serious or high stakes, to simply enjoy talking together. She smiled as they finished the conversation. Even if she didn't like what they were doing, they were still her friends and she was so glad they were safe and happy. She turned around to leave and was face to face with Bakugo. It's not what it sounds like. Shut the F up, I'm not going to turn you in." That was absolutely not what she was expecting. Why not? Does it FING matter? Just, if that FING idiot ever needs help, tell me. She had a feeling that by that FING idiot, he meant Izuku. It does matter. You hate everyone, why would you stick your neck out for them or offer help? I don't think I've ever seen you help someone when you weren't required to. He turned and started to walk away, "It doesn't matter why." She grabbed his arm before he could leave. "Either you tell me why or I'll just have to assume you're trying to get them arrested and I won't tell you a thing." He paused at that. "I've known him since before I could even FING walk. We were always in the same classes and he lived right down the street. I saw the nerd every DMN day until those BSTRDS took him." She nodded. Everyone knew they knew each other before Izuku was a Nomu, but she didn't realize they had known each other so long. It was hard for her to imagine Izuku as anything other than what he was now. "Well, what I didn't FING mention was that I bullied him. A lot. It was effed up and I didn't even realize it until he was gone. The day he disappeared. I told him to kill himself. No one talks about it, or even dares to mention it, but there's a grave out there with his name on it. We all thought he was dead, and I thought I'd killed him. So you'd best believe I'll do just about FING anything not to go to his funeral a second time." It came out as nearly a whisper as he stared at the ground. "How can I call myself a hero if I can't even save shitty Deku?" She was kind enough to pretend she didn't notice the tears running down his face. Uraraka spoke softly, "Okay, if anything comes up I'll make sure to tell you." She paused for a moment. "Could you tell me about what he was like, before the villains took him?" He seemed conflicted on whether or not he actually wanted to talk about this. She had a feeling that he really needed to get this off his chest but was reluctant to talk about anything personal. He had green hair and he was short as hell. FING nerd always wore these ugly but red high tops. Sometimes when I'd look at him it would be so hard to remember that he was the same freckled kid I grew up with, who always followed me around. But then he starts mumbling about quirks and things felt normal again, even if just for a FING second. She looked at him a little confused. He said he only mumbled about quirks because he was trained to. He straight up laughed at that. Are you shitting me? He's been doing that since he could FING talk. It's creepy as hell. Deku would be sitting in class and just start rambling about your quirk like he was dissecting the DMN thing. Can I ask why you call him Deku? Aren't you full of FING questions today? It's another way to read his name, means useless. Honestly, it stopped feeling like an insult and was just what I called him. He was Deku and I was. He stopped and took a deep breath. I was Kaken. Is that why you always got angry whenever he called you Bakugu? Yeah. It was stupid as but every time he called me my actual name it was a reminder he has no FING clue who the hell I am even though we grew up together. I guess you'll just have to make new memories together. Just make sure to treat him better this time around, he needs all the friends he can get. He turned to walk away but she didn't stop him this time. He paused for a moment and looked over his shoulder. You tell anyone about what I said and I'll FING kill you. Ah, there was the Bakugu everyone knows and loves. It had been a few weeks and Ida was starting to settle into this bizarre, and definitely illegal, new life of his. It was nothing he'd ever imagined for himself, but that didn't mean it was inherently bad. He was sparring with Baruta when Mei came running over with a manic grin. Your brand new vigilante suit is done and ready for action. Both he and the large Nomu turned to her. That was quite fast, I am most impressed. Are you kidding? I could have done it faster if I wasn't working on Baruta's at the same time. Ah yes, I'm sure Baruta will be happy to join his brother on missions where brute force is more advantageous than stealth. Well, don't keep me waiting, go try it on. I need to know that everything looks good, fits, and works right. He had shed the name and title of Ingenium, and his costume reflected that. Mei had designed almost all of it, after going on a very long rant about how terrible his hero costume was. Tenya no longer wore bulky armor but instead had an outfit more based around speed. It was black with blue accents and was an interesting mix between Kevlar and a tracksuit. There was armor over vital areas along with bracers for his arms and legs. He also had a new helmet that was actually fairly similar to his original one, although it was black and made of lighter materials. It had built-in goggles that were tinted light blue, which he had to admit looked cool. He tried moving around in it to get a feel for it and noticed the differences pretty immediately. It was substantially lighter due to the materials and much better balanced because it didn't have the decorative exhaust pipes on his back. Another massive change in terms of usability were the shoes. In hindsight, wearing heavy boots made of steel while using a fighting style and quirk based around sprinting was fairly foolish. Although they had been improved greatly over your average pair of shoes to be more durable and provide much needed protection to his feet, they were still based on running shoes. When he stepped out of the bathroom, Mei was nearly vibrating with excitement. Tell me everything. How does it feel? I did not expect steel-toed running shoes to be as comfortable as they are. You went above and beyond as always, Mei. Fantastic. Also, I think Baruta wants to show you something. He turned and saw Baruta charging over to him in excitement. He too got his new costume and it fit him very well. He wore a modified hard hat that covered his exposed brain and a yellow vest, making him look like a construction worker who was ready for battle. It is important to note that under the muted yellow vest that made Baruta screech with excitement was full body armor that was quite heavy but very protective. He was never going to be able to sneak anywhere, so Mei had decided that it was okay to sacrifice some subtly for aesthetics, especially since it made the gentle giant very happy. Mei smiled wide. Finally, all's right with the world. Our rogue is wearing light armor and our brawler is wearing heavy armor. Everyone is an idiot when it comes to gear. You were dressed like a tank, not a speedster, and those villain idiots didn't think that a melee fighter should have any armor at all. Perhaps that simply shows your prowess when it comes to designing and creating. This is simple stuff though. Do you realize that nearly all heroes wear spandex when going into battle? Spandex is neither knife nor bullet-proof. Form over function has no place in a field where you fight for your life. There was a soft laughter behind him and he turned to see Izuku walking back into the warehouse. Mei yelling about costume again? As I should be, they are incredibly dumb. He trotted over to and rested his head in her lap as he sat at her workbench. Both Mei and Ida realized the red on his spikes and claws weren't just the decorative stains they put on there as she gently wrapped her arms around him. Long day at work? He nodded, mugger made of rubber, so blunt force didn't work on him. Should live though. How about we get you cleaned up and ready for bed? He simply nodded. I like the new costumes. I think it looks great on you, Ida. He turned to face Baruta. You look very handsome too, brother. He was met with a polite, thank you, and a victory screech before he walked off to take a shower. Jiren was thrilled when he got a text from Mei Hatsum. The 2 words he received made his day. So many villains were short-sighted and refused to compromise or work with anyone who didn't share their beliefs. But he knew better. While everyone else honed their quirks and their bodies to be as powerful as possible, he knew his most deadly weapon would always be his words and his mind. So while both the villains and heroes saw these vigilantes as a threat to be destroyed, he saw Izuku for what he really was. He was a sentient biological weapon that didn't have a clear direction other than a strong but vague desire to help people. So all Jiren had to do was aim him and his destructive nature at the things he hated about this world. There were few people who got to see past the facade he kept up around his clientele. He was more than just greedy, but it was dangerous to let fellow villains find out you're human, because humans have weaknesses. And in his case, he had an 8-year-old weakness that he loved with all of his heart. She meant everything to him and she was the reason he was filled with a hidden rage whenever villains went after children. So when he saw the message, "We're in," he didn't hesitate to send them extensive information on a child trafficking ring that he despised the existence of but never had the power to destroy. He knew this was a dangerous game. If anyone found out he was leaking information to these vigilantes, he'd be dead within the hour. But it was worth it if it meant those children that reminded him so much of his daughter finally had someone to protect them. Uraraka sat in the common area of the dorm as they all gathered together to watch the news. Everyone was completely silent as they watched their former classmates on the television. Someone had taken a video on their phone as the 3 vigilantes stormed a warehouse by the docks. The video started with an absolutely massive man in a black hoodie standing completely still and just staring at a building. Apparently this had been suspicious enough for someone to record it. Then the large man nodded, but there was no one else visible and shouted, "Get door," before charging forward and ripping the metal door off of its hinges and throwing it into the street. That was when everything went from weird to absolutely insane. Villains flooded out of the building with weapons out and quirks activated, ready to fight this lone attacker. At the same time the oversized hoodie exploded as 6 additional arms shot out, revealing an outfit like a construction worker. Uraraka froze as she realized that this was Biruta and hoped that he was okay. He was outnumbered 20-1, but she had a pretty good feeling that he wasn't alone. A small part of her wanted to laugh though. Of course he would be wearing a bright orange hard hat and a very easy-to-see vest. All 8 of his arms became sledgehammers, which kept his opponents from getting too close and very focused on him and nothing else. Which meant they didn't notice as the members standing at the fringes of their group started getting whisked away. One minute they would be standing there, ready to fight, the next they dropped to the ground and were dragged away at high speeds. After someone with red skin and black horns disappeared, someone shouted out, "Someone got red, they're comin' at us from behind." As things grew even more chaotic, one person with flaming hands snuck up behind Izuku's brother and was about to strike when a figure in black and blue shot forward with incredible speed and kicked him in the chest hard enough that he slammed into the wall behind him. Every single member of the class watching the video recognized that kick and the exhaust pipes that spewed flame that shone brightly in the inky blackness that obscured everything else. Suddenly there was laughter behind them as Bakugo chuckled. "Holy sheet, never expected Mr. Follow the Rules to go full vigilante and kick a dude through a FING wall." Before they got a chance to comment further, the villain with flaming hands lit fire to the building they had just come out of, though it was unclear if it was purposeful or not. Over all of the fighting, one voice could be heard. "Get the kids out, I'll handle the rest." Then the speaker was suddenly seen from where he stood atop a small pile of unconscious thugs. Izuku, although half the size of his opponents and still outnumbered 10-1, was clearly not frightened. His enemies on the other hand were terrified now that they knew exactly who was attacking them. One man tried to run for it only to be struck down with blinding speed. His voice came out as a growl that struck fear into even the bravest fighter. "I didn't say you could leave yet. You think I'll let you get away with what you've done?" As if to explain what their crimes were, Biruta came running out of the burning building carrying 10 children in his many arms with Ida leading the rest out behind him. One criminal seemed to think that the best way to escape was to grab one of the children and hold a gun to their head. "Let us leave or the kid gets it." Unfortunately for him, the only thing he got for his efforts was the honor of being the only casualty that night as a pickaxe smashed into the side of his head followed by a terrifying screech from Biruta. It was both terrifying and confusing for Uraraka to see Biruta kill a man, even in defense of a child. In her mind he was always the bumbling giant who loved wrenches and hugs, and it was always hard to remember that he was literally created to be a weapon and was capable of terrible things. In the end, the children were saved, the villains were stopped, and the 3 of them vanished into the night just before the police and heroes arrived. The class devolved into a chaotic debate on morality, the killing of villains, and Bakugo making sure everyone knew he would be the one to capture Deku. Izuku was shaking the world to its core, making people question what it means to be a hero. All she could do was hope that they were happy and would do less harm than good. Jiren wore a large smile as he went from one meeting to the next. Business was going very well, and a lot of it was thanks to those vigilantes he started supporting. After giving them a few villains and groups for being outside even his morals, he started giving them assignments for other reasons as well. Such as a villain group that he owed a lot of money to. They were a group of loan sharks who had a tendency to kill civilians that couldn't pay back their debts. Not only was his debt to them gone with the destruction of this group, the money that the vigilantes stole from them during the raid was given to him for supplies. So, all in all, things were great. Now he just had one more meeting today and he was done. He was a little bit worried, but that was just because the guy was a little bit too okay with killing his allies and subordinates. That being said, he was skilled enough that he was able to maintain business with more volatile customers that scared off other brokers. Hello again, Overhaul. I hope everything is going well. Jiren. Why are you here? Was there an issue with the product you purchased from us? Right to the point, okay. Well, your quirk nullifying bullets work as promised, but I did have some concerns I wanted to bring up with you in case you want this to be a long-term product instead of being a one-time sale. The man seemed to tense up and shift into a more aggressive posture. Well, you see, whenever I get a new product I have my guys look it over to make sure I don't sell poison to my clients. That's bad for my reputation. It's pretty obvious that your main ingredient is blood, and I'm just a little worried that the market would be dependent on one person. The make man tensed and leaned forward in his chair. Why does this matter to you so much? I didn't think you'd have an issue with our methods. What? No, this isn't a question of methods. I just need to make sure you'll have a consistent ability to supply before putting the money into setting up a distribution network, simple as that. For example, if your source was an 80-year-old man, it wouldn't be worth it to invest in this venture. He was being completely honest too. One person being tortured for the sake of such a massive profit was okay with him. Plus, knowing how the man's subordinates were, he wouldn't be surprised if some Yakuza thug was the one giving up his blood. He didn't care too much about whoever was supplying the blood until he got his answer from Mimic, who had been standing guard at the door. You don't need to worry about that old man, 6-year-old girls don't tend to die of old age. He'd been playing this game long enough that he was able to laugh along with the man without revealing his pure and utter disgust. His rage boiled deep below the surface and his survival depended on it never being seen. Very well, consider my concerns dealt with. I look forward to helping you bring the Yakuza to its former glory. As such, I'd like to buy your entire current stock of these bullets. He left their underground base and felt hollow. He'd been buying a little girl's blood. She was trapped somewhere in that base. A horrifying thought struck him. There's no way one small child could give enough blood to account for all the bullets they are selling. The only way around it would be to use that monster's quirk and rip her apart only to put her back together only to drain her of her blood all over again. He wanted to tear that man's throat out, but he wasn't a fighter, not by a long shot. So he called his troop of righteous murderers who would do the fighting for him. Hello, I have information on the Yakuza you'll be interested in. Over time, their warehouse had become much more of a home. They had separate rooms now separated by curtains and a communal area set up with a couch and television, where Mei was currently yelling at the news. Are you serious? After everything I've done. This is how they treat me. Izuku walked over to her cautiously. Everything okay? No. It most certainly isn't. She pointed aggressively at the television. They gave our team a name and I hate it so much. They are calling us the 3 demons. 3. Like I don't even exist to them. This is clearly a 4-person team. He put his hand over hers. Of course it is. You're a vital part of the team, where would I be without your inventions and plans? Oh, I know I'm amazing. But when you look up my arrest warrant, do you know what I'm listed as? Known associate of Izuku Midoriya. Associate. Can you believe that? I make the plans and the gear, so if anything, you're all my henchmen, not the other way around. Maybe I want to be known as my own criminal instead of just being seen as an extension of you. Izuku had always loved how intense Mei was about everything, but it also meant he sometimes was on the receiving end of passionate rants that frequently left him confused at what to say. Why does it matter what people think of us? Because feminism. Think of how few female criminals there are, all the famous villains are men, which is bullshit. I could be a terrifying mad scientist all on my own, but I'll always be overshadowed by some stupid guy because the patriarchy doesn't seem to think women can be evil or frightening. At this point Izuku decided to be quiet and just let her rant. I know we aren't villains, but my mom was and no one even cared. She sold the weapons that caused destruction and the news never mentioned her once. But if she was a guy, they'd be hailing her as some terrifying mad scientist. Misogyny is the real villain. Ugh, why do we even need men? She looked over at a nervous Izuku. I guess you're alright. But I'm still mad they didn't include me when counting the members of our team. Izuku definitely wanted to talk about the fact they were referred to as demons, but thought it was probably a good idea to talk about it at a later date since Mei was still rightfully angry at being ignored. She started to stomp away, so he wrongly thought that her rant was done. She suddenly spun around, and another thing. People always dismiss the support. Do you have any idea how many times you would have died without my babies? He wasn't sure if he was supposed to respond or not, so he assumed it was rhetorical unless she actually pressed for an answer. She turned back around, and this time she actually did leave to go over to her expansive workstation where she took out her frustrations by building. One of their burner phones began to buzz on the table, with Jiren listed on the caller ID. Looks like he had another job for them. After Jiren had relayed the situation and gave them as much information as possible, the four vigilantes sat together and tried to come to a decision on what to do. More specifically, 3 vigilantes talked while one chewed on a crowbar. Ida shook his head. I agree that we must save this girl, but we've never taken on a threat this large. We've been successful because we focus on outposts and striking where the enemy is weakest. Jiren is asking us to storm the headquarters of a powerful Yakuza group. Mei looked at the ground. He has a point. I want to save this girl as much as anyone else, but we can't save her or anyone else if we die in the process. Izuku wanted to argue with them. For him, rescuing a child who was being experimented on by villains was incredibly close to home. But he couldn't tell his friends to risk their lives without a plan that had a good chance of success. Mei sighed as Izuku remained silent. The real issue here is their base. If they were out in the open we might be able to get her, but the place Jiren described is a fortress and a maze mixed into one. He suddenly looked up with a gleam in his eye. What if we not the ones who fight? Ida ped his head to the side. I'm unsure of what you are suggesting. We get heroes to attack then grab her while evacuating. We can wait in the escape tunnel Jiren mentioned. We'd be less likely to be injured or die by the Yakuza, but far more likely to be arrested if we bring heroes into it. Mei shook her head. I'd rather be arrested than killed. Maybe they'll even send me to the same prison as my mom. That'd be nice. Ida seemed to think for a moment. If we are going to involve the heroes anyways, do we really need to join the fight? Why not just give the heroes the information on this escape route as well? Izuku seemed to tense at the question. Do you really need ask why I don't trust heroes with dangerous child who was experimented on? Only reason I was safe was Nizu, because he was hurt like that too, but I don't trust rest of the heroes. He nodded solemnly. I understand, but would that mean we would keep her with us? Maybe, that should be up to her to decide after rescued. Mei nodded in agreement. Either way, we should let Uraraka know, see if she knows anything on the hero side. After their initial conversation with her they scheduled to talk once a week via an earpiece they gave her just to check in with each other. So, when Saturday came around they made sure to bring up their current situation. Wait, did you just say you're going after the 8 precepts of death? Izuku was a little shocked at her volume but tried to roll with it. Yes. I know they are big group, but we want to focus more on rescue than fighting so hopefully it should be fine. That's not what I'm freaking out about. I'm on the team that's hunting them down. Oh. Yeah. Just, please don't get involved. There are plenty of heroes on the case already, you don't need to worry. Ida knew neither would willingly back down, so he brought up a compromise. I believe I have a possible solution to your concerns. We will remain near the exit of their escape tunnel. If you are able to prevent Overhaul or any other Yakuza from escaping with the girl, then we won't get involved. But if they get past your forces, we shall be the final defense to ensure that the girl is rescued from these vile villains. Izuku didn't particularly trust heroes, but they were infinitely better than risking that this poor girl stays with the villains. Uraraka sighed heavily. Alright. Just make sure you're especially careful about Overhaul, he can kill with a single touch. I don't know exactly when the mission is, but it should happen in the next couple of days. I'll let you know once I find out. It was the middle of the night when they were reluctantly notified by Uraraka that the heroes were on the move. I really shouldn't be telling you anything about what heroes are doing, but saving this girl is top priority, so please, only get involved if you absolutely have to. Ida had been the one to answer. Of course, we only want what's best for her, she's been through enough already. After a few hours, everything was prepared and they were in position. Izuku was on scouting duty and was the furthest into the tunnel because of his affinity for stealth. Ida was further down the hall, waiting around a corner so that he could get a surprise attack on any enemies that came down the hall. Mei was in a nearby cafe where she monitored the situation and controlled a drone from her laptop to ensure there were no surprises from outside. Biruta was at home building cabinets, because this was a stealth mission and he was not good at that. Now, all they could do is wait and see if they were needed in this fight. Izuku was silent as he listened to the sounds of fighting grow closer and louder. He crept through the hallways as quietly as possible since he wasn't not sure how far the fight was, and getting spotted probably meant death due to the caliber of their opponents. He reached a more open area than the hallways he'd been moving through. Inside was pure chaos. He did his best to objectively break down what he was looking at. The cement floor was completely destroyed and reformed into a field of spikes. The man with the overhaul quirk also had a confession quirk and had 4 arms. There was a defeated Yakuza member with an odd alcohol-based quirk. A hero was bleeding out on the ground and unable to move. Izuku recognized him from UA. His hero name was Lu 1000, or some weird number name like that. The odd thing was, instead of the permeation quirk he was expecting, he was actually quirkless. One other hero was fighting the odd overhaul abomination that seemed to be 2 people mixed together. It honestly reminded him a bit of his Nomu family. This hero looked like a businessman of sorts and could see the future, a terrifying quirk that could give anyone an existential crisis over their own free will. And finally, there was a very small girl with a time-rewinding quirk holding red cloth and hiding behind a wall of spikes. Those still fighting were very focused on each other and didn't notice the couple of rocks that moved slightly as he made his way over to the girl. He spoke as quietly as he could as he stood right next to her. "I know this is scary, and you can't see me, but I can get you to safety." She jumped in surprise at the voice and looked around in confusion for the source. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you, and I can make you invisible too so no one know you escaped. Do you want me to do that?" She nodded, liking the idea of no one being able to see her or her rescuer. He felt the light around them and bent it so no one could see either of them. "All right, then I need you to follow me out of here." He guided her hand to his back. "We're going to be very quiet, so no more talking until I say so, okay?" A whispered "okay" left her lips and he started to move back through the mess of broken rocks and cement spikes as silently as possible. As they slowly made their way out, he watched the fight shift definitively in the villain's favor. A spike was eventually driven into the hero's stomach and seemed to be the end for the man. "You never stood a chance. Eri is, and will always be, mine. Or do you have more heroes for me to kill before we leave?" The dying man simply laughed. "Do you know what my quirk is? I can see a person's future, so from the moment I hit you I knew neither of us would leave here alive. So it's funny that you think you've won." He punctuated his sentence by spitting blood in the man's face, causing him to panic for a moment in an attempt to get it off. Eri had faltered when that hero fell, but he made sure they kept moving. They were so close too. "I was going to let you bleed out, but now I think I need to kill you slower. Tell me, what did you see in my future?" The confession quirk forced him to explain as he kept smiling at the furious villain in front of him. "I die from your quirk within the next few seconds, and you die minutes later from someone I don't recognize." "Silence, I won't die so easily." And in his rage he swung his hand down on him, causing his head to disassemble and splatter across the ground. With all his known enemies defeated, he turned to retrieve Eri, who wasn't there anymore. "Where are you, Eri?" Her small and timid voice squeaked out from next to him. "I'm in the hallway with an invisible man." Well, at least they got a good head start before he knew of their existence. "Eri, I need you to get on my back and hold on as tight as you can. It will be bumpy, but we need to be fast right now." He got low to the ground and dropped the invisibility so she could get on. She nodded and climbed onto his back, then mumbled a little. "He has horns like I do, except everywhere." He didn't run anywhere near his max speed, but it was certainly faster than the man chasing them, which was good enough. He spoke up so the earpiece would pick up his words clearly. "Mei, Ida, I don't know how much that you caught, but I have the girl and we're coming up on your position fast and got overhaul tailing us." Ida knew it was likely that, if they needed to get involved at all, Izuku would have someone chasing him as they escaped. He also knew that of all the Yakuza, Overhaul was the most powerful and thus the most likely to escape the heroes and be the one to come after them. Because of this they made sure he was prepared. In order to come out of this alive, they knew they would need to have backup plans and be as ready as possible, especially for Overhaul. So they discussed the best way to defeat him. The 2 main issues with this opponent was that he could kill with a single touch and he could heal himself at a moment's notice. This meant that they would need a surprise attack that didn't require physical contact and would instantly incapacitate him. Which led to where Ida was now. Watching his friends run by, signaling that he would be upon them soon. He readied himself, standing about 5 feet from a sharp turn with a handgun raised. The moment he saw a bird mask come around the corner he pulled the trigger as many times as he could. He was by no means skilled with this weapon and his hands were shaking. But 5 feet of distance and emptying an entire clip of ammunition didn't leave much up to chance. There was no fanfare. No flashing cameras or adoring fans. No villainous monologues or heroic lecturing. No negotiations or chance to compromise. Just a loud bang and an instant death as blood ran down the man's face from the hole in his forehead. It felt different than killing Stain. That had been a fight filled with rage, vengeance, and protecting his friend. It was a battle of willpower and ideals. But this wasn't even a battle. It was just murder. His fight with Stain was a heated fight that left him overwhelmed, but this was cold and empty. He had to remember this wasn't for his own sake. This was for someone else's closure, someone else's revenge. This was for a little girl who had to die countless times at his hands, and this was the best way to ensure he would never hurt her or anyone else ever again. It did not feel good. He felt disgusting and hollow. But it needed to be done. From the hurried report he received from Izuku as he was running, all the heroes who tried to stop him were dead and there wasn't anyone else who was coming to help. So either Ida stopped this man here and now, or he put innocent people at risk. He would always put the life of an innocent child above the life of a ruthless killer. So he had made his choice and now he would have to live with the metaphorical blood on his hands and the very literal blood spreading across the ground. So he turned and ran from the scene before any heroes arrived. His earpiece informed him that the plan was successful and Eri had been brought to the secluded cafe where Mei was waiting. They had new clothes for both Eri and himself because their base was too far for Izuku to keep 3 people invisible the entire way back. He felt numb as he took the backpack from Mei and walked into the bathroom to get changed. Apparently this internet cafe was known for being discreet, as it was frequently used as a location for black market deals. So Jiren suggested it as their rendezvous location and none of them had a better idea. As he stood in the bathroom for probably longer than necessary, he heard Mei talking from his earpiece. "Okay, I'll be honest, I don't really want to relay this information because I'm worried it will make you botch the mission, but I know you'll be sad if I hid it from you." He heard her groan slightly before continuing, making him wonder what she could have seen. "I just saw Toga and twice walk out of a nearby alleyway." The comms were silent for a moment before Izuku spoke. "Where are they? This is literally the worst time to fight the League. The heroes are very close by and we need to escort a little girl across the city before said heroes search the area for her. You and Ida can get her back on your own, I'll deal with the 2 of them quickly and meet you back at home. Ida's pretty shaken from what just went down, I think he might be in shock, so I won't be able to be here supporting you. You'll have no backup or plan." "I know. But I have do this. Can't let get away." She sighed deeply and listed off the address the 2 villains were walking past now. "I know. Just, please come back to us. Always." Ida shambed out of the bathroom with his costume and his backpack, wearing loose jeans that covered his exhaust pipes and a hoodie. Mei was talking with the little girl, apparently named Eri, who was now in a fluffy sweater and flowing purple skirt. The 2 of them spoke while Ida couldn't bring himself to leave his own head. So he just focused on getting back to their home and figuring everything out later. Kirishima sprinted down the twisting halls of the Yakuza base trying to catch up with the others. His fight with Rappa wasted so much time. He wasn't sure he'd have been able to win without One for All, but now all that mattered was finishing the mission. Fat Gum was in his skinny form and couldn't much now, so it was up to him to make sure the others were okay. Eventually he found a large open room that looked like a war zone. The ground was absolutely destroyed and formed into spikes in a lot of places. He looked around to see if anyone was still there and was horrified at the bodies of 2 of his allies. Mirio looked like he'd been stabbed over and over until he bled out, and Night Eye had a spike through his stomach and no head. Where was his head? Kirishima stumbled away from them and vomited on the ground. He tried to pull himself together. The man who killed them must have gotten away, but he didn't know how long ago. There was a chance he could catch up. He focused on the task at hand and saving Eri. Red lightning covered his body as he let One for All fill him and ran at his top speed down the only exit. When he saw the dead body he was afraid it would be another hero, but instead it was the man he was chasing after. He seemed oddly morphed compared to the photo he was shown, but regardless of the extra arms it was definitely Overhaul. There were holes across his body, with a fatal one on his forehead. He thought they were probably gunshot wounds but he wasn't sure. But Eri was nowhere to be seen, which left him very confused. Who would kill Overhaul and take Eri? Maybe there was a third party involved? In the end it didn't matter, he just had to find her. He didn't know what she looked like past Mirio's description, but he refused to give up until he could say he did everything he could. He followed the tunnel until it reached the surface in an easily missed alley. He wasn't sure where to go from there, but he didn't have to wonder for long. He heard a scream not far from him and ran towards it. While he didn't find Eri, or any little girl who looked like what Mirio described, he definitely found what he was looking for. There was the girl he recognized from the League of Villains, he thinks her name was Toga, in the middle of the street with a knife in each hand. He also saw a second villain, twice, but he wasn't a threat since he had 2 bone spikes sticking out of his chest. It all made sense now. Why everyone he came across was covered in puncture wounds, why Night Eye's head was ripped off. That monster Izuku must have gone through that same tunnel he had and killed everyone there. And why would he go on a killing spree through a Yakuza base? Well, the answer was right in front of him. The League of Villains was working with the Yakuza, and it was no secret that Izuku was after the League. Clearly, his monstrous ex-classmate was successful since one member was already dead and another was fighting a losing battle. He was literally made to kill, how could they expect anything else from him? She closed her eyes and listened carefully before stabbing forward. Her knife hit and sunk into something as the blade portion wasn't visible for a moment before coming back bloody. But her victory was short-lived when her hand disappeared as invisible jaws tore the knife-wielding hand apart. She drew a knife in her other hand, only for a hole to suddenly appear in the middle of it, as an invisible spike was driven through her other hand. No, put hands on me anymore. Something seemed to hit her in the head as she fell to the ground unconscious and badly injured. As Toga fell to the ground, Kirishima punched forward with a hardened arm and 25% of one for all. A massive blast of wind ripped through the street, and he knew he hit his target by the loud yelp and the sudden dent in a car door. The invisibility that hit his enemy flickered for a moment, revealing Izuku wearing the vigilante costume that he'd seen on the news with blood covering his teeth and spikes. Red lightning flickered across his body once more as he launched himself towards the monster that killed his hero. He wasn't taking any chances with this enemy, so he kept himself in his unbreakable form to prevent Izuku from striking back. His fist slammed into the car, the metal folding around his hand. He looked around for where he went and quickly found a trail made from drops of blood. He leapt forward and backhanded Izuku into a brick wall before he could run away. Finally, after all this time, he could get justice for All Might's death. The invisibility fell and he saw the bleeding and battered form of the monster he'd wanted to stop ever since his hero died in his arms. As he raised his fist for the final blow, he hesitated. This started to feel less like justice and more like vengeance. Revenge was the reason that Twice was dead on the sidewalk and Stain got his neck broken. Could he still call himself better than them if he let himself sink to their methods? He was a hero, and he would act like one by arresting him the proper way and letting the law decide his fate. His fist was still raised, ready to strike down on the cowering monster when a bright explosion left him temporarily blind and deaf. He didn't have long to think about what caused it when a much more powerful explosion launched him into the air and through at least one brick wall. He was blind, deaf, and covered in rubble. So by the time he eventually got back to where the fight was, Izuku was long gone and the other pros had arrived on the scene and paramedics were moving Toga into an ambulance with heroes keeping a watchful eye on the dangerous patient. Bakugo was already hating today. Uraraka had upheld her end of their agreement and told him when the idiots were up to extra stupid bullshit. Stupid bullshit like taking on the Yakuza. He really didn't plan on getting involved, but he wanted to be there in case those idiots were in deep shit. So there he was, sitting around drinking some coffee and wearing the earpiece he borrowed from Roundface, listening to their conversations. The girl was rescued, the psycho was dead, everyone wins. So he got up and was ready to go home when those FING idiots decided to add a second FING mission to their already risky situation by going after the League of FING villains. So he groaned and made his way over to the address Pink Hair mentioned. He stayed back and well out of view as Izuku made quick work of them, which made sense since Twice was better at support and Toga was more stealth-based. He was ready to call it a day for a second time when motherfucking Red Riot shows up out of nowhere like the nosy BSTRD he is. He watches Izuku get his butt kicked before deciding he should probably get involved. Then Kirishima looks like he's going for a killing blow and he really needs to get involved. No way is he letting this nerd die a second time. He lets out a quick flash grenade explosion before Kirishima sees him, because he doesn't need to deal with that nonsense. Then fires the biggest explosion he can at point blank to launch that fucker like a cannonball. Deku is a FING mess and he's got no idea what to do now. He switches the borrowed earpiece from one-way to two-way. Oi, engine legs, Pink Hair, Deku got his sheet wrecked. Where the F should I bring him? He heard Pink Hair respond, is that Bakugo? You know sheet, we can talk about why I'm helping you idiots later, right now I need to get this dumbass some help before he bleeds out. F dash. Alright, we had a friend who helps with medical stuff on standby in case today went terrible. I'll send her over to you, just find a place to hide and she'll meet you there in a few minutes. He'd never heard the crazy support girl be serious about anything before, but he also had never been holding her dying boyfriend before, so it was a day of firsts. There. Weren't a lot of great hiding spots around, so they had to settle for an alleyway a few streets down, crouching behind a dumpster until this beat showed up. He sat there waiting until he heard some lady walk into the alley. "Izuku, are you in here?" To which he stepped out and kindly replied, "Oi, are you that healing beach?" She was more than a little taken aback by the wording of the question. I don't have a healing quirk, but I am a doctor." "So, yeah?" He picked up Izuku's unconscious body and walked over to her. "Great, 'cause I'm way better at exploding people than fixing them." She looked worried at his statement but mostly ignored it as she helped move him into her car. "All right, glad I could help save the day, but I'm out of here now." She just shook her head. "No, you aren't. You're covered in blood and I could use the extra set of hands since the others aren't going to be back yet." He looked down at his blood-soaked hoodie. He couldn't exactly waltz back onto campus covered in vigilante blood, or any blood for that matter. "Get in the back seat and keep him steady while I drive, and keep pressure on the wound." Sheet, he should have thought of that. He took off his already ruined sweatshirt and held it against the bleeding cracks in his exoskeleton. After driving deeper and deeper into the worst parts of the city, they finally came to a stop. "Oi, why the hell are we at?" He paused and looked up at the sign. "OG's Shipping Company?" "Huh, they really didn't tell you anything? This is where they've been the whole time. Now, help me get him inside." They carried him into the weird warehouse and set him down on a table that was next to an impressive shelf of medical supplies. "Sheet, do you do this a lot?" She didn't look up as she worked Izuku out of his costume. "He's usually pretty good at running away when it gets too much, but every time I have to put him back together is one time too many. Put some gloves on and start cleaning everywhere you see a crack. We don't want anything to get infected." He nodded and did just that. "How come you're helping these nerds out? You could get in a lot of trouble for this." Sheet. "Well, at first it was just because they destroyed the gang that killed my husband. And that still is a big reason, but they've done a lot to make the bad parts of the city safer. No heroes patrol around here, so we've really come to rely on them. That's FING stupid. When I'm a hero I'll make sure to kick butt in all neighborhoods." She laughed and smiled as she set his leg into place. "I'll make sure to keep an eye out for you then. We could always use the help around here since a lot of heroes go where the cameras are, which is certainly not here." He nodded, thinking about her words. "Your income was based on rank, and it was hard to get popular and gain rank without having your fights recorded by the media." "Holy shit, did you just superglue his broken bones?" "Well, I can't exactly stitch bone together, so I use what works. We got lucky that he didn't lose any pieces of his exoskeleton this time. That is much harder to fix. Makes me glad all my bones are on the inside." Once they got everything urgent done, she turned to him. "All right, I can handle the rest from here. Go get cleaned up and get back to school before people start asking too many questions. They'll probably be too big on you, but I'd suggest borrowing something from Ida so you don't look like you committed murder." He walked off to the bathroom and was kindly greeted by a green, 8-armed, 7.5-foot tall man in a hard hat who was installing cabinets. "Who the F are you?" The huge guy screeched at him and ran off to the doctor girl. "The F dash? Oh, that was just Baruta, don't worry about him. He didn't have the time or energy to deal with that bullshit, so he just washed all the blood off and threw on some clothes that were a little more baggy than usual, but it didn't look too weird on him. Now that he didn't look like a walking crime scene, he left without saying goodbye. He took the bus back to campus and ignored the questions on where he'd been, since he got back right after classes ended. Unfortunately, there was one person there he couldn't just brush off until later. Mr. Aizawa came up to him with his usual glare. "And where were you that was more important than class today?" Without missing a beat, he turned to him and grunted, "Family emergency." "I see, unfortunately I don't believe you, so I'll be calling your parents to clarify." He waved him off. Whatever. While most teenagers would be terrified of a teacher calling them on a bluff and contacting their parents, Katsuki was not most teenagers and he didn't belong to most families. "Hello, is this Mrs. Bakugu?" "Yeah, who the F is this?" He sighed. "This is your son's teacher Aizawa Shota. I'm calling because he wasn't in class today. He said it was because of a family emergency." The reason Katsuki wasn't nervous was that he knew what the Bakugus valued above all else. "Yeah, what's the problem?" "The kid can't take a day to see his sick uncle." "Loyalty. I see, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you for your time, miss." "Yeah, whatever." He hung up and turned to Katsuki. "Very well, you're free to go." He left Aizawa's office and rushed to his room. He slammed the door behind him with only seconds to spare before his phone started ringing from his mother. He picked it up immediately and prepared for the worst. "So, Bakugu Katsuki. Mind telling me why I just had to lie to your teacher about where you were today?" Her words were filled with venom and were absolutely a threat, so he bit the bullet and was honest. I was busy saving Deku's stupid life, couldn't exactly tell the teachers that. She paused. You were with Izuku? Yeah, that's what I just said, you old hag. Don't give me that attitude, you brat. What exactly did you do? Well, the idiot got over his head, so I pulled him out of a fight and got him to some doctor lady who knows him and helped her make him stop bleeding. Did you talk to him? Nah, Deku was unconscious, so not great for talking. How did you even know where he was? Have you been hiding him? I didn't know shit until today. A friend of his told me he was doing stupid shit and might need help, so I showed up and saved his useless butt. He could practically feel her glaring over the phone. Why didn't you tell the heroes what you knew? I ain't no snitch. DMN right, you aren't. And neither am I, so you keep that boy out of trouble. Goodness knows he needs all the help he can get. He heard a commotion downstairs and realized that Shitty Hair and the others were probably getting back. Yeah. I gotta go, old hag. Call more often, you DMN brat. His desire to deal with all these people was exactly none, but he had to make sure Shitty Hair didn't get any clever ideas. Like realizing who exploded him into a building. They all chatted and told their stories, which he didn't give single F about, and eventually Shitty Hair came over to him. Yo, Baku bro. I had a question about explosions for you. He gave him a vicious grin. Well, you came to the right FING place. What are we exploding? Nothing. It's about an explosion I got hit with. I didn't see the guy, so I want to try and narrow down who it could be. I don't think explosion quirks are that common, so it shouldn't be too hard. Ain't no fuckers have a quirk like mine. You ever think it could have been a grenade or some shit? Well, I had Izuku trapped and I nearly had him too, but then there was this crazy bright flash and I got launched through the air a second later. Sounds like that crazy pink-haired beach got you. Huh? Who's that? Don't tell me you never even considered that the crazy beach who loves explosions and ran off with Deku did it? You so stuck on people being manly you forget women can explode your butt too. He very purposefully made it about being manly to distract him from thinking about the logistics of it too much. What? Women are manly as hell. Also, how do you barely remember our names but know this girl loves explosions? Surprisingly, he could answer that question with complete honesty. The first time I met her to work on my gear she asked me to make explosion babes with her. You don't forget crazy shit like that. Uraraka walked over and backed up his story like a pro. Yeah, that sounds like Mei Hasjum to me. She was in the support department and most certainly enjoyed exploding things. Plus, before they went all crazy murder vigilantes, she was dating Izuku, so it's pretty likely she'd attack you in defense of him. See, Roundface knows what I'm talking about. That's what you get for assuming your bomber was a dude. With his cover cemented and everyone convinced that it was Hatsum not him who did the exploding, he left and finally got some much-needed sleep. Eri was having a very overwhelming day. First there were loud noises and a lot of shouting. Then Overhaul took her from her room and told her they were leaving. Which was confusing, because she was never allowed to leave. Then the man with numbers on his shirt showed up again and started fighting everyone. He said he was going to save her, but he died like everyone else who got close to her. There was more fighting and a man with glasses got killed too. She wished people would stop trying to save her if it meant so many people died. Then an invisible person who looked kind of like a dog with horns all over came to save her. But instead of fighting like the others, he just ran away with her. She thought he was smart to run instead of fight. He brought her to a building with a nice lady inside. She had black hair and a big smile. The nice lady gave her new clothes that were really cute and comfy. There was also a very tall man, but he was quiet and seemed distracted. The nice lady talked to herself for a little bit, or maybe she was talking to someone else since there was a thingy in her ear. Apparently they were bringing her back to their home so she could stay with them instead of the scary men with bird masks. She liked that plan. She wondered where the invisible guy went. Maybe he was with them but was staying hidden. That made sense to her. Then the nice lady got very upset and called someone on her phone. She looked really scared and worried, but Eri didn't know what to say, so she just stayed quiet. They got on a very big bus and she watched the buildings go by out the window. Then they got off and got onto a different bus, which was also confusing because they were already on a bus. They seemed to be the same, so she didn't know why they did that. Once they got off of that bus they did a lot of walking. She didn't know how long they walked, but she was very tired when they got to the big building. As soon as they got there the nice lady ran inside looking extra nervous and started shouting for someone named Izuku. The invisible man who wasn't invisible anymore was hurt. He was asleep and wrapped in that white cloth like what they put on her after hurting her. But she didn't remember him getting hurt when they ran away? She tugged gently on the nice girl's shirt. How did he get hurt? She sighed and looked down at her. He was hurt by heroes. What's a hero? Oh, heroes are the people who fight people who break the rules and protect the people who follow the rules. This was very confusing. Then why would they hurt Invisible Horn Guy? Did he break the rules? She laughed for a second. His name is Izuku, by the way. Yeah, in order to be a hero you need a hero license and follow hero rules, and we fight bad guys without having a license and don't follow their rules. It's called being a vigilante. She shifted back and forth nervously. How come heroes didn't save me? The nice lady wrapped her arms around Eri and held her close. It was weird but felt really nice and safe. They tried to. A lot of people worked together to save you. If the heroes hadn't helped, we wouldn't have been able to rescue you. Heroes do good things, they just aren't very nice to people outside the rules. Eri looked up at her with tears in her eyes. Is killing against the rules, even if you didn't want to? The nice lady held her even closer. Sometimes. That was one of the reasons Izuku was in trouble. He was a lot like you, bad people hurt him a lot and made him hurt other people. But some heroes didn't like that he hurt other people even if he didn't have a choice. Eri was shocked at that answer. There were other people like her? The nice lady gently patted her on her head. I know things are confusing right now. But I promise we'll keep you safe. And even more important than that, if you ever want to leave, you can. I think you're adorable and I'd love to have you around, but it's important to me that you're here because you want to be. She was right, this was confusing. Where else would I go? Well, like I said, there are some nice heroes and some not nice heroes. And there is one hero who was very nice to Izuku because he was experimented on like you two were. So if you ever want to be somewhere else, we can call him and he would make sure you're kept as safe as possible. Eri hugged her back as tight as possible. She'd never been given a choice before, and she really liked that she could leave if they hurt her. I want to stay here with all of you. The nice lady gave her a big smile. Fantastic. Let's introduce you to everyone now that you've decided to stay. Oh, I was so excited about rescuing you and worried about Izuku I forgot to tell you my name. I'm May.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.